Hello and welcome. It is very early on a bank holiday Monday. Hello, Miss Blackthorn. I can see you in chat already. Thank you very much for joining us. Got a few other people as well, so shout up if you're in chat. I really appreciate you sort of hanging out with us today. This is a sequel to a one shot that we ran a little while ago, set in this is an interesting thing since they've been previewing Ravenloft, Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. They've changed the way they pronounce this domain. Let's go to live streaming and see if we can see everything. You can see me. You can see the thing here. So supposedly back in the day it was Dementlieu, but now they're calling it Dementlieu. Um, so we will find out when the book is fully released. At the moment, we'll call it Dementlieu now. That is the pronunciation that they seem to be doing on the Wizards of the Coast stream. As always, we've got a fair few thank yous to do first. Um, um, First and foremost, a big thank you to our players. It is very much their game. This is a ticketed event, and they've been very kind to allow us to stream it today, for you to get involved in it. So thank you very much to you. I'll come to you in a minute, but you do need to be thanked. And thanks to everybody who is currently in chat, who will be watching it later on YouTube or on Twitch. I really appreciate the support, and don't forget you can get involved with your subs to give hat points to the players or to the GMs. Hat points being heroic action points, fundamentally giving them rerolls, advantage and disadvantage. There's a lot of information that can be found on our Discord channel and in Twitch itself. If you go to our Twitch main phase. Want to say a big thank you to Hero Forge as well. Many of the character images are designed using Hero Forge, a wonderful way to create your own custom miniatures, get them 3D printed. You can find them at www.heroforge.com. Please note that anything mentioned on the stream may not represent the view or beliefs of Hero Forge, a Sky Castle Studios LLC product. And if you get a chance, check them out, as I often say on my streams. It's an awesome website. You can lose yourself for a good few hours customizing your miniatures. You can either buy the files and 3D print them yourselves, get some of your friends to do it if you haven't got a 3D printing machine, or you can purchase the miniatures from them as well. So before we introduce both our players and our characters in here, we have to give you a warning. This is a game of D&D horror. It is set in Dementlieu, one of the domains of dread. So there will be adult content, and there will be also scenes of horror. I don't think we're going to go too crazy, but if that's not the kind of thing that you are into, it's probably best you catch one of our other streams, which are not horror based. It's going to be very interesting. Again, I'm giving the twisted narrative spin on this. They've changed the domain of dread somewhat for the next. Yeah, absolutely, Miss Blackthorn. We do not intend to trigger anyone, so please know that, viewers. Absolutely. It needs to be said, and everybody has their own sort of levels and veils of being triggered, and it is not our intention to cause anybody any discomfort, which is why we are making the announcement that it's going to have some horror content in. Yep, so I'm making it up very much as I go along, based on what I previously knew, based on what they've announced so far. And I'm very excited for the new book coming out, Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, which is the 18th of May that it's officially released. It'll certainly be available digitally then. obviously with various issues, both within the UK and globally, COVID and sort of Brexit, courier problems. The book might be arriving somewhat later in the UK, but I'm very, very excited for it and to see how close we have got to matching what we think the domain might be like compared to with what the writers have actually written. But of course, I have my ideas, but the ideas are narratively collaborated with our players, and they, in our previous session, have added quite a lot of very interesting narratives to it. So let us, without further ado, introduce our players. I'm just going to quickly go across from left to right. So Jean-Claude, welcome aboard.
Hello. Yes, so my name's Jack. I play in quite a lot of Andy's games, and I'll be playing John Claude today.
Excellent stuff. Jean-Claude, just so you know, is a bard, but this is a domain of dread, and things are not necessarily as they seem. Our second player is Valère.
Hello, I'm Liam. I'm playing Valir, a hill dwarf.
Yeah. And who are you in real life?
Liam.
Liam. Yeah, welcome. Liam plays in quite a few games as well. And then we have Chloe.
Morning, everyone. The voice is a bit deep right now, but I'll be playing Konami in the chats and stuff. But Ben, I'll be playing Chloe Charpentier, the lady's maid.
Perfect. And then we have Duchess Alice. I need to apologise before we go on about my French accent as well. It's going to be truly atrocious. So big apologies for that. Probably more than about the horror content. So Duchess Alice.
Yes, I was going to say apologies to our French viewers for any triggering from the
Yes, absolutely.
horrendous accent. Yeah, so I'm Michael, who's Michael the Grey in the various online stuff, and I'm indeed playing Duchess Allée d'Encore, who would be nowhere at all without Chloe.
So Chloe's your maid, just for our viewers. And then last but not least, we have Bastian.
Hi, I'm Gordon. I'm playing Bastian, who is also a bard, and as with the other bards, the Duchess's nephew. I'm in several games as well.
Okay, yeah, you are, and I enjoy every single one of them. Thank you very much again. As I say, without you fine folk, we wouldn't even have a stream today, so we really appreciate it. And your enthusiasm for the last game and wanting to play a second 6-hour slot, I really, really fully appreciate. I had a blast last time with it, and hopefully it's always nervous, GM's anxiety. It's difficult enough to do a one shot, but when your one shot you kind of feel has gone really well and everybody's enjoyed it, and then people request a sequel, you kind of go, oh god, I've got to top this now. So I'm currently I don't know. In my mind it works, but in practice we will see. We could be going some very interesting places today. Okay, so to frame the game for today, first and foremost, as I said, Dementlieu, which is the current pronunciation of it, is a domain of dread in Ravenloft. You will mostly all be familiar with Barovia, the domain that is very well played from Curse of Strahd game. And Dementlieu is kind of another one of these pocket dimensions. But the domains of dread have different stresses and pressures upon them. And this has got a very sort of European vibe, as you can tell from the pronunciations. It's got a very kind of French aristocratic kind of feel to it, mixed in with some sort of fairy tale-esque kind of aspects. One of the big pressures and stresses upon the populace of Dementlieu is that of status. Very few people, in fact, even the Dark Lord themselves, are not happy with their status, and they are always scrabbling, always hiding what they truly are, always trying to be the things that they aspire to be, and the horror of just not achieving such a thing. So there is a facade put upon it. Everyone is pretending in Dementlieu. Everybody is pretending, and the worst thing that could ever be happen to anybody is to be found out your secrets, your lies, the mask that you are wearing. Added to this, though, there is an additional horror within this, which is decorum. There are the rules of etiquette. There are the ways that everyone is supposed to behave, and these rules are set. Nobles should be nobles, peasants should be peasants. This is the way that the world, this domain, works, or rather it's the way that everybody believes it should work. The pressures of the domain forces its populace to take risks, to tread that knife's edge between what is... Thank you very much with the subscription, Brooks. What is right, what is etiquette, the correct manners to do, and they are constantly drawn down a much darker path to take risks, to maybe tantalizingly get caught. And it's an addiction. The more the risks you take, the more risks that you want to take. And this is where we find our family and their retinue, the Honeycourt. They, in the past weeks, have done something unprecedented. They uncovered a big plot and conspiracy by the head of the secret police, who, with its peasant upbringing, wanted to bring down the aristocracy by showing them who they truly were. There are always intrigues and plots, and rivals are often dealt with poison. And he went on a spree trying to frame and blackmail and bring out into the open all of these poisonings. The family, our players, our protagonists here, managed to uncover this plot and put an end to it. And with those actions, they have done a very rare thing. They have caught the eye of the ruler of Dementlieu, the cruel but sort of the head, the queen bee, the thing that everything else gravitates around, Sadra de Honneur. And they are waiting with bated breath to find out whether she approves of what they have actually done or whether she disproves. And it's difficult to know. As I say, you are always on a knife's edge. So we open our scene at the estate of the Honeycourt family. Everyone has been brought back together. because you are expecting an arrival. You're expecting a message from Massacre Domain herself, and you thought it was best, Duchess, to have the whole family around you. Not entirely sure whether this is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. And this is the scene that we open you with. You've probably stayed overnight, everybody. It is the following day. What are your usual routines once again? Introduce what your characters look like as you begin to wake for another day. The day that Sadre on air sends you a message. Jean-Claude, we will start with you.
Cool. So appearance-wise, he's very well kept together, as you can imagine. A sort of jet black hair, which he keeps in a very neat sort of side part. Very piercing blue eyes, and just like a little well-trimmed mustache. Quite slight in stature, quite wiry. In terms of morning routines, I think the same as what he would normally do would be just to get just a little bit of exercise up and going in the morning. So would get up, start doing, you know, jumping jacks and high knees, and then find a mirror to practice some of, with just what would be a stick, a few like wrist flicks with it, and make sure that he's still looking good with how his sort of swords skills are. Once he's done that, it's time to sort of start looking nice. So like probably a very nice smelling bath, and starting to sort of presenting himself together with a very sort of sharp looking outfit, a nice little sort of like little pinstripe number with a red bow tie.
Perfect. And Valère, if you want to introduce, introduce what your character looks like and what you're doing first thing in the morning.
So usually walking around armor all the time, carrying shield and axe on the back. Short because he's a hill dwarf. Blonde hair and blue eyes, and usually reading books on his religion, which is one of the cultists, in the mornings.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Then we move to Chloe.
At the moment, as we're at the home, Chloe's probably dressed in her house servant-esque garb. So she's probably going. She'll be keeping a close proximity to the Duchess, not quite shoulder to shoulder, but within let's say, if anybody were to approach her, within striking distance.
Okay.
But, yeah, she'll be shadowing the Duchess and doing her duties.
Perfect. And then I suppose quite swiftly we move on to the Duchess. The Duchess might be on mute. The Duchess is fast asleep.
I'm just stood there standing over her.
Yeah. We'll move to Bastian, as the Duchess is obviously does not want to be disturbed this early. Sebastian.
There is a note saying having trouble getting off
Yeah,
mute.
I know.
So Bastian is sort of like a somewhat dishevelled Jean-Claude, not as tidily put together, not as quick out of bed. So he will roll up, ring for a warm drink, quickly jot down what he remembers of his dreams in case he can mine them for stories or plays at a later date.
Okay, I mean,
and then he will all. Sorry?
This is interesting. Let us not rush such things. Did you have a dream last night? What kind of thing? I'm putting you on the spot because, hey,
yeah,
I can do.
So the little bits that I jot down are carousel.
Yeah.
I remember there was a carousel. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
lights
Yeah.
and upright horses.
Upright horses. That is
Mhm.
interesting. You note them down into your book. Sorry to interrupt your flow, but I'm always interested in the dreams that people have. So you
Um,
note them down in your book. Please carry on.
yeah, I will tag that the horses were hostile, and that the carousel was a place of temporary safety.
Hmm.
And then I will roll out of bed, drink a drink if one is brought to me, and also start putting myself together because I want to look well for today. But as I say, he is a little more foppish and dishevelled, so
Yeah.
it won't be quite the tied up pinstripe exercise routine of Jean Claude, who is, in case people didn't know,
Yeah.
my cousin,
I mean, the thing is, you carry it
mostly
off.
cousin.
You
Quote
carry it.
unquote, cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You carry it off incredibly well, though. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's dishevelled, and there is what you do, which makes you
Yeah.
look rugged. You have a charisma of 18. You carry it well. Um,
Thank you.
that is okay. So you slowly but surely has the Duchess stirred yet from her slumbers?
Oh,
Yes,
Uh,
she is. She is quite awake. Perhaps unused to being awoken by a strange gentleman, Andrew, I should say.
Andrew, yes.
Yes. So the Duchess is a lady in her. It's difficult to tell. She seems to have plateaued in her appearance. She has strikingly silver hair, which she has had all her life, drifting in and out of fashion, depending upon people's views, which goes with her incredibly sort of. Her eyes are a bit like clouds. They can change the type of grey they have depending upon her mood.
Hmm.
She is dressed well, but it's clearly the clothes she wears when receiving, not presenting herself to others. So I wouldn't say plain, but they're well worn, well maintained clothes. She would have been busying herself working with Chloe, removing the various cigar butts that somehow manage to appear in her gardens whenever her nephews come to visit. Um, just generally sort of tidying. She has been not out of sorts, but certainly the exertions of a few weeks ago have certainly, it's not something she has done for several decades while she wasn't there hitting magnificently virile nephews.
Hmm.
Um, she was exerting herself in a way that she hasn't done in some considerable time. So I think she's still mulling that over and a bit of that isn't something that she'd done for a while.
Perfect. So you all gather for breakfast, and it's very much got that feeling of, when it's kind of a festivity, a celebration of an anniversary or a holy day, and um, you're kind of waiting for your relatives, either wanted or unwanted, to arrive. And everything in the house is prepared, everything is sorted, it's clean. There's nothing else to do. You're all ready, dressed in your best, and you're just waiting. They didn't say a time. You know that they're due to arrive today. Um, is any of you going to do anything to pass the time, or are you just waiting?
Maybe help myself to a Bloody Mary or two as time passes.
Yeah.
Just to make him. I think the keeping up appearances of John Cor's lifestyle. He's had to go down from maybe going out 7 days a week to 5 days a week at the moment. So just making the most of his auntie's gracious hospitality. So
Yeah.
perhaps just a Bloody Mary or two in and just supping on that in the study as he gets ready for the day.
Okay. And time passes from breakfast to dinner, to luncheon. And then, quite excitedly, it could even be Chloe, but probably not because you stay close to the Duchess. One of your servants kind of rapidly rush into the sitting room. Duchess, the carriage is it's coming up. It's
Well,
come through the main gates.
we'll organise the staff to present themselves, as we discussed.
Uh,
I think she's sort of planned ahead that it's very much she knows the importance of what's happening.
Yeah.
But this is her home.
Yeah.
And she's not going to be fawning, but she has drilled them
Okay.
with various people
Yeah.
pretending to be the
Yeah.
visitors.
You notice this is one of your younger members of staff, and it is kind of excited and intrigued and interested. The rest of the household staff are doing exactly what you asked them to do, and they are preparing. Did any of you want to sort of go, or are you all just waiting in the room for them to be sort of guided in?
I think. Sorry, you first.
I was just gonna say, I suppose Chloe would be at the door to guide them to the miss for
Okay.
the audience,
So
as they have to get through her first.
yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. You see there's a large, and it's an ostentatious carriage. We're talking sort of French aristocracy. It is gilded, it is gold. It has so many decorations upon this carriage, pulled by 6 white horses. The horses are wearing beautiful raiments. They have their manes plaited with the colours of Sadri de on air within them. You are aware, though, that this isn't her carriage. This will be one of her stewards or ambassadors. She has decided perhaps not to come herself, but to send some kind of messenger. Give me a perception roll as well, Chloe. Very good. Your breath is somewhat taken away as well, as you realise, as the carriage begins to pull up and you see the coachman driving, these are not the ghoulish coachmen that most of the nobility uses. You've heard about these. This is the new fashion, the new fad. Various creatures, beasts, transmogrified into a human form. A very difficult, very expensive method of gaining staff. And these have kind of slightly elongated faces, and you notice the hats are on and they have large kind of flopping ears, some kind of hounds. But their features are humanoid as they kind of pull the horses past, allowing the passengers to disembark. Disembarking from the carriage are sort of 4 individuals dressed in the colours of de Honneur, again transformed animals. These are beautiful women, if you can call them women. transformed animals, lung dresses of brightly coloured pink. As you kind of look at their sharp noses, you think maybe flamingos. Maybe. Their dresses, you see, are feathered, exquisite, and they, for servants, have huge wealth upon their fingers and around their necks. They reach into the carriage and pull out what is a very large box. It takes all four of them to heft it and carry it between themselves. These passengers are elegant, graceful. They hold themselves high and they kind of almost strut as they move towards you and your staff.
As Chloe sees the other quote unquote, well, they are servants, I suppose, as they arrive to the house, her head will tilt slightly as as she sees these biologically changed individuals into servants, as it's not particularly machine perfect. And she will stand and wait at the door archway for them to come up the walkway, as it were.
They walk up to you with all degree of etiquette. There's certainly no arrogance to them. They are here as representatives of Sadre de On Air. They are here to serve her and to give you the best and total impression that they possibly can of her. They bow and they say, "Is the mistress of the house within?"
Oh, the stream was being a bit
That's okay.
weird for
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
sorry.
Technical issues, don't worry. Is the mistress of the house within?
Greetings, House de Honor. I will lead you to them. I will escort you to her. She is waiting.
They bow again, very gracefully. They're almost akin to sort of ballet dancers, the grace that they move with. Even carrying this very large box between all four of them. And it's square. It's relatively deep by about a foot. It is beautifully sort of crafted. This isn't. This is kind of very expensive rosewood. It's gilded at the sides. They bow and say, "We have a gift."
Would you like assistance in its delivery?
No, it would be remiss of us. We have been instructed to present the present directly to the Duchess and her family.
As you wish. And she'll raise an arm and step to the side so that they can enter the house.
You get the impression that there's a degree of weight to it, but it's not really, really heavy. Or these things are really, really strong, one or the other. I'm guessing you guide them in. You guide them through the house, the mansion. And do you take them directly there, or do you ask them to wait? What do you do?
Well, as the Duchess is expecting them, I will probably just take them straight there, as
Okay.
it is the most efficient way to do that.
Excellent. They enter your large room and they look for an appropriate table to set the box down upon. They bow to you, Duchess, and the rest of the family again gracefully. and one of them steps forward. The others kind of move behind her, and she says, "Your attentions, the attentions of Sadri de Unair, have been bestowed upon you. Your actions, which she does not wish to speak of, but she wishes to reward you for. This gift is a high honor. Hopefully, you will enjoy it."
I am sure whatever honor she befits upon a humble member of her domain. Do we use the word domain to describe this place?
Yeah, domain, or I mean, it's a city, Port de
City.
Lucine. Just as a bit of lore, supposedly in Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, they have shrunk Dementlieu to kind of this rolling sort of French kind of landscape to fundamentally just the city. But your estate is just slightly outside of the city.
And she will nod her head in polite discourse, accepting the honor, but clearly making out that it was purely her duty, but that is not her place to question any gifts that are given.
Mm-hmm. So they all four move very gracefully round to each corner of the box, and they pull almost a hidden sort of bolt or pin from the box, and the box is hinged, and it sort of opens up almost like a beautiful designed Chinese puzzle box. And within, on a gold platter, is an incredibly large pie, fitting this square room, square box. The smells of it overtake you as it smells beautiful. The aroma is making you salivate. And then Chloe, very rapidly, the one that has been doing all the speaking, sort of makes a gesture, and a knife, a large knife, appears in her hand.
Chloe will creak forwards ever so slightly.
Ever so
As if
slightly.
onto the front foot.
Okay.
There will be an almost imperceptible to anyone except Chloe
Yeah.
movement in perhaps one of the hands or the fan that the Duchess is holding as a don't worry, as a
Okay.
not in any way sort of visible, but just Chloe will recognize it as a don't worry.
This very large, and it's most definitely a large kitchen knife. It's not a short sword, but it looks razor sharp. The kind of thing that a very skilled chef would use. And very rapidly, again in a blur of movement, she slashes at the pie across once and across twice, making an X. And you see the pastry sort of bend back, pushed out, as emerging from the pie are a large number of blackbirds. Does anybody want to take any actions?
Are there 24 in
I mean, if you want to use your perception to count, you would find that there are not 24, but there are 4 and 20, which I suppose adds up to 24 when you do the math.
Living blackbirds, I assume.
Sorry?
Living blackbirds.
Oh, yes, and not just living. They don't just fill the room, kind of spreading pie. They flap out and then start making a small formation, and their beaks begin to open, and they begin to sing. It's beautiful. It's not the cawing of a bird. As you listen, Yeah, you can understand what they're saying. And they sing a song of invitation. They sing that Sadri de on air wishes to invite you to a Massacre Masquerade. You are all aware that this is a huge thing. Once in maybe 5 years, she hosts one of these masquerades. She's constantly having galas and balls, but the Massacre Masquerades are legendary. It is a combination of a feast, a banquet, a ball, and a game of murder mystery where someone pretends to have been murdered, and all of the guests, should they choose to, get involved in uncovering who the foul villain of the piece was. And the first person or household to uncover it is be gifted a reward of immense value from Sadrita on air. You cannot get tickets to this. This is invite only, and as I say, they come few and far between.
Did they say when it is?
It is in a week's time.
A week's time. Then I will nudge just a little elbow to Bastian and with a whisper and go, looks like we've got to go clothes shopping then.
Yes, that is a problem. I'll come on to that in a second. As you take in all of this, the lead servant moves forwards again and bows and says, as well as the invitation, these awakened blackbirds are yours to keep. They can do small tasks. They are clever. However you want to put them to work, they are gifted to you by Sadrida on air.
That is indeed a great gift, and House Donikor accepts it humbly.
She kind of looks at the pie and says, in all honesty, I would not suggest you eat the wrapping.
Very wise.
Yeah, you get it's performance art rather than you get to eat the pie as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the Duchess is already doing the maths for how
Yeah.
much bird crap
Yeah,
is
yeah,
going to be in the living room.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chloe's eyes are darting backwards and forwards, and if she could look concerned, trying to see if there's any bombardment going on.
No, I mean, these things have now perched in a beautiful line, sort of, and are waiting for instructions. The lead servant sort of bows again. I am assuming you plan to attend. May I carry that word to Madame de En Air?
Quite so.
She smiles and bows. Then our job is done. We leave you to the rest of your day. And with that, they kind of indicate if you want to escort them out, Chloe. If not, they'll probably make their own way out. It is up to you.
I'll take them.
Yeah, and again, they very gracefully sort of move out. They get into the carriage, and the carriage leaves. And as it leaves, you are left alone. These birds, they are awakened. They are intelligent, and they basically say, "Mistress, what do you wish us to do?" We can sing for your entertainment. We can watch. We are yours to serve.
Why
I'd been
don't
going
you
to
all
you
go
first.
ahead?
I'd been going to open what I assume we have is French windows,
Yep.
so that they could and direct them out. But I'll wait for my aunt to decide whether they are to go out. But I'll
No,
open the French doors anyway.
that's perfect, and we'll earn you Duchess points as you're preempting her thought, which is, well, perhaps you could get used to the grounds that you're in, and perhaps return here in half an hour. Oh, look, my insightful nephew is opening a window for you.
They kind of they find it difficult to bow, but they kind of twist their head somewhat, and they say, "At your service and at your wish," and they sort of take flight out of the window. And again, they're not scared. It's not like they're flapping about. These things they seem to have average or maybe even above average intelligence as they fly out, and they seem to enjoy the grounds. And you are once again left alone. I get the sense that you did not trust these little blackbirds.
Not even slightly.
Okay, so this is a double-edged gift. You are all aware, or certainly those of you who are the family are all aware, that there are things that need to be done. Jean-Claude is exactly right about shopping, but this isn't the kind of masquerade that you turn up with any kind of costume. You need to really be presentable. Not only that, she would take it incredibly badly if you did not bring a present for her. And she expects the very best. Do you want to give me a couple of history rolls? Anybody who wants to? This is culture rather than history, but give me some rolls. We'll look over this here. Very good. We've got some very good. It seems that Valère has been studying those books. So, you are all aware of the severity of this situation. In effect, the present is technically non-negotiable. I mean, you can arrive with a present, but it is not going to end well for you. What makes it worse is she only wants the very best, and very much like celebrities of our day, she has a specific wish list of things that she would like people to perhaps gift her. And there is only one place that collates such items. Let me have a look at my notes. This is a place called, it's within Port de la Seine, a place known as Grotte de Trésor, the Cave of Treasures, a incredibly expensive department store. Of course, you can ignore it, not take her a present, or bring something else that isn't from that store if you really want to, but you're not entirely sure how well that would go. In addition to that, it's not just about your clothing, your mask, your costume. It is also about how you arrive, and anyone that is invited to such a party needs to be fully presentable. And this can unfortunately mean only one thing. It means a trip to the 3-yard gables. Not necessarily you need to do this, but if you want to maintain your your status, if you don't want to embarrass yourselves, then 3-Yard Gables is the only place to go. This place is very strange on the edge of the town, and it is run by 3 godmothers, and they know how to present someone to such a ball. The price, though, is perhaps going to be interesting. So that's the information that you kind of know. You feel free to now discuss it amongst yourselves.
Can I ask about the store as well? Historically, is there a kind of thing, or is it just anything from there is acceptable?
Well, I mean, it sells lots of things. It's very expensive. It is the premier, most sort of expensive and sort of strange store full of art and jewelry, the finest chocolates and patisseries. But as stated, I mean, this personality of Sadre, she has a wish list. You could quite easily go in there, and there would be a personal shopper that would be able
She'll
to
show you
guide
what
you
she
to
wants.
items. So fundamentally, it means that it takes the hard work of trying to choose a gift out of your hands, but it also means that they might be expensive or difficult to acquire.
Are you okay if
Okay.
Jean-Claude has some sort of narrative agency and he's quite familiar with this shop? Like he's not necessarily bought anything from this anytime soon, but we'll go in there to keep up appearances.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of you can have. It's a renowned store.
Yeah.
It's beyond kind of Harrods. You know, it is the place to shop, but it's incredibly expensive. You know.
Yeah, so I think Jean-Claude would be in there, maybe even something like once a week, looking at jewelry, saying like, "Oh yes, I'll come back for that tomorrow," and then
Perfect.
and then never coming back for it.
Okay, I'm more than happy for that. This is what it's all about, and because of that, I'm going to say that you are aware of a woman that works there called Ophelia Gilbert, and I apologise once again for my French accents.
Yes, would you mind popping that into the
Yes,
chat?
absolutely.
I think maybe Jean-Claude has been trying it on with her a
Yeah,
little bit.
she is. She is a personal shopper as well. She kind of does this kind of thing, and it's a good job. It's a very good job. The tips that she gets are unbelievable. She is not just simple sales staff.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. So is that the plan then, everybody? We're popping down shortly, having a look at what's
Yeah.
going on.
See what we can get.
I believe we should look for the gift first. Yes.
Absolutely.
That seems the most pressing issue.
And then light spot of lunch after that, and then we can go clothes shopping. Eh?
hmm You've got basically a week to prepare, so you've got some time. I haven't just dropped it on you. Sort of, it's tonight, but these things do take time to put into place. Okay, so who wishes to head into the city and go to this? You can certainly try. Go into this Grotte de Trésor.
Can the Duchess have a quiet word with her nephews before they head out?
Yeah, I can
And that
imagine
was
them
said
trying.
before. I haven't spotted anything in the chat, but
Yeah.
Well, that was a sort of glance and shrug in sort of secret twin language.
And there's just a little affirming nod back. But yes, if the Duchess wishes to push
Yeah.
to put them aside for 1 second, of course.
So what can you tell me about what has just happened?
Well,
What are the implications for our house?
Yeah, I love the openness of that question as the guilt kind of what have we been caught doing with that statement. That I think that's what the awkward silence was for. It was like,
One another.
so there
yeah,
are clearly important eyes on us and our family, literally and figuratively.
Very good.
So we must be seen to be doing the appropriate things.
And do you think the appropriate thing when you receive a gift from possibly the most powerful individual in our city that could crush our house, quite simply, on the slightest mistake or whim, do you think while accepting this gift that it is the wisest thing to do when the eyes of this person's servants are upon us to nudge their cousin and chatter under their voice about going shopping? Jean-Claude, this question's largely aimed at you.
As Jean-Claude looks down at the floor, shuffling his feet a little bit, and goes, "Sorry, just it's all very terribly exciting, isn't it?"
Yes, terribly exciting. It can get you killed, quite literally. And we are in our home. We are in a position of safety. What we have been invited to is considerably more dangerous than anything we went through in the past few weeks. So, Bastian, I implore you to have conversations with your cousin about masks and about showing what we wish to be shown, because I will be doing that. It has been some time since I have been to one of these events, and quite frankly, in private, in front of just the two of you, I will not have the energy to keep an eye on both of you and keep you safe from yourselves, looking at Jean-Claude in particular here. So, for example, I'm sure it will be I will be speaking to people of my friends that I know who may wish me to speak to people at this event, for there will be the highest of the high there, and there will be opportunities to be taken, but they must be taken with careful measure. So please, glancing at Jean-Claude, do not bring a list of people who mates asked you whether you could go and chat to about a business opportunity. There are opportunities to be taken, but Bastian, I'm relying upon you in part to encourage your cousin to have control of his enthusiasms for his sake and the family's sake.
Yes, Andy.
Thank you.
Jean-Claude will gesture, the mouth zipping closed.
Yes, it's things like that that we need to work on.
I won't speak
Have it.
until spoken to, Auntie. Don't worry.
I'm very fond of you both. You both did magnificently well in our recent escapades, and I'm very proud of both of you, as you know. I just want you to be safe. And hopefully I have impressed upon you that if I am spending all my energy keeping myself safe at this event, hopefully that will suggest to you the importance of showing as little as possible. It is a place of opportunity. It is also a place where we can fall very quickly.
Of course.
I understand.
Now, apologies if that seems stern. It seems an appropriate thing to bring up at this point where we are safe and where that will be reported back. But
It will.
have no, and my thanks to you, Bastian, for having the same thought as myself. We have 24 delightful, wonderful spies. We did something. We, as nobles, were roused from our normal residence, and we made a change in this city. And now I suggest that this delightful fly around the grounds will become a daily event. So we will count them out. And then we will have some time where we are comfortable that we may speak amongst ourselves. And that is something I will just have to get used to, as well as cleaning up after this, glancing down. Do you have any questions at all?
No, I think you've been very clear and concise.
As far as the purchasing of presents and the like, Andy, I just need to be reminded, what's the name of the lady who we saved her naked life while we two were naked in the naked scene we had?
I have
I don't know why
notes.
that stuck in my mind.
It is Madame Dorothy Colbert.
So just to give you an idea how to character, in the week that's coming, she will be calling upon her to sort of pay up that debt that she has of which may now, I was going to save it up to be some sort of boon for future time, but that may need to be converted into cold hard credit to
Yep.
actually be able to get a present and clothes at this stage.
Okay.
But otherwise she will probably touch their cheeks fondly of her two favorite nephews, in inverted commas, and lead them back out in a much more pleasant way. But she just felt she had to give that advice when the 24 spies were out doing whatever they do.
So paranoid. I mean, it's a gift of intelligent blackbirds.
Yes.
I think as soon as the Duchess's back turns, I'm just going to push Bastian, not in like not like hard, but just like
It's
just
like, oh, they've started.
yeah, just like an affectionate, just like nudge on the shoulder,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
carry on.
Perfect. Okay. So is it just the two of you, or is Chloe or Valère coming to the shop as well?
I'm happy to be accompanied if they want to come. I can't see Chloe wanting to be that far from the Duchess, to be honest.
Quite
Does it
possibly.
have to be a gift per person, or is it a gift from
No,
everybody?
it's a family gift, so you only need one gift. But all of you, especially Jean-Claude, he knows how expensive this shop is, and it's probably going to take more than just simple coin. But you never know. I mean, Jean-Claude has a contact there.
Yeah. Well, I think we need to go and see what there is and pick something out, and then we know what we have to try and get together to
Absolutely.
get the thing.
Absolutely. So
Valera, call my fits, okay?
you want to
Yeah,
come? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Um,
Maybe not the axe though.
I'll leave that stuff behind.
okay.
Can the Duchess have asked Valère? I mean, I don't know when we're going, whether we're going to the shop straight away. Valère to maybe do some reading around our hostess and maybe the location where this is taking place, just to see if it's in its history there is anything interesting that we might be able to weave into a gift, whether it's a crest or a legend about the location that then can be put into some sort of artistry, just to show that it's not just going to be as an expensive gift. There's going to be some thought around it. And frankly, with the Duchess's history rolls, she'd rather pass that on to someone else to look at.
Yeah, that's fine. If there's some
That sounds
sort
like a
of
good
Barbie
job.
to tell me that information around.
Yeah. I mean, previously on, during the last sort of session, you are a studious individual and you have contacts in the city, bookshops and libraries. This is something that you can do whilst in the port as well, if you want to. Absolutely. It kind of definitely fits. I'm just kind of making sure I've got the name of the port.
I'll leave my shield and axe behind as well.
Yep. Okay. I mean, there's no danger here. This is a civilized place. I mean, there are peasants about, but they are just, let's face it, peasants. Not going to cause you any trouble. Okay, so you set out.
I would like to suggest, when he's looking things up, that he maybe put together a top list of presents from the past, and correlated with the people who have come out of the experience well.
Okay, wow, you really want to do your research. Excellent. I don't blame you. It is just like Duchess said. I mean, you could have your entire estate taken away from you. You could find yourselves in the Chateau d'If, where you visited last time. just by a nod or a word from Zadre on air, you could go from riches to rags. So getting it right is very important. She is not the kind of individual that likes to be disappointed. You all know that without any kind of research. So,
Well, I know if these come up every 1 to 5 years, and the people who she's pleased with get special honors,
yeah.
it might be possible to find out what those people brought.
Well, it's not so much there are balls and parties all of the time on a
Oh yeah,
weekly.
I know. Just these special ones, I mean.
Yeah, this Massacre Masquerade is once in 5 years, but gifts are
the gifts are all the time.
Yes, absolutely. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. No, not just for this one special occasion. No, you go to her party, you want to make sure there is something nice that you can pass on to her.
Well, that just means that there's more information to be found.
Absolutely.
That's a bonus.
I like your positive thinking here, Bastian. I think it's very refreshing.
I have every faith in Valaire's research skills.
Yeah.
If you can put that together for me, I'd be really pleased.
That's not a problem at all.
Okay.
I do my best.
So first of all, though, the shop. You head off. It doesn't take you long to get there. As I say, they've kind of shrunk down this domain of dread somewhat, as far as I'm aware, anyway. And this is an edifice to retailing. This is most definitely not just a shop, but an experience. The smells, the theatre of it is magnificent. Everything is highly polished, glass displays, beautiful mannequins, some of which are clockwork and kind of greet you when you come in. It's on 5 stories. It is massive. There is a food hall in the basement. It's not a basement, it's just obviously it is a basement, but it's not a basement, if you know what I mean. There is a patisserie where you can have fine drinks and cakes. There's even at the top a sort of bar where you can get refreshing alcoholic drinks. And in between, there are all manner of beautiful wonders to purchase. I'm assuming, in fact, I'm not going to assume anything. I'm just going to say, you arrive. What would you like to do?
I would like to nudge Jean-Claude and say, perhaps if you could find your friend.
Oh yeah, no, they'll be straight through the door. They're like a personal shopper, so I'm assuming they'll be there. Ophelia will be right there, but if not, they'll make themselves known, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is pure moments where Ophelia Lee arrives, and she is dressed immaculately, very smart. She smiles sweetly and says, Jean-Claude, it is so wonderful to see you once again. And this is your cousin?
Hello, Ophelia. Lovely to see you again. Yes, this is Bastian. Say hello, Bastian.
Charmed to meet you.
She smiles
Mademoiselle.
and nods. And who is this curious individual here? Pointing to Valère.
This is Valère. Just sort of a family acquaintance. Family acquaintance, aren't you, Valère?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Those items that you were interested in last week, we have still got them put aside for you.
Lovely. Yeah, I probably we're here for a bit more sort of other items at the moment. I'll probably come back tomorrow so we can give those a proper.
Oh, it is okay. There is no rush, as you very well know.
Thank you. That's lovely. we're actually here. We want to just have a little lucky loo around. We're after a particularly nice present.
A present, not for a lady woman, I hope.
Oh, of course not, Ophelia. Of course not. We're out of like there is no this would be something that would be quite impressive status wise to say that we are going to the masquerade
Oh,
ball.
absolutely. Yeah, there's no secret with this. This is a big thing. Only the
Okay.
very prominent and important people get invited to this kind of thing.
Okay. So a quick he will puff out his chest a little bit and go, actually, Ophelia, we're off to the masquerade ball and we're in need of a very lovely gift.
You lie.
No, no, no.
Really?
Yeah.
Get out of it. Wow, that is magnifique. Really,
Exactly.
you have come up in the world.
Yeah,
Well,
the Honor Courts really. This is, it's just a standard day for us. So, we need something to impress, and I thought, Opelia's the best person to sort of show us around.
we have a list of many of the items she has put a name down for. She likes to be specific. Let me only the best for you. Please come.
Of course, of course.
Unfortunately, the item of her first choice has been reserved, but there are a few other items that kind of her second and third and fourth choice that I'm sure will be just as well received. Please follow me.
Okay.
You're very kind. What was the first choice item?
Well, it is for you. I will show you. Yes,
I'll give
yes.
her my most charming smile.
She kind of guides you up through the shop, and she takes you into what is a very expensive looking kind of storeroom. It's out of bounds to the general public, but it's still very well appointed. And there is what appears to be um, quite a large, maybe 3 foot by 3 foot, what appears to be sort of box, but it is covered with a beautiful sort of black velvet cloth. She sort of says, "Shh, shh, okay, this is amazing." She has become very fascinated uh, with the transmogrifying of the beast. It is all the rage. She has perhaps set it, and she carefully sort of lifts the cloth up, and you basically see that sort of sitting in there are 3 mice, each of them with a little cloth across their eyes. It is 3 blind mice, and they know the rhyme. Do you want me to get them to perform for you?
Oh yes, please. That would be lovely.
She, she doesn't kind of treat them as if they are beasts. Gentlemen, we have audience that wish you to sing the rhyme for them, and they kind of stagger, and they most definitely are blind. Each of them have got this small little sort of stick that they start tapping on that, and then they do a little jig and dance, and just like the blackbirds, they sing a song that you can understand. And they sing 3 blind mice, 3 blind mice. See how they run, see how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife who cut off their tails with a carving knife. Did you ever see such a sight in your life as 3 blind mice? and then they all sort of bow. It
I will
is,
give a muted clap. So
I'll
I'm not
give them,
actually
yes,
clapping. Just
I'll give them like a gentle clap.
mm,
Very, very well done, gentlemen.
and they sort of bow. It is our honour. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription. And she sort of and she puts the cloth back down.
And they were mouse-sized, yeah.
Yeah.
Like when they're transmogrified, it's
Yeah, these haven't been enlarged. These are still sort of mice
So it's
size.
like an awakened kind of.
A kind of a
Yeah.
combination of both awakened and transmogrified. Again, you maybe, because you are nobles, have heard it's an incredibly expensive magic to be had, but it is the rage against the richest of the rich nobles to replace these horrible, smelly, ghastly, undead footmen and servants with these curiosities.
okay.
so, I know it's slightly uncouth to talk about this sort of stuff, but Ophelia, darling, how much does that go? Did that go for?
As I say, the prominent Mandau family have already reserved it. They've even put money down. So it is impossible. It is.
Oh,
Is,
Oh, I believe Jean-Claude was just curious, my dear lady.
yes, just to see how much those
Just
went
very
for.
impressive creatures.
they are. It has come in for 100. Yes.
Are you still there, Andy? Sorry.
Yeah, it's come
I
in
think you
for.
cut out.
Sorry,
It's like,
it has come in for just 100.
Oh,
100 gold.
No, 100,000. Sorry, I thought
I
you.
was gonna say.
You.
that was
Of course,
yes.
of course.
100 was a surprising amount.
Mm.
Ah,
100,000. That's fine.
Yeah, much more reasonable.
Mm.
But as I say, it is gone. But do not despair, eh? Do not despair. Let me make your frowns into smiles. I would very much like to do that, Jean-Claude. The other items, it is not the very best, but I'm sure you will like these. I will show you the other top 3. Yes.
That would be very, very kind.
The first one, it is magnificent, and she sort of leads you down, and she kind of takes you up to the very top floor, and she moves you across to a mannequin. And on this mannequin is this incredibly beautiful sable fur coat. It is beautifully crafted, but as you kind of begin to look at it, you realise the train of the coat basically sort of wraps around the base and snakes off down and around the shop and drops down to the next floor and down and around, and you kind of think you saw this train on each of the floors, and you realise the train of this coat is probably just under a mile long.
Okay. And this is going for, sorry?
This is the second choice, and it is merely 75.
So only just a paltry 75,000.
Yes, it is beautiful. It is.
Lovely.
It is not singing and dancing like the favourite, but it is close to second best.
Of course. The next item?
Aha, this is curious. She kind of takes you around, and there is no other way to describe it, as there is a clear jar with a brain in it.
Oh.
This is most interesting. It is the brain of the philosopher and court mage known as Dr. Clovis Bonk. And some say that it is still alive.
Right. Okay. Okay. And this and the cost of this one?
It is the same as the coat.
75,000. Sure.
Yes. I mean, are you looking for something a little bit more? Is 75 knots? You wish to stretch the boat out for such a party? Yes.
Look, Ophelia, I need to be honest with you. These are very lovely items, but I need to ask the question: is there anything that we can do to unreserve those mice? Because I think as going in, with those would be really good. If there's anything we can do for you, to sort of sweeten the deal.
She smiles sweetly. Give me a persuasion roll. Okay, very good. She smiles and says, well, if you have set your heart upon the mice and not either of these two items or the final one.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect by these. These are lovely. But we want to make the best impression that we possibly can. So going in with that best item would really help us.
It is out of my hands, unfortunately. The manager, you know the manager. He is Auguste Robic. He is not a nice man, but perhaps there is something. I don't like to be a gossip.
Of course.
But he has been having relationships with one of the shop assistants here.
Yeah, crikey.
He's already married, and these tourists are disgraceful. I am not 100% certain, but I believe he has also taken something from the store without paying for it to gift to this Roxanne.
You're so useful, Ophelia. You really are. Thank you for all of this information. What is the what have they taken from the store?
Tittletails has got to me that it is a pair of ruby slippers, far beyond his wages and certainly beyond that woman's. If you could locate them and return them to the store, they are, you see, unique. And if there is no sales record and it was discovered to be elsewhere, I'm sure the scandal would give you much weight to your arguments.
Some ruby slippers. Okay.
You're very, very kind to my poor cousin. Would it be possible for us to just peruse the list? I would like to have a sense of my hostess, and I think the list of what things are interesting to her will give me a feel for her. Obviously, the items you've shown us are practically perfect in every way, but
well,
it is a small pool to learn the lady's personality from. Do you have perhaps a list?
There
So where?
is. I mean, the final item I was going to show you is just here on the way to the office, but you could see that, and it is most interesting. Whilst you observe it, I will go and get you a list. Yes?
Thank you.
It is a masterpiece, a work of art, a painting by the artist Van Klomp. I'm sure you have heard of him.
Oh, of course. I
No.
don't collect them myself, but I do admire his work.
And she takes you across, and there's quite a large sort of piece of art. It is called the Fallen Madonna. It is here. It is slightly cheaper. It is only 50. But I can see that you are after something worth much more.
Oh, yes, the insight into our hostess's personality is priceless.
And with that, she sort of nods and she heads off into the offices to try and find you this list.
Do you see a pattern, Jean-Claude?
There is just there's nothing behind the eyes of John Claude. So he just looks at you just blankly. What?
I'll pat him on the back. Okay, you just continue being nice to the lovely young lady.
Okay.
Don't spend any of Auntie's money yet.
How much money do we have? I was just
We didn't bring money today.
right.
Today was to establish what we would need to bring. It would be dreadfully awful to be stuck here with the actual money, able to pay for these things and put our aunt in debt. No, that cannot happen.
Okay.
But I'm hoping the list will also tell us where these things were sourced.
Okay.
We may be able to go straight to the source and get something of interest to her.
Okay. He says, not understanding.
Not
anything.
understanding at all. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. No.
sure.
Sounds. Tell you what. When Feely comes back, you take the lead. I'll just sort of stand and smile.
No. You're doing fine. She has she clearly likes you very much.
Yes.
But you just thank her for you thank her and keep her entertained while I study the list.
Okay. Sure.
Good
So
show, Jean-Claude.
she's not very long, and she returns and she says, here you go. This is everything that we have in stock. These items here have already been reserved. These items are still available. But a word of advice, if I may be so bold. If you really want to make an impression, well, it has to be the mice. She seems to have an obsession for such
With the
things at the
mice.
moment.
Thank you for your advice. I will just be a moment. I'm sure Jean-Claude has been longing to speak to you.
Oh, it is always a pleasure. Jean-Claude, you two look very similar.
Yes,
That...
devilish good looks run in the family. Really.
Oh, absolutely, both of you.
Yeah. It's a family. It's not unusual.
Oh,
So,
indeed.
What time do you finish today?
I'll give her a wink. I would like to study the list now that she's flirting. I want to get what's already. I want to kind of look at what's already reserved, who's reserved them.
Yeah.
What's already been shipped, where they came from. Any of that stuff I can get would be ideal.
Yeah, I mean everything is sourced from this store, basically.
Yeah.
It's
But the store obviously gets it from somewhere. Like they did. I don't think they did their own grave digging to get the brain of a philosopher.
No, but I mean that isn't on the list.
Fair enough.
It's not a list of things that have been sourced. I mean, this is very much a case of there is an arrangement with Sadre that she chooses things from this store, and it's basically an Amazon wish list.
Okay.
In effect, but you can certainly get a feel for the kind of items that she has put on her list, and you could go off road and very much attempt to find something that is similar, but something that she's not actually asked for. If you want to walk that a knife's edge, it could go either way.
It could. It's worth considering. I'll make my own kind of rough notes so that I can share this with the Duchess when we return. And there was something else. It's gone. I'll just focus on that.
Okay. And she is more than happy to see you after work tonight. If you are offering to take her, she says, "What are the plans? What would you like to do?"
Yeah, just night on the town, something like that. We can let our hair down, sort of metaphorically, and not letting this sort of
But of
my side
course,
plot change. Just a bit of lunch, sort of bit dinner and drinks, maybe a bit of dancing, something like that.
hmm hmm and I mean, if the manager of this garot was disgraced, I am perhaps the next choice to fill his shoes.
It's
She
very
smiles.
interesting. Okay, well, tell you what, let's I'll meet you here at the end of the in the evening. We can try and discuss some ruby slippers, eh?
Indeed. Shh. I
Of
didn't know.
course.
I remembered what I was going to ask. Is it that the Auguste Robiquet, he finds curiosities and she picks the ones she likes? So it's his taste that kind of dictates the store. Is that it?
Not so much. He's the manager of the store. I mean, this store has a reputation. I mean, it's selling items far beyond the price of, magical items to nobility. So people would come to the store to attempt to get their items stocked by the store itself. So the store would be approached by people with curiosities and the like.
And have any items from the wish list already shipped?
Yeah, a few items have been taken, but they're kind of middling. There's nothing that is as expensive as those items. So in no way, I mean, you have narrative agency here. It depends how much you really want to make an impression, really.
Yeah.
How much
Oh,
is
sorry, I was just wondering if something's maybe gone to a rival family already. It'd be terrible if it went missing.
Yes, I mean, again, if you want to throw yourself into such intrigues, there are a few names on there that you recognise.
I'll pencil them onto my list to discuss when we get back.
Okay. Valère, you were trying to ask something.
Have I found anything what's gone down well in the past, what we've got similar?
Okay. Give me a history roll. This or history or investigation. Very good. Yeah, it's difficult. The last big party, the last Massacre Masquerade was 5 years ago, and you get the impression that Sadre de Honor is mercurial, is liquid. Her tastes change, and there's no guarantee that even if you were to buy these mice, that in a week's time she still would be obsessed by this fad. So looking at the history of the kind of things that she's had before doesn't really help. She certainly likes the finer things in life. She certainly likes a beautiful, expensive jewelry. In fact, you are amazed that there is a circlet, a crown that she was gifted that seems to be almost priceless at one point. That would be stored in her estate as well. So you get what you draw from this is kind of useful in the fact that she's changeable, and you also get the impression that those that did not please her really suffered. They are no longer noble houses anymore. Those that pleased her, rose to prominence. Some of them have faded away again because they haven't continued to please her. It's very much a case of once you have drawn her attention, you have to consistently keep that attention by improving on what you're doing all of the time. So quite a large amount of information, as Bastian says, running to stay in place.
And sorry, one last thing, Ophelia. Do you have any idea where these ruby slippers would be, just as a starter for 10?
Well, I mean, whilst I was getting the list, I thought it might be of use to you. Here's the address of that wanton Roxanne.
Roxanne.
And he gives you the address. Sorry, she gives you the address of Roxanne Lorenz.
Okay, I've got a rare idea in my head here. Can you just show me the manager just really quickly, please? Don't have to introduce me, just so I can get a look.
No, but of course, she kind of leads you through the shop and points at kind of quite a large, overweight individual. He's human, probably late 40s, early 50s. He's immaculately dressed, but you can kind of see there are sweat stains underneath his arms.
Okay, I just want to get close enough so I can hear him talk, not necessarily to me. Just hover around until I get what he sounds like.
He's kind of the master of this retail experience, and he's moving around, talking to people, shaking hands. It's not a problem spending some time observing him.
Cool. So I will turn to Ophelia and say, okay, I guess I'll see you tonight.
I look forward to it.
Anything else you chaps need from here? What have you got?
Oh, I'm perfectly happy. Thank you. It was delightful to meet you, Ophelia.
Likewise too. Yeah, likewise. And she kind of is looking between the two of you.
Right, onwards and upwards then, eh?
Yes. Have a great evening, you two.
Okay, so the scene is cut there. Have you done all of your investigations there?
Yeah.
Did you want to report back to your aunt, or are you going about it? There's still a good few hours before Ophelia finishes work.
So I guess as we leave, okay, so it might be worth speaking to Auntie quickly before we go with these slightly nefarious plans, especially after the talking to we got this morning.
Yes.
But one idea I had is if we want to go down the ruby slipper route. Now I know what that chap looks like. I could just change my appearance to look like him. He seems like a bit of an arse, so I could just act like a bit of an arse, come in, say I need them, and just leave quickly in and out. But I suppose I would want Auntie's blessing before I did something like that.
That is a pretty astute plan, Jean-Claude. Do you think the slippers might make a good present?
More for bribery more than anything.
I knew that was what Ophelia wanted, but they seem on theme for the current interests.
I mean, we could gift them, and then they could be used as bribery for that shop, so she could just get whatever she wants at any time.
Possibly.
She could do the bribery, couldn't she?
Yes. Or possibly we could exchange them for one of the other items, perhaps the brain.
Let's let's go to the honest because there might be some raised eyebrows with this plan, I feel. So let's see what she says.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Um, doesn't take you long to return back to your family estate. Whilst all that was going on, Chloe and the Duchess, did you want to do anything whilst the three individuals are out kind of researching a present?
I think we thought we were coming, but
Yeah, I know. I think we got
But-
a bit lost.
but
Okay.
We went
equally,
into a back room, so it'd be ideal if we could just meet up with you here.
Yeah.
And
Okay, no, if you, sorry, I thought you were sort of relaxing whilst
no,
the lads. No, if you wanted to keep an eye on them and out
I'm
there.
not sure if the Duchess would allow them to go out on their own without
no,
supervision.
no,
to be
no.
honest.
I think it was in my head. Once I'd realised that they were going off to do their thing, it was a nice thing that you get there to this big Fortnum and Mason type shop,
Yeah.
and the Duchess is sort of pottering around while they go off.
Yep.
Maybe arranging to have, I'm imagining, and this may be entirely wrong, that there are sort of coffee salons and things
Yeah,
like that.
absolutely. As I say, there's a patisserie downstairs, and then there's this very exclusive kind of bar upstairs. So plenty of places for you to sort of relax and wait for the business to be done. Sorry. Yeah, so you don't need to even travel home. You can catch up.
at the patisserie.
I don't know where would the Duchess prefer to have spent her time?
I think somewhere like that again, because didn't sort of get opportunity to sort of say what she would like as soon as possible to arrange a meeting with Madame Dorothea, which needn't necessarily be today, but sort of the cogs could be put in motion today.
Absolutely.
A note sent, and then perhaps another meeting with her, especially once she's discovered the prices that people are going for
Yep.
here. But no, otherwise, I think I think perhaps treating Chloe to whatever she would like or not like. Treating her more of an equal, because obviously she can't just hover behind. So sit down and spend some time with Chloe
Perfect.
at the patisserie.
So we'll certainly can say that you have contacted Madame Coulbert, and you are awaiting your nephew's return, which they do. It's not taken a huge amount of time to achieve that. And what information do you want to share?
So I'll slide my notes across so that I don't have to say everything out in public.
Okay.
But I'll indicate. So we saw the top few items on our list. I'll point to them and the prices I've written. The singing mice have already been spoken for by the Mandown family. And then I'll go further down the list to show kind of the other types of things that she's interested in. So there's the top three, but I wrote down other things. These have been taken by other families as well. What is the price range? What does it go from? Obviously, it goes up to 100,000. What's
the cheaper is about 10,000.
10,000 is the cheapest.
Yeah.
And some of those have gone, presumably.
Yeah. People have want to gift something, but don't want to spend. And I like to point out that these are incredible sums of money.
They really are.
Yes.
Yeah. So Jean-Claude's friend actually put him onto a good track. Perhaps Jean-Claude should get the credit and explain that to you.
I'll take a seat. I don't know how you feel about this, so I thought we'd run it past you. But a feelie up there mentioned that yes, there are some things that are taken. There are some very expensive items in there, but there is a opportunity which may require a bit of nefarity on my part. The manager has been playing away, so to speak. There are some red slippers which would condemn him, I suppose. So we'd finding those and getting those tonight.
They left the store without a sales slip,
Yes,
Oh,
and
wow.
they're
exactly.
in the impression of. I believe we understand they're in the possession of his shop assistant and lady friend.
And they are at said lady friend's house. So I did have an idea, but especially after this morning, I just wanted to run it past you. I could go and retrieve them via one way or another, and use those to potentially bring some prices down.
Well, yes, certainly. I am sure this manager would be very grateful to anybody who had corrected this clearly oversight on his part, this accidental removal of goods. I imagine that your lady friend would be greatly rewarded by being able to address this egregious yet understandable mistake on his part. Out of
She
character,
has
can I
also
just say I love the fact that you have a talking to auntie voice.
Yes, it's much softer than is normal, especially after this morning.
Just when you started talking, I went, "Oh my god, that's gorgeous."
He does also believe that were he to disgrace himself, that the position would become open to her, and she obviously has a established relationship with Jean Claude.
Now that is thinking to the future, which we, I think, must do here.
Yes,
So very, very good getting hold of this information. Remember when you were at the medieval fantasy version of boarding school, which I don't know what that would be called.
Sure.
I'm
The
sure there must
Fosters, I think.
Academy.
be academy. Thank you. And a new year of students came in, and perhaps you were kind enough to invite them to their first social event. And there would always be that one who tried a little bit too hard, who
Yes.
went for the biggest entrance, went for the finest clothes, was trying too hard to impress. That's something we need to avoid. We need to. How did we come to the attention of our esteemed host?
Through her friend.
And did we come to her attention by giving her a present or by our actions?
Actions.
So she knows full well we are not a house of any great repute at the moment. It has been a long road to get where we are, but we are where we are. So we must walk a fine line between recognizing that a gift must be given, recognizing that the gift given must be of a level that is not crippling the house as the child would do going to one of your soirees, spending all of their allowance for the entire term on a fine hat. It may impress in the immediate, but what does that say about that individual at the academy? Not a wise individual, not someone who can be relied upon for a favor later on because they will have run out of money. So we must make sure we are not that foolish child. We must almost also recognize that a gift that is acceptable, a gift that recognizes the world in which we live in, but is not too ostentatious. Recognize the relationship we have. We came to notice through deeds. We are giving a gift which is appropriate, but not one that perhaps seeks favor, because we will seek favor through our deeds. And I regret to say currently at our state of pecuniary priority, that is what our strongest gifts can be currently. So this list is ideal. We get to see which of the other houses of which we are of appropriate level. We can jockey beyond them a little, but perhaps not to the top. However,
No.
the fact that you have a relationship with this young lady, Jean-Claude, marvelous, and I think an excellent plan of yours, perhaps not to be directly spent upon this particular outing, but certainly a relationship to be encouraged within the levels of propriety. She is, after all, staff.
I think all this time, whilst the Duchess has been giving a very insightful sort of teaching lesson, he's just been sort of wistfully looking away into like the distance, and then he just hears John Claude and goes, "Yes, okay, so
It's blank behind there again, isn't it?
I go and get the slippers."
Oh my
I'll explain.
She
I'll
looks
explain to you on the
briefly,
way, Jean-Claude.
Yeah, she looks at Bastien and goes, "Yes, Jean-Claude.
Right.
We all have our own strengths, and I think yes, if you focus on that, I think that would
Okay.
be best for all of us."
Sure. Right. Back shortly.
Right.
You're doing it now.
Oh, so should I wait?
It is your plan.
Yes,
Um,
Jean-Claude, you should wait. She's still at work. The
Right.
gentleman is still at work.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I thought that, if I turned up looking like him and he's there, then that's going to cause some confusion, right? My plan is to try and get there when it's just her. Is she working today? I don't know. I haven't seen her.
Find that out and then adjust your plan appropriately. But no, it is a good point. He could have return. If she is not working today, then it will be a nice surprise for her to
Yeah.
have him take some time off work to spend some time with her. But check and find out. But a very good idea, Jean-Claude.
Okay. I'll
Have
go
a
speak
cake.
to Ophelia. Thank you. And I will pop up and just ask Ophelia very quickly if this other lady is actually at work today, or if she's got a day off that I can just pop in.
Did you need her to be not working?
No, so John Claude's plan basically is to disguise himself as the
No,
manager.
she's asking you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm gonna go.
I mean,
pay
she's
him.
currently at work, but I mean, I would not wish, and she touches your hand, for you to think bad of me. But I have a supplicant that I could perhaps put into her drink, and it would make her a little ill, and she would perhaps request the day off, the rest of the day off.
He blinks a few times at the word supplicant, and then just says, "Yeah, no, that sounds lovely. If you're okay doing that, and I'll pop there in a few hours."
Oh, it's quite fast acting, I would imagine.
Okay, lovely.
It messes with her sort of bowels.
Lovely. Okay. Yeah, sure. Sounds great. If you wouldn't mind popping the supplicant in, and then I'll pop round shortly after.
Okay. I mean, if the manager was to have to resign, that would shine very favourably upon me.
Of course. Say no more.
I'm sure I could make things a lot easier for you to obtain many of the items that we've got reserved for you at the moment.
Yes. We'll come back to those, I suppose, tomorrow. Okay. So we've got a bit of a plan, haven't we?
Yeah, it sounds fine. Absolutely. Well, I will see you tonight.
Yes. Okay. And I'll just give me the rough directions to this lady's house, and then I'll see you tonight.
I thought I'd already gave you the
Oh,
address.
have you? Oh, apologies. Okay.
she absolutely did.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she kind of she's not stupid, basically, and she basically tells you what you need to do.
Yeah.
She wants to make sure that she's invested in you achieving what she's done, and she's now beginning to get a little bit kind of, have I chosen the right person here?
Yeah.
This
Silly
is the
things that
address. You go
conversation
out of
like
here. It is.
Look.
Do you wish to repeat that back to me?
No, don't worry, I've got it. It's fine. It's fine.
Splendid. Okay. Well, a little later then. I look forward to it.
Sure. See you later.
And sort of a degree of sort of time passes, and she has pointed out this Roxanne to you, and you do indeed see, maybe half an hour later, a very pale, kind of somewhat panicked, kind of sort of slightly holding her midriff, kind of rapidly leaving the store.
So I will very quickly just give a nod to the rest of the Johanna courts and sort of give her a little bit of time to. Maybe Jean-Claude just wants to follow behind so he does actually get the right house, but
Okay.
just follow behind and then make sure that he's there.
Yeah, there is no difficulty. She's moving quite rapidly, but she can't afford a cab or anything like that.
I'll
Carriage.
follow behind Jean-Claude in case he
Okay.
gets into any trouble.
Because
And
she's
in case, make sure we're on track.
because she's in a degree of distress. She's not particularly looking if she's being followed or anything like that. So very rapidly, she moves through the city to one of the poorer areas. You sort of now have gone into sort of the area where it's less cobbled and more muddy, and it's definitely where it's on the edge of where the peasant folk would be within Port de Lucine, and she goes into a small number of apartments basically, but you've got the address. It is not difficult.
I will let a small amount of time pass, just 5-10 minutes, something like that. Find somewhere quiet to cast disguise self and disguise myself as the manager.
I would like to meet up with Jean-Claude before he goes in.
Yep.
Hello.
I had an idea.
Okay.
It might lend. I don't know what story you were planning on telling the young lady.
I was just going to say, no, go ahead.
Well, I'll pull my cloak up, and I will change the cloak to be kind of a gendarme police cloak. Perhaps I could accompany the manager to her apartment, not say anything, but by my presence indicate that you are trying to get these things back before you have to be arrested, that you're presenting it as a misunderstanding.
So you're like the the police, and you're saying that they're just I've told you as the police that we've done this in error, and you're here to sort of like
escort you back with them.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, no, do that. That's fun, isn't it?
Okay.
So yeah, we'll do that. I will if Bastien is a policeman. I will go run. If they're in apartments, I will go and knock on her door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Officer Crabtree.
Okay. Absolutely. A few moments pass. You hear, one moment, I'm indisposed, and there is the horrible sound of someone as bowels expelling, and moments pass, and the door sort of creaks open a little bit, and she sort of looks in, and she sees you, Auguste. Auguste, I'm so pleased that you. Were you worried? Were you worried? I feel so ill.
He I've seen him being a bit of an ass anyway, haven't I? So I will point to the policeman, and in the voice that I've heard him speak before, say, we haven't got time for this. I've just those ruby slippers that we definitely brought here by accident. This policeman's here to make sure that we take them back to the store without issue. Of course, because you know that, don't you? So I just need to grab them and go very, very quickly.
Yes. Yes. She.
I'm told this is all a simple misunderstanding.
Yes,
Yes.
a shipping error?
Yeah. Oh, I've got to go to the toilet under the bed, and she just
Okay.
runs into the water closet, as it is really. It's more really there's not because this is a sort of peasant thing. It's more akin to a commode, but there's a little curtain that she sort of pulls across. It's just there, but please take it. It was a mistake.
Yes. Explain that to Officer Crabtree here. So yeah,
in,
we'll be
in,
got you sort yourself out. She's all
insert horrible, gross noises coming from the water closet.
right. Go under the bed, get the shoes, and get
They
out of there.
they are just
Yeah.
there, and when they said ruby slippers, they meant slippers with rubies sort of stitched to it. These are not red slippers. These are so expensive.
Yeah, keep them in the box and say, "Oh, I'll see you later, I suppose." And then
Well, yeah. Please don't stay. I'm so embarrassing.
yeah,
Feel better soon, young lady.
I think I'm dying.
and then yeah, we'll go and successfully grab them and
Yeah,
not.
give a triumphant nudge and walk out.
Okay, yeah, you leave it simple as that. You know, you did the research. You have the skills. This poor individual, um, very uncomfortably says goodbye to you. You have achieved it. Congratulations. You have a pair of very expensive ruby slippers.
And I will hand them to Bastian when we leave and say, the rest of the plan. I think let's go speak to Auntie and see what the approach is here.
Okay, so
Seeing how expensive these look,
mhm,
would these likely put us in the mid-range that we need?
possibly, except there's no sales slip for them. They are definitely stolen goods, and if you were
That's true.
trying to resell them, you might get fingered yourself for the theft.
Good point.
But yeah, I mean,
But they are in that range, are they?
yeah, you reckon that these are exquisite, and uh, it's kind of designer, whilst the rubies and everything else are worth something. The manufacturer, the person that has created these shoes, and gives it that extra value. And you reckon these probably the shop would be selling them for about 25,000.
Okay. So it is in the middle range.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
so it's perfectly good blackmail for a middle range present.
well, even more if I mean, obviously Jean-Claude we have discovered isn't the perhaps sharpest, but you, Bastian, also overheard, and if it was used to blackmail, you could probably get more for it.
That's true.
That's why Jean-Claude is handing you the slippers at this point, because
Yeah, but we want to stay somewhere in the middle.
Well, the Duchess has made that clear, and you heard her instructions. But it is up to you what you want to do. So I'm assuming you're not going to go back. Duchess, Valère, and Chloe, whilst they headed out to follow this poor Roxanne, what are the three of you doing?
Imagining the worst possible things that could happen.
It's like, oh dear.
Okay.
Counting every moment until they return.
Have you arranged a place for them to return? Are you waiting, eating in this patisserie? Have you arranged a different place to go, or meet up?
We've made our way up to the bar now.
To steady our
From the
nerves.
patisserie.
One of the other things that would be useful is not necessarily to buy anything, but to peruse some of the shop we're in. Does it sell many different types of things?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a high-end department store.
I'd like to introduce Valère to the concept of fine dressing, because we will need to buy new clothes, presumably for everybody, for an event like this.
Yeah, as it's been pointed out to you, I mean, you can purchase expensive clothes, but if you really want to make an impression, you would have to visit the godmothers at the 3 yards gable. You don't have to, but if you wanted to make that impression, and it's more a case of not just being right at the top. Most people are expected to make that sort of effort, but it is up to you.
Can we perhaps have a note sent by one of the staff here to arrange a viewing and fitting for perhaps the next day, as these things shouldn't be rushed?
Absolutely. Is that to go and visit the godmothers? Or
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
you can arrange that. Absolutely no problem.
Probably just spend some time talking to Valère about what style does he have?
I don't have much of a style. I just really wear my armor, but I'll try to see what they look like.
There's a whole range of different fine clothes. There are a number sort of designer off the peg items, beautiful sort of slashed sleeved sort of jerkins in the finest kind of leathers and velvet, beautiful shirts, trousers, cod pieces, boots. There is, I mean, this is, if you weren't going to go to 3 Yards Gables to get something extra special, this is a place of fine clothes. So there is a whole range of different stylings, predominantly of the fashion of the day. The thing that you definitely need to ensure that you get, this is a masquerade ball, so getting the right mask as well is very important.
So it was really sort of using this shop as a stepping
Yeah,
stone.
yeah,
So Valère's a bit more comfortable. It's by
absolutely.
the impression he's actually someone who works for a living, unlike the rest of us, apart from Chloe, of course. So he's less likely to have spent hundreds or thousands of gold on a bow tie.
Absolutely. So I mean, you do. It starts sinking in, Valère, that you are probably going to have to dress up if you plan to go to this party to somewhat fit in. But there's all sorts of different styles here, and it probably, maybe, I don't want to put narrative words into your character's mouth, but if you've not been fine clothes shopping before, it's an experience. Oop, someone's cracking on the stream. I don't know who's making some noise there. Um, yeah, there's you can go and try some of these clothes on. They can try and fit, and free drinks are supplied as the Duchess and maybe Chloe sit watching you try various outfits on. It is very much not just a sales service, but an experience as well.
When I try one, I'll probably go for more of a leather type of clothing.
Yep, absolutely. There are some lovely soft suedes, dyed coloured leathers. Very nice indeed. You spend your time doing that, and I guess Bastien and Jean-Claude, you catch up with them as Valère is trying on a number of different costumes ready for the masquerade ball.
Not being a manservant this time, Valère.
No.
He was invited as a guest.
As a
We'll all
guest.
be guests.
Yeah. Yes, it looks very nice. Well done. You look lovely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do
This
make sure you.
costume looks very silly. I don't
Yeah, it looks
understand the
lovely.
reason it.
The key is to feeling comfortable. There will be those there who will be in starched shirts and far too tight bodices, who will ruin themselves by an inappropriate word or gesture. Clothes can get you so far, they can also be terribly damaging. So it is much better to feel comfortable at these events and with the experience of choosing clothes like this. And I think we have an idea of your tastes now, Valère, which are very practical and sensible in my view.
Do make sure that no one buys anything today, though. Let's wait
What-
until tomorrow.
What sort of prices are these clothes?
They are expensive. They are nowhere near expensive as the gifts, but they are 10 times the kind of price that you would normally pay for fine clothes. So they're about 150 gold. Some of these outfits. As I say, they are designer. This is a high-end shop. And again, you're not just paying for, you're paying for the name, the person that has designed these outfits.
Okay.
I mean, it's, 150 gold could probably feed the poor district for a week. And when you kind of extrapolate that through to the 100,000 gold for the dancing and singing mice, you could probably end poverty within
Yeah.
quite easily. But this is the society that you have you've been born to. Okay, so what do you are you going to do anything else in this shop? Are you going to do anything with the slippers at the moment, or discuss
Well,
them?
I'm just going to indicate with the box that that we now have them, so that the imagining the worst can cease. We've both returned safely and nominally successfully.
Please tell me that Jean-Claude has remembered to remove his disguise.
Yes, yeah, of course. He wants to go back to his usual handsome self as soon as possible.
sitting at the table in the patisserie, looking like the manager.
He just stood next to the manager with the slippers
I
in his
was
hand,
not-
like, here you go.
I was neither assuming nor judging, but just preparing. Jean-Claude, you seem to have something on your face.
No, he would have dropped it very, very quickly. Go back to his dashing self.
Well, yes, you have to think of the people out there. They can't miss your normal visage for too long.
Correct.
Very generous. Marvelous. Your
So-
objective succeeded.
Is it worth it to produce on somewhere where they got it from? Because apparently, continuously changes his mind on what he likes.
I think this is for a slightly more nefarious reasons. I think we're going
Yes.
to go and present them to the manager. in a bit of a,
Shall we give them some time to find out they're missing and stew on it, or should we do this now?
We need to make him squirm a little.
Oh my.
Yes, I thought if he finds out from other sources that, as far as she knows, she gave them to him, he may then be in a more anxious state when we are in a position to return them and put matters to rights. But we only have a week, so we could very well go see him now, and I'm sure the situation would provide anxiety enough.
So how about okay, I have my date tonight. How about the topic of conversation a lot? I make sure that it's about what sort of discount she can give us, not only for the clothing but for one of these items. And then tomorrow morning, after it has been time to stew, we let the plan commence and go from there.
I'm perfectly happy to wait.
Auntie?
Yes, I will. It has been many years since myself and your late departed uncle. It has been some time, but as long as you can sufficiently distance your entertainments of the evening away from asking how much discount you will be getting, I feel just to be cautious to keep those two topics entirely separate.
Oh, yes,
But perhaps entertaining has changed a great deal since I was young.
possibly, and you don't need to worry about my banter, Auntie. It's one of the few things that I can put my hat on. So Subtlety is the option, I feel.
She's having a bit of a moment again. She was fine with the banter, because that is frequently on display and is marvellously evident. But then you had to bring the word subtlety in, and she's having a moment. She will put her doubts to one side because you have excellent lineage, and will nod and quite so. Well done, the both of you.
Okay.
And
So
indeed, Valere, this is in no way meant to be patronising, but that must have been a very different experience for you. And I have seen people in noble houses be far less accommodating to the staff and far more awkward than you were.
Not something used to, but I have to do it for this event.
It's hard work to go to one of these events. Fun is
And dangerous.
significant hard work.
Okay, so ideas of outfits. It does feel very much like you've gone to this very high-end store just to get ideas so you can go and shop elsewhere.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely it,
Oh,
Andrew.
yeah.
It
And
was
drink
purely
all the
a
free
practice
drinks.
run.
Yeah, and drink all the
Yeah,
free
if
drinks.
not for
Think about
the
it.
if not for the three godmothers, I would be now going to an actor's store
Yeah.
to buy costume versions of what I've seen.
It is. I mean, the Duchess's view is, the godmothers are where they are because of what they overhear people saying in the store. So having a practice run here, and getting used to people measuring in various places, is perfectly valid. I think maybe that it matches up with Jean-Claude's. Oh yes, I'll be back tomorrow and maybe buy it. It'll be, well, you've given us some excellent ideas here, and we'll be sure to be back.
Perfect. Okay, so one assumes that you begin to sort of retire for the day. Jean-Claude, you are planning to. Are you planning to try and wine and dine her, or how do you want this evening to plan out? And is anybody coming with you, or tracking you, sort of shadowing you?
No, I guess I would like mentioned would just be a wine and dine situation. I guess this is in Jean-Claude's wheelhouse.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
So it would just be a wine and dine. Everybody has a nice time. Every now and again, I'll sort of subtly mention or try and subtly mention, what we're some of the things we're potentially interested in, and blah blah blah, and then fade to black, I guess.
Okay. So there is a conversation that she wishes to have with you, though. She's enjoying your company. So she says, the slippers. What is your intentions to do? They are obviously themselves worth a large amount, but they are a key to my heart.
No, wait, do you want the slippers? I thought we were using them to shaft the manager out.
Oh, indeed. The key will unlock my desire to become manager of the store, and you will be the one that holds that key to my heart.
Of course, and that's the plan tomorrow. Giving him sort of this evening to sort of stress and worry about it, and then tomorrow we put that plan into action. He gets we go in, we put these down, we do a bit of fire, resign, or we take this to the authorities. You give us a brilliant discount on all of the stuff that we want, and go from there. Really,
It sounds absolutely wonderful. I can
Yeah,
hardly
glad.
await till tomorrow.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's she just wanted to get it straight in her head that
And in Jean-Claude's head as well.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, so like you said, fade to black, and you convinced her that this is a good way forward. The following day, unless there's anything else anybody wants to do overnight, there's nothing that particularly happens other than you do get a message back that you have been graced with an audience with the godmothers, Duchess. That has been certainly resolved as well. So that has come, and you've also had a message from Madame Colbert that she is more than happy to meet with you at your earliest convenience. You might be on mute if you are talking to me.
No, I was just listening.
Yeah, cool.
So yes, possibly then, depending when the fitting is and how long that will take, perhaps sometime later tomorrow, or if not the day after, if the fitting is likely to take the entire day for a number of people. I don't know how long these take.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Only people that are very interested to go to these very high-profile balls tend to do dealings with the 3-yard gables. Okay, so you have a long rest. The following day, you have 2 things scheduled. The first thing is obviously the blackmail and intimidation of the manager of the Got, and your sort of afternoon appointment at 3-yard gables. So Chloe will notice the Duchess spends some of the time in the evening reading letters and gazing at the portrait of her late husband. Chloe, you notice that if you haven't seen it in chat.
I was writing, so I did not.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're waiting for Jean-Claude to return. But you get up and you head back into the city, assuming that you want to get this just done and dusted and out of the way.
I was gonna respond to.
Yeah. So yeah.
So I'm assuming this is during the night, whilst
Yeah.
the cats are playing or whatever it is they are doing. Is everything all right, miss?
Oh yes. Just things moving a little quickly, my dear.
It has been some time.
Yes, it has.
I know if well, if she's a duchess, I guess would he have been a duke or something?
Yes. Yeah.
So, does he have like a mural or memorial or anything along those lines, like on the grounds or anything?
Yes, I think there would be.
So he'd have like a. I guess he's easily buried there. So maybe I would suggest. Has it been a while since you've been to visit?
No, he's always here. Just sometimes one feels the loss rather more. Yes, it is sometimes striking how much Jean-Claude reminds me of him in his manners, and I do worry so for that young man. His cousin has what is needed for this family, and I love them both dearly, but but they can only live in the way that they live, and one cannot keep on advising them all, or else what will they do? They will, yes. She seems as unravelled as you ever see her. It's not the only time you've seen her this open, but it's not often.
I'm sure with your guidance, miss, they will turn out to be proper gentlemen.
Yes, but sometimes that would not be enough to survive in this somewhat cruel world sometimes. But at any rate, it is getting late.
I'm sure they are quite capable of adapting. They will do well, I feel.
Yes, quite so, as always, Chloe. Oh, my dear, I don't know what I would do. Yes. Ha! So, I think to sleep now and to your rest, Chloe. We will have a busy day tomorrow.
As you wish, Miss.
Thank you, my dear.
Okay. So, with that, you rest up. Dreams are had or not, as the case may be. Following morning, Bastian, do you have any more dreams that you want to put in your book? You might not. Are you on
I'm
mute?
still on mute. I didn't mean to be.
That's okay.
I thought I'd unmuted myself.
No, mute is good when you're not talking, so I appreciate it. Go for it.
Yeah. Let's say I don't remember them today.
That's okay. Yeah, it's fine. So you're refreshed. Nothing to really add to your book. You awake. So the question is, I suppose, as I was saying, are you going to do the thing with the ruby slippers first, and get that out of the way, and then go to 3 Yard Gables this afternoon with your appointment? Is Jean-Claude back? Has he woken up?
Was there anything on the list that we would like to exchange the slippers for? Did the Duchess pick something? If you need more time, we can let him stew a bit.
There's one. Yeah, sorry, you go first.
Sorry, it was purely to use sort of a motor racing metaphor. We're sort of looking for someone who, a level at which we would be making an advancement if we were successful. So we would move over and past and overtake some families who are perhaps near where we are. But
yeah, I mean,
I imagine we're quite low down at the moment. So it's a significant gain, but not an ostentatious risk.
yeah. Give me an insight roll. Okay, that's good enough. You're totally right in your thinkings and your politically manoeuvrings. But this is definitely her wish list. So these are the things that she wants at the moment. If you didn't want to stir things up, sort of gazumping the person that's already reserved on the blind mice would be a mistake. You know, even if you had the leverage to do such a thing, it probably would backfire, not from Sardre, but from the other rival house. The other two items are very ostentatious, and she obviously desires them, but they are a fortune, and it would be seen that you were overstretching yourself. But you think that the fourth one on the list, which is half the price of the three blind mice, the fallen Madonna, this incredible piece of art. I mean, it would be risking Jean-Claude. He would have to really pull out his persuasive stops, but you think he's capable of doing it. You think that would make a good gift, raise you even more in the eyes, but without them thinking that you are overstretching yourself.
Okay. Because you've absolutely picked up what I was trying to go for. We didn't want to make enemies of people who've already invested.
Absolutely.
But to sort of send the message that this house is now on the up. We have been invited to this, but we're moving up at a steady rate. So
Yeah,
the
serious
others,
enough without going, we're here, look at us, kind of thing.
Yeah, sort of overtaking other houses that are kind of also sort of treading water, wanting to stay in good graces, but not having the power to actually do anything to us. I think someone else pointed out, they're treading water at the level they are. We just want to sort of be about that level, since it's been a while since have done anything. Plus, Andy, I have to raise this now. How much money do we have?
Um,
Because I sense
as
sweet.
as with my introduction to the setting of Dementlieu, nobody has any money. Even the richest of people don't have money. It is smoke and mirrors, and I will pay you tomorrow, and it is all about that.
So
It is.
presumably, oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, it is literally a house of cards. Not just you, but this entire society is all about front and all about promise and all about deceit.
Sorry, I'm getting incredibly strong Maelstrom Flambard vibes from this.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So just thinking ahead, the conversation I'm going to have with the person who we protected before, would it be more about strengthening a line of credit than it actually being?
Oh
So,
yes, I mean coin is, well, it's vulgar, you know.
I just want to make sure I approach it in the right way, so I'm not.
No, it's absolutely fine. As I say, it is all about this theatre, and to be honest, with the setting and with decorum and the way that the domain of dread sort of fixates on you, there is part of you that kind of wants to take a little bit of a risk. You know, it's you're quite sensible. You don't want to be stupid and go, right, well, we're going to gazump this other. We're going to take the thing that they've already put their name upon and flash it in their faces. That's not a risk. That is stupidity. But by choosing a slightly more expensive item that is beyond you, it gives you that adrenaline, it gives you that kind of rush of potential risk that the domain demands, really.
Cool, because I think she is thinking that she doesn't want to be too cautious because she is of a previous generation, she's several generations, and this is for the nephews.
Yes.
And they seem very keen about this, and Bastien has a good head on his shoulders, and Jean-Claude is a very sweet boy. And yeah, so yeah, I like the fact that if there's that adrenaline thing as well, then maybe she will be persuaded to the fourth. Because nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Absolutely, and you've got momentum here. You have been invited, and I mean, you wouldn't have been without the ruby slippers. There would be no way that you could have perhaps obtained the fourth item. But you know, the gods, fate, destiny has put these ruby slippers, or maybe just the talents of your fine two nephews, particularly Jean-Claude and his pretty face, has basically put this item more or less in your hands. I mean, you know, why wouldn't you want to take advantage of this situation? You might not get this advantage again.
In which case, especially after having thought about her husband, who Jean-Claude reminds him of, and the risks that perhaps he took in his youth, and thinking, well, we used to do that. Why am I not doing that now? She will certainly suggest to Bastien that, yes, let us go for that. And you do not need to worry about the finances. Let me sort that out. But play your cards as best you can.
We will make it as easy as possible. Is Jean-Claude down for breakfast?
I believe so.
He is always down for a bit of brunch, yeah.
Just relieve Jean-Claude came home.
Perhaps we can continue the same story as with Roxanne. With whatever role you take, I shall accompany you as a gentleman of the police.
How about we do a bit of switcheroony in this one? You take the lead. You know, I could be the police and you can be someone. Feels this specific delicacy feels a bit more in your wheelhouse rather than mine.
Oh, very very good. Yes, you be the policeman this time. Provide some intimidation.
Yeah. So I'll be Officer Crabtree this time, and you can be, you know, whoever you want to be.
Yeah.
Can I just say the
Uh,
Duchess will be reminded of them in their youth playing dress up, getting clothes out of a big wooden box and putting hats on.
Bastian
Oh,
still plays dress up. He just made it his role.
beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This is why I kind of love this. Okay, so
Pull out a handkerchief and hand it to the Duchess.
So I'll turn the cloak into a police cloak again and pass it to Jean-Claude.
Really lovely, thank you.
Okay, so let us do this. You've put everything in place. It's going to be interesting how this is going to play out. You are aware that as rich as these individuals are, kind of in these prominent positions within the shop, they are not nobles. They are shopkeepers, after all. They've risen perhaps above their status from being peasants, but they still work for a living. And you, with that thought in mind, you head out to Grotte de Treasure, the Cave of Treasures, and you tell me you have narrative agency. How are you going to do this?
So it's going to be pretty clear when the gift is given that it's from us. So I'm not going to disguise myself or present myself as someone else. But I will ask Jean-Claude to not have such a similar face to mine. When it comes to, am I on mute?
No,
No,
we're listening.
we're listening.
Sorry, it's just, it was freezing and it said tap to return, and I was like, oh, I'll ask Jean-Claude to have a little bit less of my face as the policeman.
Yeah, I will just. They'll just be just. I'm a human, as a just some generic
Yeah.
looking policeman fella.
Perfect.
And then I'll go to the door, and I will politely get
Sorry,
the attention of one of the.
I'm confused.
Sorry.
This is the shop that you're going to.
Yes, the shop door.
Yeah.
And I'll politely ask one of the people who greet you as you enter to arrange for a quiet word with Monsieur Robiquet, please, on an important but sensitive matter, and I'll glance meaningfully at the policeman behind me.
We'll give him a nod. Just before we got through the door as well, I would have given you a little pat on the back and say, "You've got this," as I give you some inspiration as well.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
So it is a matter of course you are taken up. When he's told about this, he retreats to his office, and you're guided into the back and into his office. His office is nice, for a shopkeeper. He obviously likes the good life. He kind of stands up and please take a seat. Is there a problem?
Well, yes. This is a delicate and sensitive matter. I think perhaps we can have a preliminary discussion of it today. I'll put the box on the table.
Sorry, who are you?
Well, first of all, I'll put the box on the table and I'll open it so you can see the slippers.
Yeah, you see that he knows about this already. His eyes go wide and there is sweat that begins to sort of form on his brow, and he kind of dabs it with his handkerchief.
I'll glance over my shoulder at the human gendarme behind me, and I'll say, we obviously are quite keen not to take this matter too far.
Yes, these went missing. I think we have a thief amongst our staff. I have my suspicion someone that she left in a rush earlier yesterday.
Well, I'm sure the items could possibly be recovered quite easily if an arrangement was made.
Well, these items are here.
I've closed the box.
We must.
I've closed the box and put it back on my lap.
So
I'm happy to search for these stolen items for you. And in return, I believe you will put a reserve and a substantial discount on a particular Van Clamp that has caught my eye.
I do not understand. We must find the thief
Yes,
that has taken
we must.
these.
Yes, someone has very definitely abused their position in this store,
Yes.
taken advantage of their authority, and felt they could make free with goods that did not belong to them. And obviously, this is a terrible thing that we would hate to see happen again. For example, if someone were to substantially reduce the price of a Van Clamp. As a married man with an important and stable position like yourself, very clearly understand the need for discretion in these matters.
I see now. You disgust me. You people coming in here think you can shake me down.
Well, perhaps.
Excuse me, he says with not still stood up, looking down. I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation, do you, my boy?
Oh, I certainly do. What assurances do I have from you that you will go no further?
Well, once the delivery of the Van Clamp has been arranged, surely I would have no further interest in this. And as I say, a married man like yourself must think of his position.
Indeed.
I'll try and emphasize married a bit more.
Indeed. Can you give me a intimidation roll, really, I guess?
Sure.
You've got advantage, which is a good job,
cool.
because obviously there's two of you
That was
there.
right.
And
Yeah.
don't forget, you do have bardic inspiration as well.
That's true. What do I add for that?
It's a D8 at the moment. So
Oh dear.
So we'll definitely use it. Yeah, I was hoping to go more for persuasion, but yeah, I do need to be a bit intimidating for this. So what does that make? That makes 13.
13. Okay. Look, I do not want a chance. I do not wish to deal with your type.
Well, let me make it easier for you.
No, let me make it easier for you. You are interested in the painting, yes?
Yes.
All right. So you let me have those now. You take the painting, and we will say no more about it.
That seems fair.
And then we do not see each other ever again, yes?
That sounds like it would be a very pleasant way to spend the rest of my life.
All right, then we have a deal. All right.
So if you would fetch the painting, I shall meet you outside.
He's just he's trying to work out the best way to do this. Right.
Perhaps it would be easier and put your mind more at rest if you were to deliver the painting. But if you're not happy to do so, we can come back another day.
No,
I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time.
We will resolve this now.
Well then, I will meet you outside.
No,
I'll stand back up.
You stay here in the office.
This is not the situation we have. No, I will meet you outside. You will bring the painting.
I am not going to do this. You could be thugs to mug me in the street. You wait here. I will get the painting and pass the painting to you now.
I'll meet you at the door in front of your staff.
You wish to exchange one item for another in front of all my staff? You think I am a madman?
Well, as you is insisting that you do not wish to do it discreetly.
It's discreetly in this office, yes.
Okay, bring the painting and a receipt then.
A receipt?
Well, surely if I'm walking out the front door of a store with a painting, I should have a receipt.
Yes, but you are not buying it.
This seems a very strange way to describe this transaction.
You are confusing me. You are blackmailing me, and you wish me to...
Oh, no. I'm performing a service, and in exchange, I'm being given access to a painting.
I do not understand. You come in here, you make threats.
No. I don't recall any threats. Let me go over my conversation again. No, I think I'm correct. There were no threats.
Would you like us to make a threat? I can more than capable of doing that.
I don't think threats will be needed. I'm sure this gentleman would like to quietly and fairly resolve this with no trouble on any sides.
There is no fairness. These items, as you say, have been taken from the store with no receipt. And you wish...
By who, I wonder?
Yes, I am saying we must have a thief amongst the staff. We will find that thief, and whoever it is, they will be dealt with. Yes?
You mean whoever it is?
I have my suspicions.
Even if it were yourself?
So we go full circle again. You are accusing me of this.
That was a question.
I have suggested a resolution. You do not seem to be happy with the resolution.
I think you just are too concerned and about this issue. But whoever the person who took it is, maybe it is better if they are exposed and this is brought to public attention. I myself have a simple method of extracting truth. So perhaps we should gather all the staff together and have everybody state explicitly whether they did or did not take these slippers without proper authority. And then with no one able to dissemble, we can certainly arrange for the guilty party to be taken away.
Right, so this is not good, all right? You want the painting, yes?
Yes, please.
All right.
That's very generous.
So this is the way that it is going to work. This is the only way I see it can work. I will get you the painting, yes?
Thank you. That's very kind.
Then you will give me the slippers, yes? And then we will never meet again.
That sounds equitable.
All right. There will be no receipt because you are not buying the painting. Do you understand?
Oh no, you misunderstood. We are getting a discount on the painting, but we shall be returning to pay the balance.
I am so confused. You wish a discount?
That I believe that was mentioned initially, yes.
All right. Well, you give me the slippers, I will write out a slip giving you discount on the item, and then all is good.
Thank you.
All right. He gets some paperwork out and begins to write out a slip. What kind of discount are you thinking?
Let's say 50% with the balance paid in installments.
It is pushing it, but I can have the authority to do such. Kind of fills it out, turns it around, passes it to you.
Thank you. You're a gentleman.
The slippers.
Or almost. These slippers I found here on your floor. There you go.
Oh, this is good. Right, when you are ready, this is good. You can return half the price of the painting. We have made a plan there for you to pay in installments.
Thank you. I look forward to not seeing you again.
Well, likewise. Good day to you all. Now out.
Yep.
And
we'll take our painting and go.
Well, you've got discount off the painting. He hasn't gone to get the painting.
And then I was good. Oh, well, I'm not leaving.
Well,
The idea was I would leave with the painting and a agreement to pay in installments.
okay. Well, you'd have to pay like the first installment up front if you're doing it that way.
Okay. Here is a piece of gold.
Okay, so you're going to go out on the shop floor and see if you can pick up this painting then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you head out onto the shop floor, and there is obviously a sales assistant there. You pass across the document. She sort of looks at it. She scratches her head. It is good to do business with you. There is 50% off this item, which reduces it down to I believe, 25,000.
Yes, which is to be paid in installments starting next month.
It does not say that here. Are you sure?
Oh, I am positive. We had a very long discussion. Frank, earnest, open. We start payments next month.
Okay, give me a persuasion or a deception roll.
Let's say that's more like of a deception thing, really, because it's not even faintly true.
I see. Just one moment. Let me change the date. Kind of crosses it out. So starting next month, yes. You wish it gift wrapped?
That would be beautiful. Thank you so much.
She takes the painting and begins to kind of wrap it up and then puts it into a crate for you and passes it across to you.
Okay, I'll leave with a jaunty whistle.
You have the Fallen Madonna. Well done.
Okay. I shall return home, keeping an eye out in case I'm having tough scent behind me.
Well, give me a perception roll.
Not so great.
You don't appear to be being followed home.
Okay, except by Jean-Claude, presumably.
Yeah, I'm sure Jean-Claude is alongside with you.
That
Okay.
went well, didn't it?
Yes, within reason. I mean, we've got the painting. I don't think Ophelia's going to talk to me again.
Oh, well, no, you weren't seen.
No, I want no, but yeah, you know, it's fine. I think she wanted the managerial position. You see.
Well,
So-
he's still in the same position, Jean-Claude.
Yeah,
He is still a manager who has given valuable merchandise away.
Yeah, you know, the idea was to get the painting, and we've got the painting. So, like I said, you know, she was fine. She was a bit bland last night, to be honest. So,
Oh,
but yeah, she might be a bit miffed. Maybe she might get fired. But you know, we've got the painting, and we've got our way into the ball. So, pros and cons, pros and cons.
very much so. Thank you for your assistance.
No problem.
You did a very stern policeman.
I can turn it on when I want.
Thank you. I'm actually still a little intimidated by you. Can you not follow me like that?
I'm already back in sort of handsome mode.
Oh yeah, but you're still a little
sorry.
intimidating. You've still got an air of policeman about you.
No, So let's get this painting back to Auntie, and we'll go from there, eh?
Perfect. I believe we have more clothes today. Huzzah!
Perfect. So, you arrive back into the estate. Do you find Duchess and Chloe and Valère?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah. So you bring the painting with the good news.
Yes.
Okay. Duchess, you're presented with the Von Klomp. You might
Okay,
be.
Duchess was waiting to hear how her nephews would. She
Yeah.
had an image of them coming in going, look, look, we got it, we got it.
So how do you bring it back to them?
Well, I've already had it gift wrapped.
Hmm.
So we're most of the way there. I have agreed to pay some of the balance in installments, just to make it nice and legal.
Yes, yes, walking out with something without the paperwork, well, we can hardly gift it to anybody, can we?
No. So that's here too. It's gift wrapped. I have the paperwork saying it's ours.
Why, that's quite a discount he's given you.
He was shaky at first, but in the end, quite reasonable. Part of the price is never having to see me again, which I'm happy to provide.
And this discount certainly should we need to raise the issue about perhaps his lack of management skill allowing such a discount on such an item. Yes, certainly paperwork to hold on to, I think.
It is almost unreasonable, the discount. He
Yes,
certainly seemed to feel so.
it speaks badly of his managerial skills, perhaps, but something to be stored away, perhaps. Marvelous. Um, would you like some tea? I think we are to
Oh,
head out shortly.
yes.
I do think we ought to consider investing in new horses. We seem to be using them in terribly large amount over the past few
Uh,
days.
as I said, fortunately, within Van Richten's guide, they
That is
announced that
true.
this domain is shrinking to just the city. So I like to think that, bizarrely, the distance between your estate and the city just seems to be getting less and less and less.
The Duchess will put it down to the latest non-Euclidean geometry taking place. It
Basically,
just
yes.
these happen.
Basically,
There's been
yes.
huge advances in carriage production.
Perfect. So, with that, you take refreshments, and then it is time to head out to the 3-yard gable. You'll be very pleased to know that you should have been doing that at 11:30 today.
Yeah. I was
Um,
gonna say, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be at the ball right now.
no, it's fluid. There are
Sorry.
encounters and side encounters, so I'm perfectly happy with the speed that things are progressing. We've had some absolutely marvelous sort of role playing going on. It is coming on to 1 o'clock though, so it's the perfect chance to take a 10-minute break for people to go and get cups of tea and coffee or whatever, and get some quick lunch. If you are in chat, please stay tuned, because we're not going to kill the stream. We'll keep the stream going. Feel free to chat in the chat whilst we have our quick break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes, about 10 past 1. Thank you very much for staying tuned. We will catch you all very, very soon. Hello and welcome. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for giving us a short respite with our stream. We are starting soon. No, we're not. We are back. We are back. Thank you very much for staying with us. I hope you're having a good time. It is supposed to be horror, but nothing horrible has particularly happened as yet. Maybe it
Well,
won't. But as a quick reminder, it is set in Ravenloft in Dementlieu. So there might be scenes of horror, there might be not, depending on how the next 3 hours go. But if you are triggered by such things, this is just a warning that we might be going into sort of darker territory. Welcome back, players. Thank you very much for a very entertaining first 3 hours. So we rejoin the family back at their estate, having obtained the present to go to the Masquerade Massacre. Next on the list is to try and obtain some glorious gowns and outfits and potentially transport to the Masquerade by the Dark Lord of this realm called Massacre Masquerade. It is common knowledge, really, that the creme de la creme of the nobles that go to these parties tend to deal with the godmothers of the 3 Yards Gable. They provide masks, costumes, outfits, and transport to not just Sadri de Honneurs vault balls, but to all of the parties. If you want to look the best that you can be, you would have to go and deal with them. And I believe you have arranged an appointment as such, Duchess.
Yes, arranged an appointment for later on today. If it's okay, the Duchess was intending to arrive a little later, having had the conversation with her friend,
Absolutely.
whose name I can't remember, but would sort of introduce them and then leave them to their dressings. Since it's a gentleman's thing for the majority of them, then Chloe and herself can come back later on.
Okay. So it is just on the outskirts of the city, and it is different as you sort of head into this area. It is a place of wealth, but it is strange. There is a clinging of shadows, and as you begin to arrive, you sort of see someone sweeping one of the yards. Kind of looks up. I believe you all have an appointment. Yes, with the godmothers. Yes.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, yes, we do.
Splendid. Kind of looks you all up and down. 5 of you. Right. A little word of advice. Be respectful. They are. Well, you will find out. And he begins to lead you through a couple of large, what appear to be kind of barn doors. And as you kind of move in, it's not what you sort of anticipated. There is sort of a big sort of weaver's spool there, and there is a tannery to one side, and the smells are quite disgusting, really. You are led into a sort of back room, and there are 3 women standing there, one of them sitting behind a large sort of desk. They are all of a sort of age. The hair is tied back and greying. They look at you all. One of them lights a cigar. Welcome to the 3 Yards Gables. It's got quite a rough voice. Take some seats as it puffs on one of the cigars.
Take a seat.
Yep. I'll
Yeah.
give a little bow before I take a seat, but then I'll take a seat.
Manners, I like that. Hey, you're all pretty, some of you anyway. I could work with you, I think. What do you think, sisters? They begin to move around. You notice one of them's got a pair of very large shears in her hand, and she snaps them absent-mindedly. Yeah, it's going to take some work, but we might be able to do something for them. So, she's puffing away on her cigar, blowing kind of hoops of smoke. Which party is it you want costumes for?
We were going to a murder masquerade. Perhaps you've heard about it?
Yes. Impressive. I'm guessing that none of you have been before.
No, that is a very good guess.
And your house?
Not yet murdered.
What is your house name?
We are the Huncourts.
Perfect. I've heard whispers. Yes, whispers. You're making a name for yourselves. Well, our services don't come for free. And be prepared to pay if you want the best. The price is going to be high. But
would expect I would have expected as much with your marvelous reputation.
We do the best. Do the best transportation, outfits. We can even do a little bit of, alterations on the body if you want.
I'm perfectly happy in that regard.
Are you sure?
Everything present and accounted for. Look at the others. They're also happy.
Your package seems to be sufficient.
Oh my.
So, we don't really deal in coin. Services rendered.
That sounds very fair.
You see, we've had a little bit of trouble. Someone treading on our toes, and it makes my bunions ache.
Who's been treading on your toes?
Good question. Well, you see that there's a member of her court that has wheeled his way in. I can hardly bring myself to mention his name, but I guessed if I want him dealt with, I must. His name is Rasputin. He has wheedled his way into the heart and mind of Sadra with his transformation magics, his witchery. He has gathered together a cabal around him, and he now sends them out onto the streets of Port de la Seine to offer his services and their services to those that can pay. And it is costing us, people treading on our turf, and we don't like it. You understand? We don't like it.
I understand. Quite justifiable too. You have no business liking it. And he should really know his place.
We were here first. We've been here forever, even before her. These upstarts coming in with their new magics. You've got an invitation to the place. You could be well placed to do something about it.
That does seem like something we could do. Obviously, we would have to successfully arrive and be accepted.
This is where we can come in. You're a house up and coming, but one that isn't, and excuse my manners, people are not overly aware of who you are as yet. That gives you a degree of animosity. We are not calling for his death, although if something unfortunate was to befall him, we would not shed a tear. But certainly, at the very least, a fall from grace would be sufficient.
I'm sure it would be very easy for someone to make a scandalous mistake at a masquerade ball.
She's besotted with the things he does at the moment. All of this bibbity boppity boo nonsense.
The little beasts.
Yes.
Yes, I've seen them here and there.
What kind of words of power are those? You would not catch any of us doing such things.
Auntie, is this agreeable with you, this deal?
Oh, yes. I think you're... Yes, absolutely. She will smile at you both.
In return, we will give you the 5-star AAA service. You will look magnificent. And as I say, if there's any nips or tucks or enlargements that any of you need, beyond just costuming, we would throw that in for free as well, if we have a deal.
I'll look at Jean-Claude. Is it the nose, perhaps?
You can't
Uh,
on perfection, my friend. Don't worry about it. I don't think
No?
there's any requirements needed. No,
No, our noses are fine. Good.
our noses are
Good.
fine. Perfect, beyond perfect, really.
You see the one that's walking round with the big shears clicking them absentmindedly looks disappointed.
Yeah, I think we're all good. So the five-star treatment, and we'll go from there. Hey,
There is a downside. Magics, because of this Rasputin, are waning. They are not as strong, which is why we must have him fall from grace. His tie to Sadre, and therefore this realm is choking us. And whilst a little of fixation is sometimes pleasurable, too much is stifling. Even though it will be 5-star AAA, it will be temporary. It will only last to the final chime of midnight, so be aware.
Noted.
Then we have ourselves a deal.
Oh,
Puffs
yes.
on a cigar.
I am happy to accept that deal.
Ah,
The unfortunate stranglehold that this individual has, restricting the flow of magic, will this impact on all of your patrons who will be attending?
sorry. Yes, any that we will be costuming will be leaving before the night is done. It is midnight. It is the witching hour. There will be no displeasure from Sadre.
The transport will last for us to return?
The transport, alas, will also fade at the last chime of midnight.
Good. I was just checking so we can plan our itinerary for the evening appropriately. Thank you.
It is good. You have a wise head upon your shoulders.
Long may it stay there.
Well, the Madame Guillotine is always chippy chopping. Chip chop thud, chip chop thud, chip chop thud. As it calls out, we all like to maintain our heads, don't we now?
We do.
Quite so.
So, a deal.
Yes, I am happy to accept.
You will be doing this place a service.
Lovely.
At some point, Chloe will lean towards the miss and will probably say to her, it's okay to not have to take my appearance into regard, miss. I am but a lowly servant. Maybe this will suffice. And she will, because she has 1/5 outfit, and she will spin around and reveal and turn into this beautiful floor-length burgundy red satin silk ball gown bodice combination with black lace lining. The skirt section splits in the middle, revealing a black underlayer. The gathered garniture material is accented with silk roses. Full arm-length black lace sleeves with matching gloves extend past the shoulder and meet together at the base of the neck, the material continuing up for a few inches in a choker-like fashion. And then over her face, she has a butterfly-shaped black lace mask as well, with eye holes appropriately placed.
Beautiful. How do the rest of you react to that?
You look stunning, Chloe.
I have to be prepared for all occasions, sir.
I think we will take the advice of yes, Chloe, as always, you surprise me immensely. Yes, but remember, to all of us, but largely she looks at Chloe and Valere, we are not here as nobles and sound friends and people I could not do without. We are all here on equal footing as guests of one person. So we should all be treated the same. So any advice that you can give to Chloe here? As you can see, she is a very skilled seamstress already, but we bow to your greater experience of these type of events.
Well, she is, in truth, the Dark Lord of this domain, however she wishes to dress it up. She is the embodiment, the Dark Realm itself, and everything it represents. She is changeable like the wind, and if anyone disappoints her, tragedy rapidly follows. These things, they draw moths to the flame, but moths get burnt. It is desirable to be seen at these events, and they are drawn to them, but some of those that attend, it spells disaster for them. But
Our house is, as you say, is not so well known as others, but is durable. And I think that is what we seek to respect the occasion, honor the hostess, but none of us had any intention of being drawn too closely to anything overtly flammable.
She again takes a big sort of drag on her. These are big cigars. She blows some smoke out again and says, "Well, in all seriousness, if you do a good job for us, you will have the support of 3 Yards Gables. You have the support not just of one fairy godmother, but 3.
That sounds okay. That sounds good to me.
For the future too.
Hmm.
And do not worry, we will not seek to claim your firstborn. I hate children. Yeah, messy things.
No, I think we're all of the same accord of what is best for
Mm.
the realm, and I believe our views are in alignment here as to the desperate need of a fall from grace of one Rasputin.
He has sent his acolytes out to deal with other nobles that have fallen to this fad, this bippity boppity boo. That's all I hear, bippity boppity boo. Ah, yeah. Drives me mad.
I'm sure this fad has all but played out.
Yes.
It must come to an end soon.
Indeed. Right. Well, we will arrive early. You do not need to come here. And we will work our magics on the eve of your masquerade. And you will look unbelievable. Straight out of a bard's tale.
Thank you.
The stable boy has been sweeping behind. Is everybody done now?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
That's okay. I think that went well, he says to you. You've got all of your you've got all of your bits. Yeah. Good.
Yes.
I was hoping to.
Yes, I know everything is fine. So we just want to. I kind of do the the boring bit. So when exactly is this, and kind of takes the date, kind of gets your full address where you want them to arrive to, and just basically takes all the finer detail points. And you feel as if you have now established a deal with the 3 fairy godmothers, and you're going to be very presentable to Sadre Dion Air. Yeah, achievement unlocked. You have the present, You have or arranged you looking spectacular. The other thing that
Fantastic.
he kind of mentions as well is that the enchantments that are put upon you, they are transformations, but it will allow you, should you wish to, not speaking to anybody in particular, Valere, but should you want to take armor and weapons, they will be transformed with you. So you can, if you are expecting any shenanigans, take your gear with you, basically.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah. So you are confident that you can prepare for this masquerade. Okay, so this is 2 days in. There's 5 days left to the masquerade, but you have managed to achieve an awful lot in a short amount of time, which is very good. It seems very much that the House de Honicourt is very proactive when these things happen. I do know, Duchess, that you wanted to speak to your bathing friend, Madame de Colbert. So if that is still on the books, Madame Dorothy Colbert, you are more than welcome to.
I think now that the price for this has been sorted out within that encounter, I'm quite happy to sort of say that they met up, sort of exchanged conversation, spoke about the opportunities that have arisen due to the noting of our actions, with dutiful gratitude to the lady that if she hadn't asked us to do this, then we would not have caught the eye of the mistress of the domain, and generally a conversation about if there's anything that the Duchess and her family can do to sort of strengthen this support while they're at this masquerade. Presuming that the other lady, has she been invited?
She has indeed. I mean, again, she put you onto the trail of solving the poisonings, and you think she has benefited from your actions as well. And obviously, one of those benefits is getting invited. But Dorothy basically is very happy that you have been invited, very happy to keep strong family ties, and at this point does speak about Jean-Claude and Bastien's bachelorship, whether
That was
they
spooky, Andy, because I was about to ask, does she have any
Oh, indeed.
daughters, nieces?
Indeed, and it sounds very much like there's a very long discussion about which, and it's not so much like this is an arranged marriage. It's pretty much more of should we introduce this to? Do you think this one or this one? And there's a very collaborative discussion that goes on about potentially bringing the households together.
I think the Duchess will be glowing but accurate.
Yeah.
In her descriptions of the two nephews.
Okay. Yeah. And likewise, you get the impression that she's very keen. I mean, your household was definitely sort of below hers on the last session, but you've come up to sort of definitely equal, and she's treating you as if you are equals now.
Yes, I think the Duchess is trying to not play on, sort of accentuate the fact that she didn't need to have acted, and she did. We were the one who did the stuff, but she was proactive. She has a serious attitude to the domain, and happy to work together again in that regard. In the same way as we were talking to the three godmothers, that it's for the best of the domain. And certainly there's no rivalry particularly.
Absolutely.
So yes, that would be great.
So they say, I will ensure that in my party that has been invited, that I bring two of my favourite nieces.
Marvellous.
If that is acceptable, we do not need to. We can let nature take its course. And from what I have heard about your nephews, it most definitely will take its course. And she smiles.
Yes. Bastian I see Bastian as being a force within the house with all the benefits, but also the complications that brings. If that helps you sort of decide upon which particular nieces or relatives to bring. He is very much favoured, but that brings a certain distance to family sometimes and a certain obligations to family. So I wouldn't want anyone to enter into any sort of discussions with unmerited expectations. Now, John Claude is a completely different matter, and he has very little to distract him beyond distractions themselves.
I see. They are remarkably similar as well. I mean, the bathhouse reveals all, don't you find? And I think I got a very good look at both of them in quite some detail.
I think you did.
Did you not ever notice that they appear to have the same mole?
Yes, it is a mole. It is, yes.
Hmm.
It has been noted upon,
Yes.
more so in their youth than recently.
Sorry, the conversation strayed somewhat there. My apologies.
None taken. It was difficult. One did not know where to look.
Indeed.
The fact that you comment upon their mole, I think, is most gratifying to me.
Mm-hmm. And you have a pleasant sort of time potentially working out some matchmaking of sorts, which we know in chat. The chat love that kind of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see which nieces or family members the Colbert family bring along to the masquerade as well. Okay, so with that settled, lots of dusting done by Chloe. What is there anything else you want to? Do you feel that you want to achieve over the next 5 days? If not, we can just cut scenes. I fundamentally, as a GM and as sort of as Sadri, she gave you a week to prepare, but we don't need to go through every day. If you think you have done everything that you wanted, we can cut down to the morning of the masquerade, should you wish to.
Would we want to gather any information on this Rasputin fellow before we show up?
Yeah,
that was the only thing I could think.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think, obviously, Valère, you are ideally placed to do something like this with your book smarts and your studies. But if anybody else feels like they want to help out, you can certainly do some investigations as well.
I think if he's apparently gathering other nobles around, it might be possible to hear about some of the gatherings or people that have been to them.
It sounds very much more like he's worked his way into the court of Sadri d'Honneur, and he is her personal transmuter, but he's gathered acolytes or people around him that he's now sending out to other noble houses that want the same kind of service, rather than he's kind of holding gatherings of cultists, sort of thing, really.
Okay, sorry, my misunderstanding. I
Yeah.
thought he was building a following of his own. Well, he was, but not with the nobles.
Yeah.
He has his own following, and they are adopting nobles themselves.
To sort of speak sort of sort of out of character, you get the impression, because I kind of get carried away with NPCs, you get the impression that the fairy godmothers had dominance over casting magics and doing this, and it seems that this Rasputin has turned up with a different way of doing things that has become popular, but only the very creme de la creme can afford such services.
And could it be assumed it's probably a bit above Chloe's station that's where these birds come from that we were gifted? Perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the birds were gifted from Sadri, and Sadri, has Rasputin in her court. She's, as the fairy godmothers have said, she is, intoxicated, addicted to having these transformations of these awakened creatures, and transmogrified animals, rather than the previously, and still in many of the lower houses or middle houses, people tend to use kind of ghoulish footmen, as described, for kind of undead, but very kind of etiquette orientated, and it seems that these are being replaced now by animals and awakened creatures and the like. It's becoming the new fad.
He probably made the mice as well.
Possibly.
Which is interesting. They're taking a circuitous route back to her.
So, did Valère want to do some kind of investigation into this?
Yeah, into where we're going.
Rasputin. Yeah. Okay, so I think we use history here.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. So, it's difficult to find information out. You do your research as best as you can, and you do find some information. He's become kind of a little bit of an icon and a talk of the town, but it's difficult to separate rumor from fact. He doesn't call himself a mage; he calls himself a monk, a spiritual leader. Although he doesn't seem to be tied to any god at all. He most definitely has these abilities to awaken the minds of beasts and to transmogrify them into these human forms. He probably has other magical abilities as well, but you are unsure about that. He's also gathered together this cabal, this group of others that he has trained in these secret arts of transmogrification. Only an inner circle, a few, have been given these gifts or trained in these gifts.
Yeah.
And they are sent out to the richest of the nobles to do the same sort of services that Sadre has had. He's only been in her court for maybe 3 years, so this is all relatively new. So this is why it's kind of a new fad that only you are becoming aware of now. But that is about all you can get with that role. But
relay that back to a group then.
Perfect. But very well thought of by Sadre. He's definitely got his favour at the moment. Or Sadre is a she. It's got her favour.
Okay.
And that's about as much as you can determine about him, really. Okay. So is there anything else that you wanted to try and achieve before we head to the masquerade itself?
No, but was there a magic I could Is it magical clothing? Did you say? So you're not actually you wear your normal clothes, but
Mechanically, the way it works is you're going to look absolutely spectacular, but you will have your armor class and the equipment that you would, but it wouldn't be necessarily obvious to the onlooker.
okay. There is nothing else I want to do then.
Perfect. Anybody else? I will take that as you are.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah, I'll take it as you are happy. So the days pass, and anticipation and excitement as you are have been chosen to go to this Massacre Masquerade. As per their word, they arrive early with the dawn mists ready to work their magics upon you. There's a little bit of narrative agency here for all of you, should you wish to choose it. They do work their very powerful magics. It's difficult to tell whether it's illusionary or transformation, or maybe even something else. But they ask you about colours and what you want, and it's very much the scene out of all of the movies that they call upon the powers to transform your clothing, your current carriage, your current animals into much brighter, much more interesting, expensive, spectacular, wondrous versions of what you are. Just for a little bit of cinematics, I'm going to sort of ask the kind of look, and don't forget it's also masquerade masks, of the kind of look you're going to go for. We'll do it from right to left this time. So Bastian, you first.
Well, with it being a murder mystery, I thought I'd go for a sort of detective look. So I want to model myself on detectives from popular plays in Dementlieu.
Okay.
So very much a kind of Sherlock Holmes kind of look, but with mask. The mask can be across the face in the like a magnifying glass.
Perfect. So it's kind of accentuated large. One of your eyes is kind of seen to be absolutely massive as it kind of looks through the slightly offset magnifying glass, and the other one, you have a kind of large hat that encapsulates it, and you have all of the tropes of a private investigator, sort of journals and maybe an investigator's kit. It is larger than life and magnificent. Very,
Perfect.
very cool. Yourself, Duchess.
I think the Duchess would ask for hers to have an owl theme to it.
Oh, nice.
And also that on each of the others, even if it is only the tiniest button or the tiniest bit of stitching somewhere, to also have an owl somewhere there, as I got the idea that maybe that was some symbol of the family somewhere. She would also point out that it's also useful to perhaps appear as if you are wanting to undergo transmogrifying magics, but is of a family that is perhaps a little bit too poor to do so at the moment. So is having to, and she's very careful how she words this, make do with these magics in order to
Yeah, that's okay.
bring Rasputin into their realm of influence, so to speak.
Okay.
He is a proud and arrogant individual.
Very good. So, yeah, the owl motif kind of forms upon you, and you have this magnificent very long, kind of feathery-esque. It looks like feathers, but it's not. It's beautiful layers of silks. Are you going for snowy owl? What colour are you going for?
Oh, definitely of the grey and white.
Yeah, so it's beautiful silks that have been made to look like feathers layered over, and it's a long sort of train. Um, Again, absolutely spectacular, and obviously your masquerade mask, has the beak with the feathers. A wise owl, very nice. Chloe, I mean, the offer is there, but you have the ability to transform. Are you staying with that very cool look, or are you having that sort of kind of enlarged or worked upon?
I mean, she will respect the views of her maker, who she's been around for a very long time. So she will do what she thinks is best and have her clothing as it was made to be.
Okay. So as you kind of refuse the changing, the fairy godmother, again, as she's moving around kind of doing this, you see that she's got a kind of hip flask that she's drinking kind of some liquor out of and smoking a cigar as she's kind of doing her gestures, and the other people are going around making it all work. She kind of leans forward and says, Duchess has asked for a motif of an owl. You might not think that your family, but she does. Do you want it?
If the lady wishes it.
Well, she's asked me to make sure it's on all of you.
Yeah.
She kind
Basically, yeah, that comment was like, yeah, if she wants it, then yeah, she has it.
of very beautiful sort of around you, because you said you had kind of like a choker.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
like where the gloves come up and like meet in the middle around the neck, so it could be there.
Yeah, just a very subtle owl motif, sort of a little sort of small disc kind of appears, totally fitting in with the rest of your costume. Very understated, but there, indicating that you're part of the family. That is a moment to be remembered. Then we move to Valère. What kind of costume are you choosing?
Something very basic but looking nice, made out of leather.
Mm.
But just looking basic but nice enough for this event, but
Okay.
not anything too.
Okay, a dwarf, salt of the earth. Even now, kind of want to maintain your roots. And they do that. It looks good, highest quality, subtly manipulated, beautiful, but only if you spend time to look at it. You are very satisfied. What kind of mask for the masquerade would you like?
Just something with a bit of colour on, but not too much. Basic again.
Is it just like a sort of mask across your eyes, or are you going
Just
for a...
across the eyes.
Okay, classic, very classic mask, and it matches your outfit perfectly. And then last but not least, Jean-Claude.
Yes. So I think the Duchess may have mentioned when we were in the store about function over fashion, but John Claude has basically gone completely against that. I think if there isn't any animal that he would be referred to, it is a peacock. So he would be in full peacock mode, I guess, at this point.
Okay.
Some sort of navy blue jacket that sort of changes in the lights to like a greenish tint or something like that, and around the sort of it have like gold motifs of sort of flowers and going all of around it, and then those like I don't know what they're called, but they're just like the frilly white stuff on the cuffs and on the comes out of the chest, so that
Yep.
that pops out like that.
Perfect.
Same same coloured trousers, some silk white gloves to go with it. If swords need to be transmogged, he'll just have something subtle on his belt, and then
Yeah.
like a peacock mask to go with it.
I think it's called brocade.
Yeah, it's brocade and ruffs. But I mean, you have the ability, if you kind of move in a certain way, that your cloak will flay out like a peacock's kind of tail as well. It doesn't kind of stand up, but it catches the eye. This is 5-star AAA treatment of the highest form of magics. These are godmothers, but fairy godmothers, and they've made you an offer you can't refuse. So yeah, you all look tremendous. And what kind of ride? They have literally pimped your ride. What would you like to arrive in?
I don't know if Michael is here, but he would be very much, or John Claude would be very much whatever the Duchess would have wanted to arrive in
Mhm.
for this whole keeping up appearances.
Yeah.
Be whatever
Oh,
they.
I believe she's back.
Okay.
Do the godmother suggest anything? As it has been a long time since the Duchess has needed to think about this.
Yeah. I mean, there's a modern trend, but I'm not a fan of modern trends. I think classic. Glass. Glass is always good. Yes. It allows you to see out, but more importantly, it allows people to see in. We'll make it lung, very lung. You got a lot of space in there. Maybe a fish tank. That'll look good. I like fish. Do you like fish?
Yes. Would there be room, perhaps, for blackbirds?
Yeah, you want some blackbirds. You want blackbirds, or you got your own?
We have some.
Right. What do you want the blackbirds? I can do the bibbity. I don't use those words. I can make them into the drivers if you want, footmen, attendants, whatever you want.
I wasn't thinking of going quite that far. Just a place for them to be, to show our gratitude for a gift we received.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. You want the fish
Perhaps they
tank?
could be the fish we mentioned.
You want me to turn them into fish?
It's just a suggestion.
I could do it. It's not a problem.
Then won't they then not know that they are birds?
True.
It's your choice. It's your choice. I was thinking with the fish tank, sort of electric eels, because what we can do with them, you see, they can spark, and like at the back of the carriage, we can make it, you know, woof. It's a glass fish tank, eels. It'll good. You'll have stripes of flashing light. It'll look mint.
Oh,
A
I
little
really
flashy, maybe.
yes, that was my fear. But then I also feared that I was terribly out of date on what people.
This is
like.
classic. I mean, glass is retro and modern fusion. It's up to you though.
She looks, for possibly the first time in her life, rather pleadingly at her nephews, going, "I don't know. This all sounds awful." Thoughting, not saying, obviously.
Yeah.
But in a what? What do you think?
Look, I can give you
I
some.
think
Look, I can do it, and if you don't like it, I can change it. You know. And she starts. All three of them start kind of working their magics into these different types of ride.
I don't think the
Jean-Claude,
eels need to flash.
Jean-Claude and Bastien, I leave this entirely up to you. I fear that what I like may not be what would be how I perceive it may not be as others perceive it. So I put my trust in both of you, and that is not an imposition upon you. I genuinely value your opinion and feel it would be more useful for the family than mine at the moment. And she goes off for a little walk. So I imagine the flashing lights may be bringing on a migraine.
Okay.
The horrors of this.
Yes. It's just,
Yeah. I would like
Thank you,
to try
Gray.
and steer the eels more to pulling the carriage.
She looks confused. Right, you want the eels? You want me to make them have legs and breathe air?
Would they need legs?
Well, you want them
You
to
want
pull
them
the
to slither
carriage.
the carriage along.
No, I'm not an expert on eels.
Well,
Um,
they tend to live in water.
Very true.
How about the
Well-
blackbirds? We could get the blackbirds to kind of pull the carriage. That'll look spectacular. I mean, I could even give it a little, and she kind of does an upward gesture, and flying carriage.
Maybe a few feet in the air would be nice.
You want a few feet? What, on the top of the carriage, in the air, sticking up?
No. The carriage itself can fly a few feet up, maybe.
Oh right, I
Pulled
get
by-
you. Sorry, I
pulled
thought
by
you wanted.
blackbirds.
I thought that was going to be little strange feet on the top of the carriage. Yeah.
Yeah, feet on the air. And you think glass is classic?
Glass is a definite classic. I mean, it tends to be for funerals normally, so you can see the corpse. But why not?
Well, it is a murder masquerade mystery, so funereal might be a good tone.
A hearse pulled by blackbirds a few feet off the. I mean, I know we're spitballing this here, but I feel like we're getting somewhere.
Yes, please. That sounds like dignified but interesting, and a fine display of your talent.
Wow, it's your choices. You've done good. You've done good. Right. So, where are your blackbirds? Oh, there is, aren't they? Bastards.
Currently, but you can improve on them.
Well, I mean, that'll work. And she says, you got to pull this. Master's orders. They kind of just nod. I'll make them a bit bigger. I think weight to airspeed ratio. And what is the fly speed of your average common day blackbird? I'm going to do some maths now. Do you know where they've come from?
Pardon?
The blackbirds, which nation they are from?
I do not.
Uh,
Perhaps they can tell you. They can speak.
if they come from
Birds-
a warmer clime from the south, far south, they tend to be a little bit better. But it's okay. I'll bulk them out a little bit. I think we're going to need harnesses. I think if we let them have it in their mouth, they might want to start tweeting, and they'll let go of it, and that'll be bad. So yeah, little harnesses on the blackbirds, make them bigger. 24 of them. Classic number. I like what you did there. Glass hearse. Fish tank. I still like the fish tank. It doesn't have to be eels. Just some little.
Is
carp.
it funereal?
It depends whether the fish are alive or dead, I guess.
Hmm.
Okay, we'll scrap the fish tank. I mean, yeah, sometimes too much is too much. I understand. Okay,
You appear to have this well in hand. Thank you for your help.
so she casts the magic, and your carriage is transformed into this magnificent sort of carriage made of cut crystal plate glass. It kind of has wheels so that it can land and be dragged along, and a very huge amount of thank yous to I think it is probably Sarah Rai for the blackbird idea that they have little sort of harnesses on, and you have it. You have a flying glass carriage. It is magnificent. Definitely can say unique. No one's ever seen anything like this before. I'm not quite sure why, but yeah, well done. So You are ready. You have your masquerade costumes. You have a magnificent ride that has been fully fairy godmothered up. And there is one last warning. Last strike of midnight. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
What time does the ball start at, by the way?
There is a garden party and a banquet and everything else. So you reckon sort of midday is easy
Okay.
enough to not being the very first to arrive. There'll be people that would have arrived even earlier than that. So you've got a full sort of 12 hours there. It's not like you need to turn up at sort of 8, 9 o'clock and you've only got a couple of hours.
Okay.
It's coming on for that. It's probably about 11 o'clock now. It'll take you less than an hour to fly there. The only thing is that Duchess is having a moment and has wandered off, probably heavily breathing, trying to contain herself.
Mhm. I'll go and find her and say I tried to steer them towards something a little more dignified.
That's fine. It's very much of the day. I am certain. I wonder
Well,
whether
it
it'd be
seemed a little
practical,
extreme.
whether it'd be possible to perhaps take 2 of our own horses and transform them into something just in case it goes past 12. I would hate to be by the side of a road in a carriage with no horses and 24 blackbirds ready to inform our embarrassment to the powers that be. If it were possible to have 2 of...
Perhaps the ladies could make our horses footmen.
Absolutely.
I'm now going to shudder at my memory of upright horses.
All part of the service.
Thank you. Probably foolish, but I would just like to ensure that we get back home.
Right.
Oh, it does look very nice.
You see your horses kind of go through this horrible transmogrification as they go from horse form to human form.
Chloe will look at the quote unquote machine and her eyebrows will raise slightly.
Right. Are we happy that we have fulfilled our side of the bargain? Yes. Everybody happy? We can make changes now.
One thought, for myself and Chloe, the attire you're producing for us, is there some way to have a glamour so that anyone who is directly underneath this will not be embarrassed looking upright?
Yes. I will make it one way. Yes. So you can look through it. You can see the scenery. It's not going to go very far. It's only a few feet off the ground. I would have gone high, but never mind. Your choice. Understand.
If only the floor could be one way, that would be fine. If you feel that it's appropriate, if it's the done thing for people to be able to look in, then that's fine.
Well,
If it's
no.
purely...
No. If it's one way, no, you can look out, but they can't look in. That's the way I was thinking of.
Well, in that case, yes, fine. I was
being. Yeah, I mean, you can have it the other way, that you can't look out, but they can look in. But that, if you don't mind me saying, is a little weird.
Andy, was it originally see-through both ways?
Yeah, it was just glass.
Right. Then all she wants is the floor done in that fashion, so no one can look up her and Chloe's skirts.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So she's fine with the rest of it if that is the fashion.
Yeah.
It's just for propriety's sake.
Yeah, no. So she's made it just the floor, sort of a one-way mirror, so you can look out, but nobody else can look in.
Cool. Thank you. Most kind.
Are we sure? Everybody happy now?
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I tell you what, we've earned this. I mean, look at Maud over there. She's having some kind of fit. Right, we are quite old, you know.
Can I ask what nature this fit is taking, Andy?
Yeah, she's just talking to herself at the moment, whispering into sort of what appears to be a hand.
That's fine, as long as it wasn't something like biting on the furniture or something. I just wanted to check.
No,
I just didn't know. She's having some sort of fit. She's
yes.
headbutting a window or something.
No, she's just whispering into her hand.
They will be offered tea and refreshments to whatever level they require, because obviously we will have to go and we don't want to leave them without some sustenance after all their hard work.
You're not bad. Not bad at all. Just remember what we need done. Yeah?
Oh, yes.
Right. And then she kind of says, Sadre Dun Air is not the only thing to be scared of in this domain. Capiche?
Yes. Of course.
And she goes in to get her free tea and biscuits. So you've got horse footmen or drivers. You've got it pulled by slightly enlarged blackbirds with little sort of harnesses. It does hover. You've basically got a hover glass carriage. The wheels will kind of fold down if you need to land. And it looks very good. No fish tank. You hear that she sort of kind of sighs to herself. Fish tank would look good. Can't please some people. As she goes in for a tea and biscuits, and you are ready. It's about 11 o'clock. We'll make sure we
bring the painting.
That's a very good.
Before
choice.
You say, well, no one's there.
Yeah.
We have to turn around.
Would you like me to carry it, miss?
I think that might be best.
Okay. The good news is that we might actually get to the masquerade before the end of the stream.
Hooray.
Yeah.
Wow. Random encounter.
Sorry.
On the way there. Don't need to be apologised. It has been amazing, and it is my fault for writing such things. And there's no worry about it anyway. It's meant to be fluid. So, are you heading straight there? Are you going to do a tour of Port de la Seine first to show off your magnificent carriage?
Pub crawl on the way there.
Yeah, it would possibly be good to be seen in such a magnificent vehicle. Cruising around. You've got the time to do it, or you can just head straight there. It is your choice.
We could possibly combine going there with being seen. We're a bit outside of the town just now. So if we were to...
Yeah, you are just a little bit out.
So if we were to come in down the coast, we could enter the town from the sea.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, take the most direct route, so it does not appear as if we are showing off. It just happens that we were travelling from the town.
Lovely.
Yeah.
A lovely subtlety. I'm just merely curious because it builds plot. There are no random encounters or stoppages. You just take that circuitous route around and down, and you go past with what's going on down at the coast. You sort of come into some of the lower class areas where some of the peasants are, and they're all looking at this magnificent glass hearse pulled by blackbirds, and they are waving and cheering. They love the look of it. You are, because you are in glass, able to wave back should you wish to. Are you going to put on a show of waving, or are you going to not and be sort of stiff upper-lipped nobles?
I would like to not like over enthusiastic child wave, but I would like to dignified, kind of happy and acknowledging wave.
Okay, perfect. How about the rest of you? Anybody else?
I'll just sit there waiting till we get there.
Okay. So time passes, doesn't take you very long, but you've certainly made an appearance as you begin to enter the estates of Sadra Orer. And as you arrive, you've heard about her estates, and wow, the whispers and the talk don't do it any kind of justice. You sort of come over it. There are a massive drive through beautiful gardens, and you basically see that the gardens are being tended by numerous servants, and many of those servants are these awakened or transmogrified beasts, these being replaced or replacing the ghoulish servants that most of the others sort of do. As you move through the gardens, because you've got a degree of this, you can see that there are landscaped woods, follies dotted in between. There are large fountains. There's a hedge maze, colourful tents, music, jugglers, acrobats, and jugglers, fire breathers. You see to one side there's a large area that has been designated out as a chessboard, and there's a couple of people battling each other, but the pieces are again transformed animals or awakened animals, representing the chess pieces as it is. You can also see in the slight distance, peering up out of the woods, a windmill. And you've heard talk of this hamlet of sorts. Within her estates, she's got this small number of buildings to represent a peasant's hamlet. And this is where she goes to play dress up, pretending to be a shepherdess or some kind of miller woman. Again, pretending is a big thing within this. It is absolutely spectacular. You see that there are carriages elsewhere. There are a large number of partygoers, all dressed resplendently, all masked. And it's difficult to tell who is who amongst this exterior. It's assuming that you taken to the main entrance and you disembark, and the entirety of her estate, the interior, has been opened up as well. You can hardly wait to perhaps explore this place. There is a ballroom, a banquet hall, royal apartments, a place which is known as the Salon of Abundance, which displays Sadra Oner's collection of precious jewels, presents from other parties, which leads to even a more spectacular antechamber to the Cabinet of Curios. There is the Galerie des Glaces, apologies for my French, which stands for Hall of Mirrors. It even hosts its own Theatre de Horloge, which is called the Clockwork Theatre. It is a spectacular place and kind of unbelievable. You thought that you had it good. You thought that you had a comfortable life. This is taking it far beyond that. There are staff members moving about, offering drinks, serving. Everything, though, has decorum. Well, everything you can see currently has decorum. Etiquette is most definitely the thing in everybody's minds at the moment. So that is just setting the scene. Here you leave your vehicle and they begin to pull it away. Are you going to tell them where that they should sort of keep it, so at least you know roughly where you can find it in case you need to leave at any point?
Well, I won't tell them where to put it because I don't, but I'll ask them where they're going to put it.
The drivers don't answer you, and you realise that whilst they have been transformed into humans, they are not awakened. But one of the blackbirds says, "Don't worry, boss, I got this. Just whistle and we'll bring it to you.
Thank you.
We don't really need these fellas, you know."
I know, but it's their place, so let them do their job, I guess.
Hey, you're the boss. Well, actually,
Or
you're
boss
not.
adjacent. No.
Your aunt's the boss, but you know, you're second best. I don't mean that in a bad way. You know, sorry, I'm making it worse, aren't I?
No, it's perfectly understandable. I'm not as good as my aunt. It's well known. Thank you for your service.
That's okay. Come on, lads, and they all say, "Yeah, no worries," and they all start talking amongst themselves. They're awakened. They just have a conversation, and they fly off the carriage, and it disappears.
Okay.
And you are now immersed in this masquerade. What would you like to do? It is somewhat overwhelming.
It is.
Should we get a drink first? There was a few people knocking around, wasn't there?
Hmm.
Many people. Yeah, we should
have a little round.
mingle, pick up the feeling of the.
That sounds very good. So, obviously, getting a drink is not a problem at all. There's people walking around. You notice that some of the serving staff are these transformed. I've done a hand gesture for chat, which indicates a flamingo because I forgot the name of the creature. So they're walking around again, resplendent in their sort of pink and slightly whitish purple sort of dresses. The train sort of coming out, offering drinks out to people, smiling nicely. There is a bar inside. There is a buffet that is on at the moment with the finest delicacies that money can buy. Some of them may be even coming from outside the Domain of Dread. But if you are looking to mingle, give us perception rolls. It would be obviously to spot people at a party, apart from the fact everybody is disguised as other people. Very good. So you do notice, first and foremost, perhaps the person that you were actively kind of keeping an eye out for, having got his description and doing some research upon him, Rasputin. He's there with this. He's kind of bare-chested, but he's got a very long sort of coat that kind of goes down to the ground, that has large kind of fur that goes around the lapels. It's beautiful sort of red and gold embroidery. He seems to have a sort of goatee beard, but he is wearing a mask, and the mask that's on him seems to be, it's kind of strange. It's almost got three faces, as if it is some kind of three-faced beast. It seems to have the face of a goat, and of a perhaps dragon, and of a lion. Beautifully done and very expensive. So he's one that you do. You notice other interests, you notice that there is Madame Dorothy Colbert and her retinue and family. You kind of easily identify that. And also at the party as well, something unusual. You see that there is what appears to be a large sedan bed that is being carried around, and lying upon it is a sleeping woman.
What's the sort of usual decorum here? When do we sort of, present the presents? What route are we taking here?
I think the sleeping woman might be our host. So I don't think we can present anything to her yet.
Andy, are there other people around, obviously, with parcels or gifts?
No, there's nothing. But if you're waiting to see what the procedure, the protocol is, people are still arriving. It's still early, and they go up and they go into the main sort of entrance, grand hall, as it were. And you see there are a number of stewards that they present the presents to, and it's kind of strange. None of them seem to have cards or name tags. They seem to be just passing the presents to them, which is curious, because if she doesn't know who it's from, how can she say thank you? But they seem to just be going in, passing it across. They say, I hope Sadre de Honor enjoys this gift. You do hear they say from house, whatever. So perhaps just by verbally saying it's from your house is enough, maybe.
Is that how you want to approach this?
I think so. I must confess I've never been to one of these before, so I am much in the dark as you are. My only advice would be to assume every conversation you have with anybody at all, including us, as if our hostess was listening, because she probably will be.
Okie dokie. Then let
So
us
we're going
start.
to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of wander into the grand hall, and there are people about, and you go to one of these stewards, and you kind of says, "Welcome to the Massacre Masquerade. May I assist you?"
Yes, we've brought a token for our hostess from House Doncourt.
Ah, I am sure Madame Sadre Honor will enjoy it greatly on her
That is
behalf.
our hope.
But of course, on her behalf, I thank you. And he offers to take the gift from you.
Chloe will hand it over one-handed.
Yep.
Because to her it's probably quite light.
Yep. He sort of takes it off you and sort of moves away. Taking it, you're not quite sure where. He kind of disappears through some doors. This is a sort of massive sort of structure. There are rooms upon rooms upon rooms. Give me a perception roll.
Is this everybody?
Yeah. This is all of you in here as you kind of arrived. Wow, Chloe. Yeah, Bastion. God, you
Oh my
are
God.
doing good.
Should Villiers have pluses to that because he is a cleric?
Let us have a look. No, wisdom is 0. 11 wisdom. Okay, so something very strange happens. It's a fairly busy sort of grand entrance hall, and you pass the present, and it is taken out of the room. A little distance away, there seems to be a degree of bustling, and you basically see something horrific happen. You see that there is a gentleman dressed in finery with a mask on, sort of having a conversation. To his right is quite possibly a valet. The valet is not really wearing a mask. You think it is staff. Some of you have got some very good perception rolls here, which is why I'm giving you the full details. And he has he's a humanoid, but he has sort of a greenish tint to his skin. He has two quite large eyes that are perhaps a little too far to the side of his head, and quite a large kind of mouth. You think again, quite possibly a transmogrified creature. That isn't the horrible thing. The horrible thing is that from virtually out of nowhere, he pulls what appears to be a very sharp blade, and then starts shivving up, starts stabbing his master. Blood pours out everywhere. People start screaming, and I think it is time to go to the combat tracker. Boom, boom, boom.
I will turn to Bastion at this point and say, "Is this part of the show? Is it?
Yeah,
This looks awfully.
I'm kind of confused to who's being stabbed.
This is all part of the show, right?
Maybe. We weren't expecting a murder.
So
Very realistic.
yeah, there is blood going everywhere, and he kind of rips out what appears to be sort of a piece of parchment, and in his final defiance, he kind of puts it on the now fallen noble, takes the knife and stabs it into his body, and with that he turns, and it's amazing. He just basically leaps from the ground floor up to the balcony above. There is a degree of chaos going on as people are screaming and running around. Give me some initiative rolls, please.
Dang it, mine rolled off like an 18.
Oh, okay. So, Jean-Claude, you are a little bemused by all of this, but
Yes.
you have heard that it is a murder mystery event as well.
Exactly. And so bless his little cotton socks, he's just going to sip away at the bubbling alcohol that he's got and just go, "This is lovely." As he just looks around for somebody else, really, as he just sort of has a few sips and watches
Yeah.
this guy jump from the bottom floor to the top floor.
It's most definitely a really impressive jump. I've just noticed that you're also grappled, which I will remove for you. Okay, and then we move to Bastion.
I will go and have a look at the stabbed gentleman.
Okay, give me a medicine check, please. I would like to point out the DC is actually quite low for this. Yes, I mean, this is really good effects. Blood is pouring and washing across the beautiful tiled floor. The blood is extensive. The wounds look most definitely authentic.
And what condition is the man in?
Oh, he's dead. He appears
Absolutely
to be
dead, beyond help.
absolutely dead. Yeah.
Okay. So this gentleman is deceased, I'll say, so that
Okay.
it's clear for Jean-Claude.
Yeah, a couple of the others, they've calmed down now and they start cheering. Yay!
No. I mean, actually deceased.
Yeah, it's okay. What's the clue?
Jean-Claude is definitely one of those clapping as well.
I'm dressed as a detective.
You
I
are-
might be part of the show.
yeah, this is perfect. Yeah. People think that. Yeah, of course he's dead. It's a murder mystery. Someone shouts. What's the clue?
Somebody stop that frog.
No, the clue. What does it say? As I said, he
What-
put a piece of parchment on him and stabbed his knife through it.
Let's read it.
Okay. Just need to go to my. Aha! The note. You kind of look at it. It says liberté, égalité, fraternité. I apologise for my French accent once again. The noble houses may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. This act even now signals a clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to give my purchase at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
So, as an actor,
Yes.
I would like to give a fine dramatic reading of that note so that everybody is aware of it.
Yeah.
So I'll put a great degree of pathos. I'll take on the character of this revolutionary and
Just be careful not
Break
to
my
succeed
fist.
too well,
Yeah.
or they'll think it's you.
It is. Can you give me a performance roll?
Just shoot him. We win. Yeah, what do we get?
Give me a performance roll, please. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
28.
that's too good.
A tear comes from Jean-Claude's eye. Just a rousing round of applause from that.
Yeah, this is magnificent. The nobles around here are just people are crying. This is wow, absolutely outstanding. That is your turn.
That was my turn, yes.
As you move the audience to tears as this poor lifeblood of this noble is flowing around your feet. Okay, Duchess. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cynical. I really appreciate it. This is Unity, if you are interested in fancy grounds that we are using. Duchess, your go.
So I think the Duchess will make her way over to where one of her nephews is rabble-rousing.
I mean, yeah.
He's just like, they're like weapons. They just don't know their own power. Sort of look down to determine that, yes, indeed, this poor individual is bleeding out. And perhaps quietly remind the nephews within earshot who aren't crying that remember, we are here to do one or two things. Investigating this at the risk of that. Just be cautious. And then go, my goodness, he is right. A murder has been committed. Looking at the others around to try and sort of lighten them into thinking this is part of it, since she's not entirely convinced that it's not.
Okay.
She wouldn't put it past our beloved leader to brutally kill a random noble just for effect.
I wasn't sure I wasn't going to be the random noble.
It is a strange dynamic that we have here. This is the beauty of Dementlieu, or certainly how I visualize it. No one really truly knows what is real and what is false. And we move to Chloe. I'm literally crying at the moment, by the way. I think it's so funny.
I'll look towards the miss and say, "Miss, are we to catch this perpetrator?"
I'm not entirely sure. Let's just let others have their moment in the light. I think we should get involved because otherwise it would upset our hostess if it is part of her design, in which case it's lovely. She glances round. So for now, let us see how this plays out.
Okay, and it's funny that you
She
should say
wishes.
that, because we then move to the Frog Footman, and indeed we get to see how it plays out. As there are Bastion, Chloe, and the Duchess around the corpse, and he kind of pulls out what appears to be a crossbow, and he tries to shoot one of you. We'll do it, roll a d6 and we'll do it in the order. He's kind of random. So that would be, unfortunately, the Duchess on a 3. You can see this frog footman and you see him kind of do this. And perhaps, maybe even now, unsure that it's not all part of the theatrics. You see, I know this is going to say greatsword, but it's actually the crossbow that he does, and he misses you. So it flies through.
Can Chloe like catch it as it's about to hit her, like in a cinematic way?
Yeah.
And then the head does a 180 to
Yeah.
look at him, and it's like, "Oh, you fucked up."
Yeah. No. I'm not entirely sure Chloe would use such language, but if you
No, I
wish
mean,
to,
just that's what it means.
yeah. No, so you kind of look at this thing as it's kind of shot and missed, and it basically says, it can speak common. It says revolution, and then we move to Valère.
Are we attacking this frog?
I am no frog. I am a man.
I think we probably are now. Now we've seen them attack the Duchess.
How does it work with weapons, Andy?
You've just got your weapons. You don't need to worry about it. You just have your weapons. The fairy hag mothers have put a glamour upon you so that you can act normally.
So I'm going to use a. How far away is he from me?
He's jumped up. He's leapt high up on the balcony. Your unfortunate little dwarf legs is going to take you a double move to get up to him.
I'll use a spell then.
You're going to use a spell? Yeah, okay. This is a little bit cinematic at the moment. We'll go to a battle map later if you survive this encounter.
I'll use a flick. Oh, that's touch. I might use that.
You take your time.
Spiritual weapon.
Yeah, he's within range of that. He's not a huge distance away.
Summon it.
Yep, you summon it, and then you can just target. If you look in the combat tracker for the moment, you can target it, and you can attempt to smash it with your spiritual weapon. It's a good thing, but this thing is fast and dodges out of the way as it slides. That is a bonus action, though. You still have an action. You still have a move action.
I'll move up to him then. As close as I could get.
So you have a move action and you have a action, so you can, as I said, double move. You run up the big gallery of stairs, this double staircase, and round, and you are right next to him now. And he goes, "You nobles will pay for what you have done to my kind." And we move to Jean-Claude.
Who, I suppose, after seeing that arrow just get caught by Chloe, will sigh and go, "They can't get the bloody staff, these bloody plebs," and put his hand up to the in front of him as I like a bit of a wave and a gesture, as he casts or attempts to cast hypnotic pattern on this frog footman.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
So I am targeting.
Yeah.
And
He fails.
lovely. So as these nice purplish rays like come out of his hands, they're just in a sort of move in front of this chap's face as they just sort of dance and twirl in front of him, and as he goes.
You know what? You're liking this a little too much. I believe that Professor Lardy gave me a re-roll, and I believe that failure is me actually rolling. So thank you, Professor Lardy. I know you've said our hypnotic pattern is fantastic, but I'm going to use your very kind heroic action point for him to re-roll that.
Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, you can do it again. Oh, yeah,
Boo.
yeah. Thank you, chat. I would like to point out to you can't do it because it's his role anyway. But don't forget that any subscribers in chat or amongst you are glorious players you can use for rerolls in yours. Yeah, I do apologise for that, but no.
It's because I was half tempted to use my hat to re-roll that dice, but let's
Yeah.
move on. As I start to make my way up top just the 30 feet.
Yeah. I cannot be stopped by your imperial magics, he says. And that is your go. So we move to Bastion. It was a very bad use of a heroic action point. This is just a minor NPC, but I had a reroll, so I'll use it. Okay, Bastion Henri.
I would like to use one of my bardic inspirations with unsettling words. You are a frog. You only think you're not. To give him a minus my bardic inspiration dice on his saving throw.
Wow. Wow, you are so mean. Yeah.
Which will be hideous laughter.
Okay. He starts, and it is horrible. This hybrid frog human forced to laugh at something that you have insulted him. It is croaking, it is discordant, it is unsettling, it is truly horrific in noise.
And I'll close some of the distance to him while he's busy laughing.
You should be able to apply the condition, because I believe hideous laughter means he's incapacitated as well.
Yeah, it makes him prone and incapacitated.
Mm.
So do I just do effect?
Yeah.
Does that do it?
That should do it. There we go. Yeah, incapacitated and prone. You have damaged him. I'm going to put rolls on so you can do it as well.
I don't think it does any damage. I think it just knocks him down.
No. Well, I'm just making it so I didn't realise you couldn't see my rolls, because I know chat can see my rolls, but I want you to be able to see it as well. So yeah, okay. I mean, where Jean-Claude, he resisted his hypnotic pattern. Bastion, you have forced him, and he's kind of thrashing around on the floor, croaking and choking, tears in his eyes as he is confused. Is he a frog? Is he a man? What kind of monstrosity is him? But he still wishes vengeance upon those that have inflicted it upon him.
Kind of fair.
Then we move to Duchess.
The Duchess will speak to Chloe. Chloe, it is my devout wish that you protect my nephews while I busy myself here. So go with them and protect them and make sure no harm comes to the future of this family. She will then look to the people around and say, we must determine if there are any clues as to why this poor individual was targeted. And she'll begin, first of all, seeing whether she recognizes this person by removing the mask, and then generally trying to find out who this person might be, whether it's things that he carries, or if this were a different type of game, Andy, I'd be looting the body, but it isn't that kind of game. So I am purely looking for sigils, also to try and sort of find out whether there are any obvious clues as if this was part of the murder mystery, and if not, some idea who this person might be.
Okay. So I guess an investigation role is I'll let you pitch me a skill. This is lazy GMing in the best of kind of ways. Where if you're a GM and you've got no idea what you want the player to roll, just get the player to tell you what he wants to roll and give him information based on that. So you have a number of options. There's obviously medicine. There's history for culture to see whether you recognise him. There's investigation to see if there's anything kind of upon him that isn't obvious. And again, perception could be used for that. So I'll let you break it down to tell me which role you want to do first, and the information you'll get will be based upon that kind of thing.
I think Andy, as often when we're given choices with this, it's so we can pick something that is most likely to work.
Yeah.
Being as persuading him will not come to any avail. I am quite happy to stick with investigation, since I have no
Absolutely.
proficiency in any of the other skills
Um,
appropriate to this.
No,
So I'll stick with investigation.
and it might seem same. Why would the GM give agency to a player to use one of its best skills? The simple answer is you, as that character, would rely on your strengths, not your weaknesses.
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense in my mind as a GM in mechanics. So investigation away. Yeah, go for it.
Now, she could start going back in her memory thinking, do I know? There are so many people and I'm so old. Let's just see what there is. So let's see what happens with that. Oh, well, there we go.
Okay, so you investigate. This is unless something really sick is going on here. This isn't part of a murder mystery. I mean, it is a murder mystery because there has been a genuine murder here. But unless Sadre, and you're not aware that she does these things, is hire people to literally die and then maybe resurrect them later, you get the impression that this isn't entertainment straight away. And as you kind of lift the mask up, a couple of things click in your mind. It clicks in your mind that this servant of this man is one of these transmogrified creatures. So he must be someone of great wealth, because it's only the upper echelons of the nobles that can afford to have this at the moment. All of the other nobles use the ghoulish footmen. So that kind of clips in your mind, and you succeed knowing some of the faces about. This is a very important nobleman. In fact, it was the head of the family that had put the deposit down upon the mice. So the head of the Manduo family. I'll just stick that in there again. And his name is Pierre Manduo. So you recognise him. It is highly unlikely that such a prominent noble would be party to a murder mystery like this. He has been assassinated.
Yes, there's gaining prestige by supporting your hostess, and then there's gaining prestige by supporting your hostess by allowing yourself to be killed.
Absolutely. You are no longer under the impression that this is part of the murder mystery. It is, though, part of some kind of massacre.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
And not taking the mice was a very good choice.
Yeah, I mean, we will see. Then we move to Chloe.
So I would have to run around a bunch of stairs to get up there.
Yeah, it's basically a double move to actually get into melee
But
combat.
he's above us.
Yeah.
Sort of like on a balcony.
That's right.
Are there any pillars that I can use to climb up there rather than running all the way around?
I mean, you could attempt to climb. I am quite tempted that you could kind of leap up, jump on, try to grab a chandelier. This is a grand hall, and swing across. I think that would be fairly cinematic, but It has a number of potential downsides should you fail. But if you succeed, it will look absolutely amazing.
Sure, why not?
Okay, so I mean the good news is this is strength athletics, which technically you should be fairly good at.
Okay. If this will get me in front of him
Mhm.
without using up too much of my movement or whatever.
Well, it's going to take your movement to
Yeah, that's what I mean, to get there.
to get there, but you
So
would
it's like
still
a
have
move
your
thing.
action and the like
Yeah,
left.
that's what I mean. If that's that, then she will enter her quote unquote rage mode.
Okay. Do you want to cinematically?
So-
Because I think we've got some viewers that didn't. Well, hopefully you've all seen the previous chapter. But do you want to describe what your rage looks like? Because you
So,
are unique.
as she's like moving up to wherever she's going to perform this action, she'll put the middle fingers of her gloves in her mouth and pull them off, and then flick her hands out, and these large Lady Deathstroke type razors come out of the tips of her fingers.
Perfect.
So, and then the eyes roll all the way back to have eyes that have red irises instead of blue ones, like how a doll's eyes move backwards and forwards, those old toys.
Yep.
And then Mr. Angry Eyes, and then we'll run and do this.
Okay. So you enter a race. This gives you advantage on your strength athletics. I'm going to, because you are 5th level now, I'm going to say the DC is going to be challenging. Not overly challenging, but it's going to be a 15. Just so in transparency, you know what you are aiming for. Oh,
I might have to use my hap on that.
absolutely. So HAP doesn't
But
give you.
one that I was gifted.
Yeah, doesn't allow
Okay.
you to roll both dice, but just a single dice. So you replace the 6 on the dice with a different number.
Oh my god. Well,
Okay, so you get up there, you miscalculate the momentum. This is straight out of the 3 and 4 Musketeers. So you kind of kick off the pillar, leap, catch the chandelier, move backwards, go to jump, try not to jump, miscalculate it, and you're now swinging on the chandelier. So next turn you will be able to complete that, or you can double move if you want to get to them. So you can
I'll
finish
probably do that because I'm gonna lose my rage if I don't
yeah
get them in the guy's face. So
yeah. So
if I have to, I can jump off and then get claws to grab onto the side to get to him.
Yeah, that
or
sounds
something.
good. So you make the leap and give us another strength athletics roll, because this was only your movement. So yeah, you got advantage again. With that, absolutely. And it's not quite a critical because you didn't get like the plus 10, but you do manage to kind of land directly down upon him, right next to him. Very nice. Okay, unfortunately for our frog footman, he can't do anything. He is incapacitated. Just remind me with a save on the end of the round. It just basically says that. Is it a wisdom save?
Yes, wisdom. 15.
Okay, DC 15. Okay, so we should get plus 3 to this, which he does, but it's only a 12. He's still croaking and flapping about on the floor. And then we move to Valère. You manage to get to him. You can bonus action attack with your spiritual weapon, and you can normally attack him as well if you want.
I was going to use tongues to speak to him.
Mhm.
Oh, have I still got spiritual weapon left?
Yes, it basically stays up there. Thanks for telling me,
He can
Brooks,
speak.
that is intelligence. But I rolled a 9 on the dice, and the +3 is the same for wisdom, so all is good. So you don't need to use tongues to speak to him. He's speaking common.
Oh, is he speaking common?
Yeah, he's just making some hideous laughing noises at the moment. So he might not be able to talk because he's under the effects of a terrible spell.
Wait, I'll just hit him with a spiritual weapon.
Okay, so you get advantage on this because he's prone and incapacitated.
Yeah.
So you hit him. Oh, for a lot of damage. Boomf. He shrugs it off, though. He doesn't look that harmed at the moment. That spiritual weapon is a bonus action. You still have your action as well.
So I can still hit with a hand axe normally, can't I? I can still hit with a hand axe, can't I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Is it still advantage?
It is advantage because he's prone and incapacitated. You hit again. Oh, we had 2 solid strikes to him. He's finding it hilarious, even though it's really hurting him. Then we move to Jean-Claude. Jean-Claude might be on mute.
Sorry, the frog
I
footman
am.
should get a save for being hit.
He did have a save. Oh, does he? You
An
sure?
Extra one.
Does it have
There's
any?
a
Whenever
save
you
on
take
damage.
yeah.
Ooh, thank
Yeah.
you for being honest. Aha, so he is no longer under the impression. But that was on Valaire's turn, so he still can't do anything at the moment. So Jean-Claude.
Yes, and I am now unmuted. So I moved 30 feet last
Yeah.
time. If I move my rest of my movement, can I get within
Yeah,
melee of
you
him?
are within melee with him. He's still prone though. He can't stand up on his turn, so you will have to click the ADV button for the advantage.
Yeah,
because I've removed the effect from him.
Okie dokie. So I will run up, and as I do, casting booming blade.
All right.
I think I disguised my one of my swords, but it will obviously now just pop into effect.
Yeah, it counts as exactly what the equipment that you had, which is absolutely fine.
And
Very nice. So you hit.
Yep. So sorry, let me do that. Add that. Oh.
Snake eyes.
Snake eyes for that. But what he will also do is I'm going to also just do a defensive flourish as well. He will with a flick of the wrist will put another do some additional damage and increase his AC for a turn. So it's also
Perfect.
an additional 8, and my AC goes up by 8 for a round.
Okay.
And I think that's me.
So your armor class goes up by 8. That is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very
cool.
cool.
I've amended it manually on.
Yeah.
And now take it off next turn, so my AC goes up to 23.
Very cool. Then we move to Bastion.
Okay, so I have various detective things as part of my costume.
Mm-hmm.
So would I have like manacles or handcuffs or something?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to try and keep people calm by carrying on as if this is part of the show. So I'd like to cover the rest of this into the Frogman.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to handcuff him.
He's not going to let you handcuff him. So
no, it's going to have to be my action as kind of a grapple kind of thing.
You're going to have to strength athletics and try and grapple him. If you succeed, you will get the manacles on him, and he will not just be grappled, but he will also be restrained.
Yeah.
But he's going to try and resist such an action.
That's very fair for him to do. So I was kind of hoping to get here while he was still incapacitated.
I know,
but never mind.
Someone kept hitting him.
I know. You're under arrest, matey.
Okay. Do you want to give me another performance with that as well? Because I think you found an additional career as a host of a murder mystery. No,
Oh, maybe not.
Nope.
No, that was terrible.
it's not terrible. I mean, a 10 is, tiers wise.
But it doesn't count as the 10 because it's a 1.
Yeah, I suppose we are doing crit fails. He is going to use strength to try and resist this. So he's going to do a strength check, which is that. He gets +2. Yeah, so that's probably why your performance didn't go very well, as he kind of just pushes you off. And you do not get the restraints upon him. If you have
Nope.
multi-attack, you can attempt again. If you
I don't. I think only Jean-Claude has that because of the kind of bargain.
Yeah, that's
You
fine.
can bonus action. Yeah.
So you've had your action. You've got a bonus
Yep.
action left if there's anything else you want to do.
I will give inspiration to Jean-Claude.
Okay, perfect. Then we move to Duchess.
Sorry, I should have given it to Chloe.
Okay, you can give it to Chloe.
Is
if
that
you want.
okay, or is it too late?
No, it's not too late. It's absolutely fine. Duchess Alice.
So, how far away is Monsieur Frog?
It's not far. It's probably only about 30 feet upwards. It's 60 feet if you kind of go up the stairs and round. I'm doing lots of waving. If you're on stream, you can see me waving, kind of doing directions. If you're not watching the stream, you have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. So 30 feet above you, 60 feet if you're going to move around.
In which case, she will stare quite sternly at him, and for a few seconds, he hears the sound of ticking inside his head, cogs turning, and then becoming disjointed and jarring as it upsets him as I cast Mind Sliver at him.
Okay.
So should make an int save.
Wow, he
She
succeeded.
succeeded.
Yeah, he shakes that off. Boom, boom, boom. So Mind Sliver. Anything else you want to do?
Perhaps make sort of stand up, dust herself down a little, and make her way slowly towards the stairs heading up.
Okay. I mean, there is a very big lesson to be learned here from the Frog Footman, which is don't shoot the Duchess. I made the shot, and then it's just like everybody.
I just like the fact that Chloe is incorporated into my armor class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Of
11. Chloe, it is your go. You're standing over him now.
Obviously, the rage fades, so I'll remove that.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't attack.
No.
So yeah, we're stood over him. Did he drop anything when he fell?
We'll assume that the hideous laughter made him drop the crossbow. So the crossbow has been dropped.
Okay, fair enough. So as the rage fades, the razors retract into the hands, and then instead she'll reach under her skirt and pull a dagger out of there as if it was there.
Okay.
As if that's where they're kept.
Yeah.
No
worries.
And then we'll go to town on this guy that is
Okay.
prone right now.
He's still prone.
Attacks the mess. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. He's still prone. So you have advantage on your attacks. You will have to click the ADV button because we've removed the condition from him. You hit. Six damage.
And second attack.
Yeah. You hit. Okay.
So just a little bit.
Perfect. Is that your go?
Yes, because I'm not 2-weapon fighting, so yeah.
Okay. He croaks at you and says, "You are too late. The A revolution has begun. Even now, our heroes are amassing. You will all die here today. And with that, he is going to, I guess, just target you, Chloe. I miss. Then we move to Valère.
Have I still got a spiritual weapon up?
Yep, it lasts for, I believe, a minute. And as a bonus action,
Oh,
you
yeah.
keep striking with it. Boomf, boomf.
So I'm going to hit with it again?
hmm
Oh, I need to cast it first. I'll press it twice as well.
It's okay. So the first roll, unfortunately, would have missed.
This.
So we'll count that. But you do have your normal attack as well.
I'm going to use Toll of the Dead.
Okay. Yeah, so force him to make a wisdom. No, it is a wisdom save. No,
Yeah.
it is wisdom, yeah.
Yeah.
And it shakes it off.
So it's just 2d8s.
No. He
Oh.
succeeded. Succeeded his saving throw. With it being a cantrip, it does no damage if he succeeds. And then we move to Jean-Claude.
Yes, who at this point will get out his second short sword.
The frogman has stood up now, obviously.
Yes.
So it is straight attacks.
That's cool. I will drop my AC back down to normal as well. I know that the Duchess has been making her way upstairs, so I will turn around with both swords, but just to say, do we need this one alive?
Liberté, equality, fraternity.
do shush.
Noble scum.
Yes. Yes. Much as it may seem difficult now, we do need him to talk.
Your heads will fall to the guillotine.
So as he's gibbering away, I will turn back around and just try and do like a non-lethal strike.
You can do that. You've announced it.
So casting, booming, played at the same time.
And that is enough as you tell me how you subdue this very rude frog footman.
There's always an element of the dramatic, and especially after seeing Bastion giving it sort of the big one to the rest of the crowd, there'll be a sort of a very over dramatic step back and then a step forward as there's a JC slash in his chest, and then pops down.
Okay, you have subdued this. The crowd below go wild. Hooray! Bravo! Magnifique! It is the best that we have seen. So realistic.
Chloe, should we drag this somewhere a bit more private if we can?
Should I pick him up?
Yeah. There are various doors leading off this balcony. This is like the grand hall, so there's plenty of opportunity to move out somewhere else.
Relieve him of his weapons.
Yeah, he basically had a crossbow and a secreted knife. He wasn't particularly well armored.
He didn't have a great sword on him.
No, it's just the build.
Okay.
And has he survived?
Yes, Jean-Claude did non-lethal damage, so he is knocked unconscious.
Okay. Let's help bring him. Let's help bring him around.
So where are you doing this?
There were a few more rooms to the side, you said?
Yeah. You're going to drag him into one of the rooms.
Seems sensible.
Okay, give me a D6 roll, one of you. Let us see which room you kind of pull him into.
Should Chloe do that since she's
Yeah, it's
carrying
fine.
him?
I can do, yeah.
Yeah, just give us a. nice little roll.
Oh, 6.
6, very nice. So you kind of look and you want to get him a sort of distance away so you can kind of potentially ask some questions. And you eventually find yourself in the... Oh, let's have a look. That is wrong. I'm looking at encounters rather than notes. Yeah, you can't believe it as you kind of go through a couple of doors rapidly, not particularly far, as you enter this magnificent room, this salon of abundance. This is the place where many of the gifts still unwrapped have been stored, and there is a huge collection of precious jewels, rare objects, and curios that are around here. It is quiet at the moment, the perfect place that you can perhaps interrogate. You find it surprising maybe that Sadri de Onair does not have armed guards everywhere, but then you realise trying to steal from her is an impossibility. So you have this captive. It is unconscious. It's going to require either a number of hours for it to come round or some magical healing to bring it round.
Do you want me to do the
I-
honors, Bastian?
Yes, why not? Yes.
Should we restrain him before you do that?
Yes, that's probably a
Yes,
good
I've got these. I've got these handcuffed.
Yeah.
We put him in a chair.
Yeah, it's a very
I'd like also
expensive.
to.
It's a very expensive chair that you put him in here.
I'd like to check his hands to see how malleable they are, to see whether he can just shrug these things off.
No, he has big, froggy hands, webbed between them. They're kind of human hands, but they've got webbing between them. Some kind of hybrid.
Yeah. So I'll put the manacles on, and then we can bring him around.
So it's going to need some magics to bring him round.
Yeah, I'll look at him and just say, "Wake up!" as I cast healing word just at first level.
Okay. He. Let me go.
You need to tell us what was happening first, my friend.
I thought it was apparent. Did not the message say it all? How stupid are you, you inbred?
I need to know the background. What you expect me to pick up at the end of the story? Oh, it's gone quiet.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now. Yep.
We have had enough. Yes, you understand. We have had enough of servitude. We were happy the way that we were living our lives, and then created to be slaves. That is not all, though. The magic's put a cross upon us. They sometimes twist us. The magic fades and we do not stay human or beast. Some twisted thing in between both. The suffering, the pain our people have felt. There is revolution, and whilst you question me, the wheels of it, the flames grow stronger.
So, you wish to return to being a frog?
Yes, freedom.
So you struck perhaps at the wrong man. You needed to.
Do not tell me. All of you will die. Chippy chop thud. The guillotine. There is revolution. You will all be removed. You will all pay.
But perhaps the man who transformed you is who you should have struck.
He just kind of looks at you.
Tell me, old chap, you mentioned we're all going to die tonight. Are there more of you knocking around here?
We are legion. There are many in her estate. Look around. It is only moments before the call is given out. You stopped me sounding it. Leaders gather now in the windmill, ready to give the signal. All of the awakened creatures, all of those that have been made half human, half beast, all of us will rise up.
Thank you. That makes a lot more sense now.
It looks confused. I am prepared to die for the cause.
Well, I'd hardly think that'll be necessary. Look at everybody else.
No, not now. You've been so helpful. Thank you.
He looks very confused. You know that I'm going to kill you.
Well, you can certainly try.
Struggles.
Should we perhaps see what's happening at the windmill?
Yes.
You'll be
Yes.
okay here, right, old chap?
Yes, I guess. Take these off me.
Maybe later.
Andy, if I just look out of the door, are there any stewards about?
They're kind of sort of beginning to look. That everything happened really quite fast.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that combat is kind of 6 seconds around, and they now just catching on that something has gone on here. So they are gathering. You can see, I mean, this is a magnificent estate. If you wanted to, there are windows here. You could look out of this and probably across the grounds and maybe even to where this little hamlet, this folly of small country buildings and this windmill is.
Auntie,
Yes.
Chippy Chop Thud, haven't we heard that somewhere else recently?
Yes. Yes, I believe we have.
Okay. Interesting. What do you want to do with this chap?
Well, I was hoping to hand him over to one of the stewards, but there doesn't seem to be any. Just like coaches, none around, and then many arrive at once.
Oh, I think I'm kind of tempted to let him go.
Why?
Well, he's done his damage now. And there's no point in being needlessly cruel like he expects of us.
Would he just kill someone else?
Yes, hello. Perhaps if
Well,
you
no,
render
obviously,
him.
yeah, if he's unarmed, then his best course would be to try and escape and give him a chance to make some choices, but not have the means to hurt anyone.
But he did say he would raise the alarm to begin the attack.
True. But perhaps if we just leave the means so it'll take him a while to get free.
We could just let him sleep here for a while.
Yes.
Okay.
Send him back to sleep.
Gunk.
Okay, so what are you going to you're going to non-lethally
Yeah.
bash him?
Yes.
That's not putting to sleep. That is battering until they
Yeah.
fall into unconsciousness.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. It's not a hot milky drink.
but he's restrained. I'm not going to make multiple dice rolls for it. You knock him into unconsciousness again. He kind of slumps down. He's going to be out for a number of hours.
That should be plenty. So we saw where the windmill was.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, you can look out of the window here,
Yep.
and you can see it's not far. There's basically the chessboard, and now you know things, and you kind of look at the chessboard. The creatures on the chessboard are looking as if they're waiting for something. In fact, as you look around, you start seeing more and more of these creatures that look like they are in anticipation of some kind of signal or sign. If a signal is given, the surprise alone will mean that blood will flow tonight. But across where the hedge mage is, beyond you see there's a lake, and beyond that, in a small set of woods, you can see this windmill rising above, indicating where this folly, this hamlet, this place that Sadre goes and plays peasant in.
Yep. Can I assess roughly, because she's wearing an owl-themed costume.
Mhm.
So at a push, how closely could my aunt pass for an animal person?
I don't know. I mean, from simple view, fairly well. But then it is down to performance if it goes beyond that.
Yeah.
I mean, these costumes that you've got are very good. They are 5-star AAA.
Yes. But if the chippity chop is correct, the costumes may well vanish before midnight.
Hmm.
So I would like to get my own cloak that can change, and in preparation, I will make that a hooded owl head cloak
Okay.
and pass it over.
Okay. So you've got a hooded owl-headed cloak in case of emergencies.
Yes.
You are sitting on a powder keg. There is no rolls needed to see that whilst you're not outnumbered, the surprise attack, the brutality of when they give the signal, means that revolution will be started.
Question.
Mhm.
When or just before the attack started, did Rasputin disappear, or is he there the whole time?
No, you didn't see Rasputin. You saw him
Yeah,
out
he
and
like
about.
showed up for a bit.
Yeah, but he wasn't actually there when it all happened.
If his creations are going around murdering people, it wouldn't look so good for him.
No, I think certainly he's fallen from popularity if he's going to. At the very least, they seem unstable.
Yes. This would very much meet the lady's requirements were it to come out. But it does also seem that perhaps they are involved in more ways than just asking us for help.
They lack machine precision.
Very true, Clary. Very true.
You are aware, Bastian, that it's pretty much a common phrase. The call of the guillotine, Madame Guillotine, is a common phrase.
Okay.
So it's not that suspicious that people have, different people have used it. If you move down to sort of the peasant area and ask what is the cry of the guillotine, everybody would answer that.
That's fair, I guess.
I suggest we make our way towards the windmill.
Mm-hmm.
keeping an eye out, Andy, for, I keep forgetting her name, our beloved bathhouse buddy.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
her friend.
it depends very
Dorothea.
much. Yeah, her name is
Yes,
Dorothea Coolbear. It depends very much. If you are intent on getting to the hamlet as fast as possible, you're probably not going to see them. If you want to actively search for them, it would delay you a little bit, but you probably would be able to find them.
Yes, I think. How do the nephews feel about heading on ahead with Valère and Chloe and I catching up with you? Well, I will catch up with you. Chloe will go with you. I will catch up with you with Dorothea and her family.
I could use a bracing jog.
Yes, yes. Let's go. Is Chloe staying with you though, for making sure that you're okay?
Chloe is to continue the last instruction I gave her.
Okay.
Chloe?
Yes, miss.
I'll
Maybe
pass
you
over
should
the
make
cloak
sure
before I
that
leave.
the lady of the house is also aware of the situation.
Yes.
It is
Can-
very likely, being a Dark Lord, that she might not have anticipated this, but she would certainly be aware of what's going on, and maybe watching to see how it plays out. Maybe.
It's all just a game.
Well,
Yes.
and see who stands in defence of what she holds true and who doesn't.
Well, Chloe will turn to the boys and go, try to keep up.
Okay.
And then she'll like
So,
Terminator run away.
so
Yes.
to clarify, Chloe, Valère, Jean-Claude, and Bastien, you are heading towards the windmill and the hamlet, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Very much so.
Okay. And Duchess, you are trying to locate your friend.
Yes.
Okay.
But ending up hopefully the same place, but just taking time to find her.
Okay. And is it your intention to try and bring her with you or just warn her?
Bring her with us.
Okay. You begin to move forward, the rest of you. It's not going to take you particularly long. So give me perception or investigation, Duchess, to see how rapidly you can find Madame Dorothy Coulbert. Very good. So it's going to take you a few minutes, but you kind of spotted them before, so you know what costumes you are doing. And it seems everything has been kind of hushed up by the stewards, giving you more indications that Sadrak is kind of watching and waiting to see what actions are taken. She doesn't see. She seems to be oblivious of what has just happened and says, my friend, it is good to see you. Your costume, you look magnific."
And how does she look?
Yeah, she looks good, but she hasn't actually used the fairy godmothers. She's got some very expensive clothes, but give me roll a d20. Roll a d20. Yeah, you have suspicions that it's the kind of ball gown that might have been pulled out of the mothballs and repurposed again, wearing the same dress twice. Dear. It's a
Well,
very
you know,
expensive dress, don't get me wrong.
she's not exactly judgmental,
No.
given the situation she's in, so it won't be there'll be no negative vibes coming from her.
Okay. So she says, where are your nephews? I was hoping for introductions.
Well, why don't we go and find them? They've just taken a a stroll over to one of the various sites.
Splendid. Whereabout particularly?
Oh, will you walk with me?
Indeed, indeed. Come, come, come. And you notice that there is a flurry of activity, and she's got 5 people with her as well. There are 2 nieces and a couple of wards. She doesn't have a transformed animal with her. She can't afford those. So it's not like she's got, a footman or a maid that is going to be a issue or a problem.
We spent some time speaking with the individual. Did you see what happened, first of all, I should say?
The performance, I have to say, Bastian, his speech was superb.
It was.
His oratory, his projection was magnifique.
He is. And she pauses a bit, completely out of the sort of momentum of the moment. He is. They're both marvellous. They are.
Yeah.
She glances over at the nieces.
They kind of fan themselves a little bit. Again, they've got masquerade masks on, sort of flushing a little bit.
Oh, yes, as if she brings herself back to the point of what she was doing here, as opposed to advertising her confused genealogy. Yes, but that individual is dead. That was no part of a show. That is, and I will look it up in the chat because I'm immediately leaping to Monge too, and that was not his name.
Oh, Manadao.
Mandau. Thank you.
Manodao. Manaudau.
She
Pierre.
says, Pierre, really? He is one of the most favoured houses. He is.
His house may be favoured, but he is dead.
Murder most foul.
Yes, I'll look at her. Does she seem to be taking this seriously?
Yes.
Or is it, oh, yes, she's dead. How awful.
Insight roll.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, you genuinely think that she thinks you're just playing along at the moment. She kind of leans forward and says, between you and me, I didn't realise all your family was invited to be part of this mystery. I mean, if you tell me who did it, we could perhaps split the grand prize. You know, there is a prize for those who solved the mystery. You are, of course, complicit, yes, the performance of your nephew and all of this.
Let's talk with my nephew about that. I'm sure when we get to where he is, the mystery will be revealed, at least in part.
It feels that being your friend, it has brought the experience alive. It is such a wonderful time. You have my thanks.
Not at all.
Yeah, she thinks that it's still a murder mystery.
Well, she doesn't have the time or the patience at the moment. She's hoping that the possible bloody mess that awaits them will convince her. So
yeah, I mean, things might become rapidly more apparent very soon. Okay.
So yes, she will hurry them along in a isn't this exciting rather than desperate rush type of way.
Okay, very good. So as we come towards, just so everybody knows, we might overrun a little bit. I hope that's okay with you, our players, and you in chat. But shouldn't be too long, really. That is wrong. That is what I want. That's not what I want. That is what I want. What I really, really want. Oh. Terrible stuff. Just give me a second.
Oh, Andy, do we
Yep.
still have the like pill effects on us, or should we remove those?
What did the pill effects give you? Just remind me.
Well, I think some of us had like resistance to
Psychic.
psychic and
Yeah,
stuff like
you still got resistance to psychic.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest, though, it's probably not going to affect this thing. I just need to find that one there. Sorry about this. Everything is going wrong. There you go. It's not going wrong really. Let us try that again. Oh dear. It's okay. I created some stuff and then I closed down some of the modules because I didn't think I needed them, and it's now telling me I need them. So I'm just reloading the modules. Boom, 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 boom. It won't take us long. You're all running towards the windmill, towards who knows what. Who knows what.
I guess the group that went out first will probably approach, but not actually like get him. They'll wait. I'm assuming in some like bush or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As they run, Chloe will swap into her quote unquote work clothes. The cat
Perfect. Perfect.
I need to get myself one of those outfits.
Okay. So with that, then you begin to run towards the windmill. Let us get you onto here. You are hiding there, and you do indeed wait for the Duchess to arrive. So I'm just going to put you all into here, and you see that the windmill is indeed fortified. Just trying to find out. It must be Chloe that we're missing. There we go. I'm going to share this map with you. Okay, you see the windmill has been somewhat fortified. You can see that there are a number of doors here, here, and here that you can see from this side. It's a bizarre place that you've entered. It's this folly, and it's all absolutely beautifully made fairy tale sort of windows, designed to look very much like a peasant's hamlet, but it's so clean and beautiful and sculptured. It is, nowhere near such a thing really. And one of the big buildings is this 2-3 story windmill rising up.
Oh, there he is. We lost Gordon for a sec.
Okay.
Sometimes my phone does this thing where the sound goes and I have to disconnect and reconnect.
No worries.
Sorry.
So this is what you see ahead of you, this windmill, and this is where supposedly, according to the frog footman, the command group is, the brains, the head of the revolution. So,
and then I guess that's when the Duchess shows
Yeah,
up
yeah.
whilst we're like camped out here.
yeah. So the Duchess, you're a slight distance away. Duchess has shown up, and
I'm
and
just getting like a cinematic-y kind of
yeah.
coming through the bushes and stuff.
Absolutely. And you are aware, looking at this, you see that the top of the windmill has been built up higher, and you think that this is perhaps the signal beacon. When that is lit, the awakened animals and the transmogged creatures are indeed given the warning to attack.
Okay. Nobody's come or gone while we waited, though.
Sorry, say that again.
No creatures or servants or anyone has come or gone from the windmill while we were waiting.
No, but you have moved past, and you know what's going on. You see that there are all of these awakened animals and transformed animals that are beginning to get ready for the slaughter, for the revolution to truly begin. If you don't stop that beacon atop of the windmill being lit very soon, it will signal revolution.
How tall
Okay.
is the windmill, Andy?
The windmill is it's about 3 stories to the top, so probably maybe about 45 feet tall.
And what's it made out of?
It's made of stone. It's a stone windmill. The large bonfire is obviously wood.
Okay.
So
The madam of the house would be most upset if her windmill were to burn.
exactly, I think we should prevent that under all circumstances. So
Yes. I assume it doesn't look scalable.
It's not really designed to be climbed. No.
I can
mean,
deal
how's
with the
the
roof if you deal with the things inside, as long as they are not all on the roof. I can get to the roof perfectly well.
Of course.
Okay. So I suppose we make our way to the door, eh?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to try and stealth your way, or are you? Sorry. Fantasy Grounds. I don't know if there's an actual way of unlocking all maps, because I trust my players. As soon as I put them on the map, they will do that. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. God, just say I trust my players, and then you. I mean, we are streaming. People can see you doing that, making me look like an idiot. Okay, so what would you like to do? You've got 9 minutes to solve this.
Yeah.
Then I will start
Run to the door
stealthing.
and kick it down.
Stealthing out. Well, at least John Claude is going to stealth his way.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
attempt to be
That's not a door,
quiet.
by the way. That's a window, just so you're aware.
Okay.
What's it there first?
But you can
Yeah,
pick-
I knew that. I'm sticking by the wall.
Yeah, you can peer through the window, obviously, which gives you a bit
It's
of
my
light as
story,
well.
and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, do you want some stealth rolls, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to stealth, if you're trying to move rapidly, then feel free not to. This is just so for chat. This is group stealth, so we'll take. You want at least 50% of the people in the party to succeed for it to be a success. Look at this. That's fine. Don't need any more stealths. You've got 3 people that are over, so you managed to get to these areas here. It seems Valère is just going straight in. He's kicking the door down. The madman. He's going in. Can we roll initiatives, everybody? Because it
Is that
seems
the
that
door?
Treacherous dwarf.
yeah, well, Valère has just opened the door. I can see everything that you're doing. Yeah.
Andy, before we do anything, would you mind pointing an arrow on the screen? Is it, well, or just saying, is the pile of wood on top of what looks like the circular bit?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's all in darkness for us. It's sort of hard to make out what the shape is, but
Yeah,
the bit which looks circular.
So this is the windmill sort of high bit. So that rises up 2 stories, sort of there.
Yeah.
And then this bit here is only single story. Okay, so things happen, unfortunately, as we begin to sort of speed this up. Boom, 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 boom. So that is what we want there. This is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. And I say apologies to for overrunning, but I think it's good to get the final encounter out of the way. So unfortunately, it seems that Valère, you decided to just open the door up, and as you open the door up, you see there is Ron Weasel standing there, and he kind of sees you. He kind of twitches, and he brings out this little shiv and says, "I'm gonna cut you." And we go to initiatives.
I hate these things.
Yeah. You open the door. So, Bastion.
So how I what I'm by that I thought might be the door
Yeah, it's a
Is it a
door.
window?
It is a no.
Oh, is that a door too?
Yeah, no.
That's the door too.
This is a window there.
Yeah, these that we're stood at are doors.
That's a
From
door.
down here.
That is a door, and that is a door as well.
If you mouse
Okay.
over it, you can tell it's a door.
You can click on and open it.
Okay, I'll open this door.
All
There's a
right.
bear.
Yeah,
I found a bear.
gruff bear. What? We got knobs. Let's crush the knobs.
Okay, I will, I guess, target the bear.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to cast Dissonant Whispers at this bear at 2nd level.
Wow. Not messing up. I don't think I've got any rerolls, chat. I'm just kind of saying that, but he succeeds on that.
He does. I should have done my Bardic Inspiration thing first. So I think that's half damage.
It is indeed half damage.
And you thought there wasn't going to be any psychic damage.
Yeah, that's okay. They haven't taken the pills though, so there we go. So you do 17 points, which is half to 8, but it does indeed hurt Gruff Bear. He's even more gruffer now. You hurt my head. Okay.
Apologies. Wrong room.
It's okay. Things get worse. And after hearing this, Grandma Wolf opens the door, squeezes through the door.
She's big.
She's wearing a kind of nightgown with a cap on. She sniffs the air and says, "None of you a little red." And she's going to attack. Boom, 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 boom. Chloe. Boom, 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 boom. So only has a single attack, and it's going to attempt to claw you. Hitting you, Chloe. Doing quite a lot of damage. 13 points. And then we go to Mr. Snuggles. We have been betrayed, brothers, sisters. The signal, I will go and light it. And Mr. Snuggles has feline agility. As it runs all the way up the stairs. And then we move to Valère.
Wow.
I'm going to. This one, you know his spiritual weapon?
Mm-hmm. It's gone now.
I know it's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
If I summoned it again,
Yeah.
and used it as an attack,
yeah.
Each time I use it as an attack, does it class as a magical attack?
It does force damage, I believe, so it counts as force damage.
Okay, so if I want to use that, then I want to use inflict wounds, could
I? No.
Not on the same turn.
Not on the same turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. So you can cast Spiritual Res with bonus action, and still you can attack with it, and you can still got an action, or you can move forward and cast Inflict Wounds.
I'm going to you. In fact, I'm just going to move forward and use Inflict Wounds.
Okay, so you move forward to Ron Weasel. He says, "Can I shiv you right up?" He's got a very small couple of inch blade.
So you it's cast.
Yeah, you target him first. Yeah, target Ron Weasel. And you hit him. And you heavily damage him. As your necrotic touch hurts him. Anything else you want to do, Valère?
No, I haven't got any bonus actions. What I can do.
Ron Weasel is I'm gonna cut you so bad. I'm gonna get you to be able to smile outside your arse.
Crikey.
As he hits you for 3 points of damage. And as he attacks you again and hits you for 6 points of damage. Now we move to Gruff Bear. And Gruff Bear, you hurt my head.
I'm afraid it was an accident.
And he is going to swing. And he hits. Have you only got, what's your armor class?
12.
12. Wow. That is not good.
I don't wear armor. It interferes with the cut of my outfits.
Okay. Fortunately, I rolled a 1 and a 2. And then we move to Duchess. Alice.
While everyone was sneaking, would you be okay for me to have had an action?
Yes, I guess.
Since I
Why not?
didn't move.
Why not?
Um,
This is not looking good. I hope some people have got heroic action points.
I will explain to our friend and her daughters and retinue that this costume is quite marvelous. The magics they've embroidered into it. As 2 wings appear in the last action, and her eyes glow a bright silver. And on this action, she will make a double move to try and get to the top.
Okay. Okay, so you can double move up there. Delete your token from here as we're moving to double maps. And we're going to put the Duchess here as you kind of land. Share that map with you. And you see, or maybe not see, but just about coming up, Mr. Snuggles is running up to there. So that was last turn, correct me if I'm wrong.
Last turn was just the wings.
Okay, so...
Oh no, because I would have been able to move 30 foot. So if I can move the remaining 30 foot, that would be cool.
So you are there, and you can hear scrabbling coming upstairs. Where this device is, this is the pyre, the beacon.
Right. Let me have a look. So the thing that looks like a letter L on a circle. Is that the beacon?
Yeah.
Is it just basically a huge pile?
Yeah, it's a huge pyre. It needs to be set.
Flammable.
You can probably smell there's probably oil upon it as well. It's been prepared.
In which case, we discussed this before. To hold an action, you have to hold an entire action, including the move, don't you?
No. You use your reaction to ready an action.
Yeah, it's the ready thing.
Right. Ready an action and cast a cantrip at whoever appears.
Okay. So
up the stairs.
What cantrip are you?
Where we are here, is there any oil?
You don't think there's give me a perception roll, because
flour is very explosive.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right, perception roll. Let's move that map and then that map. Let's go.
Everything looks okay.
Cool.
You can smell oil on the fire. I kind of already told you that, but you're probably unaware about flour in the air and maybe the oil that is kind of seeped into the stonework around you. But we'll see. Depends what cantrip. I mean, if you're going to just do like a firebolt, that in itself is not going to do anything. Firebolt is quite targeted. If it was substantially more like a fireball or a sort of area of effect type thing like burning hands, then maybe it might catch something else.
No, it's purely firebolt.
Yeah. So you're going to be safe with firebolt anyway. So you hold firebolt. Are you happy with that?
Yep, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, and trying to control all of these maps as everybody's all over, mainly for chat. Okay, so Jean-Claude, it is your go.
Yes, I think I'm going to shout down to Bastion. Do you need a hand, or shall I go help Auntie?
Oh, you go help. I'm fine.
Okay. And I'm going to do something. So I'm just going to just dive through this window if I can, if it's big enough.
Yes, I mean it's what it is this is a folly. Mills don't normally have sort of really nice leaded glass windows in, and this is a nice leaded glass window. It's going to be easy for you to go through. I will require either a strength athletics or a dexterity acrobatics to not impede you in any way.
Sure. Let's try acrobatics as I take one step, and then just launch myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that doesn't impede you. It's just almost you kind of leap through it and land upon the stairs there.
Cool, because I saw the feline what's his Mr. Snuggles running his way up. So
Yeah.
as I crash through, I'm going to start sprinting up the stairs.
Okay.
So I think I've got 5, 10, 15.
Yeah, that's fine. So you go up the stairs, and can you see that now?
Yes, yeah. I've got second place up.
So you see Mr. Snuggles. It only takes your move. Mr. Snuggles turns round and goes, "You think you have stopped us? This is just the beginning."
Okay, he says as he bonus action cast Hex on this, as an action will cast Booming Blade on this thing. And tries to go for a pop. Am I targeting it?
They called me Mr. Snuggles, for heaven's sake.
I'm targeting him, so
You hit.
So I'm going to spend a flourish to push him away from me upstairs into. So it'll tell me how many feet that is in a second.
Lovely job.
Just adding all of my effects on.
Wow. You heavily damage him.
So my hope is basically I just want to just sort of, as I'm just sort of just giving him a big old slash, one of those I'm going to say the 5 is basically I can push him.
So it's going to push him 5 feet.
25 feet. Yeah. So
25 feet. What?
You
20.
You could expend one use of your bardic inspiration and deal extra damage equal to blah blah blah. You can push the target up to 5 feet plus the number rolled. So is that 10 or is that?
It's
5?
on your flourish dice.
Yeah, I would imagine it's plus, not times. Does it say plus?
It just says push the target plus the number you rolled. So I will kick him 10 feet up the stairs.
Yeah, I'm more than. I mean, I'd happily accept the 25, but that is.
He's kicking through the wall.
Yeah, it's just like. Plus, it's like a cat, so it's like.
So I'll just give him the boot 10 feet up the stairs.
10 feet is really good, and that does just about put him in line with the Duchess. So you and your aunt combo this poor cat. Sorry, we don't advocate cruelty to animals, but this is hilarious.
Yeah, but kind of the villain. Well, the antagonist in this one.
Yes, you hit.
So this is with some radiant damage added to it, which I've included just for these rounds.
Just give me 1 second, though. Yeah, I thought so. Because we're using the Untold Chronicles rules there, Mr. Snuggles' armor class is only 14, so a 26 is a critical hit. So all those dice will be doubled. So long, Mr. Snuggles.
No, it'll be the minimum.
Yeah, well, we'll
see. Possibly not.
So long, Mr. Snuggles. As you, it's just like, wow, the leader of the revolution is no more. Okay, that was quite a good turn, Jean-Claude.
If I see just the singed corpse of Mr. Snuggles sliding back down the stairs,
Yeah.
can I just use? I think I've got about 10 feet. Can I just start sprinting back downstairs? Across the thing?
Absolutely.
Next, Paul.
Hopefully, Fantasy Grounds is not going to mess us up, and hopefully you can see yourself back on that other map now.
I'm really sorry. It's just I can see myself, but the rest of it is just black at the moment.
Okay.
So if I move, oh no, if I click on sorry, that was me. Just click on him, and now I can see everything.
Perfect. So that's where you are now. You've come back down the stairs a little. That was an impressive turn. Then we move to Chloe.
Oh, the joke I've been waiting to tell this whole time. Turn to the wolf and go, "Oh, Grandma, what big teeth you have!"
Yeah.
And then Chloe's jaw will unhinge itself, and the two massive syringe things will come out.
Very nice.
All the better to bite you with. Yep.
Give us a go.
Yeah, reckless, because why not?
Are you hit? Doing some damage.
And second attack.
Yep. Oh, you missed. Wow, a 2 and a 1. Do you have a hap? Do you have anything you want to do?
I have my personal one.
I don't feel like it. We've got a lot of streams. It is only the 3rd of May, so you might want to hold it for other characters and stuff.
That's fine.
Okay.
I think someone gifted you with.
I used it for the
stream.
chandelier and screwed it up.
Yeah.
So I rolled terribly.
Okay, then, particularly you, Bastian, something terrifying comes out of this door here, squeezing through, as you see that an oversized goose starts menacingly coming forward. Of course.
But it can't get by the bear or me, right? I'm blocking the door.
Yeah, but this is a goose, and the goose doesn't like that situation, so it attacks the bear.
Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, critting the bear.
Oh, my God.
Ripping into the bear. As this is a very angry gander goose. Bastian.
I feel like I should step back and let the bear run away.
Yes.
Okay.
It's pissed.
It is.
Yeah, this just looks like it wants to rip you apart. It's not really angry at the bear. It just wants to get through the bear to you.
Okay, I'm going to risk a opportunity attack from the wolf by stepping one step back.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, I should target first because then I can't see them anymore.
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm going to put up fairy fire, basically. I want to put fairy fire on the 3 creatures not on myself.
It would be rude of me not to have that attack of opportunity. So
it would.
It is.
You really should. And my armor class is very low.
So, it critically hits you. Heavily damaging you as the wolf just swipes at you. I'll put 2 damage off the first attack on.
Yeah, because I forgot to click rage.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to cast fairy fire.
Yeah.
So I've targeted the 3 creatures.
Mm-hmm.
I would like let's say the goose. I want to give the goose minus a bardic dice.
Okay.
So save.
So failure, and the gruff bear succeeds.
Okay. So do I roll my d8 or is the goose's?
Well, the goose has failed.
The goose failed anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can apply that effect. It doesn't really matter if you make it any less. It doesn't make the effect any better. So
It was worth gambling the
Yeah.
dice, though.
no, absolutely. But you have Fairy Fire on Gander Goose and Grandma Wolf now. Poor Gruff Bear doesn't know where it's coming from. It's just like,
Yeah.
okay.
I can cast a spell,
Okay.
so no
Ah.
bonus action for me.
Okay, so we move to Grandma Wolf, who's slashed at you, but is going to carry on against you, Chloe. Doesn't.
Advantage.
Oh, advantage. Words, music to my ears. It tries to claw you, hitting you. Partly resisting because you are raging. We move to Valère.
Just wondering.
Yep.
Toll of the Dead, can it be done with touch, or does it have to be ranged?
It's neither. It's a saving throw, so you can cast it when you're next to somebody, and it doesn't affect it because Toll the Dead, they have to make a saving throw.
Okay.
I just want
Good
to
target.
say for Professor Lardy, for sticking us through the chat. Yes, the goose is wearing a bonnet, a very aggressive bonnet.
Making bread in the windmill.
It's probably tied on a little too tight, which is why she's cross. Valère, yes. So you can target Ron Riesel and you can make him make that save. It fails that save, and because it's taken damage, if you are doing Toll the Dead, it will be D12s. And I think at
Times
your
2
level,
to level 5. Isn't it?
yeah, you are not rung there. So 2 D12s. The most swingy of dice, but that is
Nice.
good.
Oh
And
God!
you just cool down upon the necrotic energies, and poor Ron Weasel's head explodes. Nobody liked Ron Weasel, to be perfectly honest. He was a right little bastard. So
It was a bit of a weasel.
yeah,
I can
so
still move, can't I?
Yeah. I'm
absolutely.
surprised that
Yeah.
Ron Weasel's friend wasn't Barry Potter.
Oh God!
Yes, I know. I've done some puns.
You still have your bonus action as well, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to summon spiritual weapon onto the Grandma Wolf as well.
Okay. You think
You should have advantage. Although I think it'll do that automatically.
No, I don't think spiritual weapons get advantage. I would be interested in chat, but I'm fairly confident that spiritual weapons, they might get advantage, but don't grant advantage. Anybody want to give me a ruling on that?
Oh, I meant from the Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire.
Oh yeah, the Fairy Fire will work. Sorry.
The wolf
Yeah.
is Fairy Fire.
Yeah. So if you attack it, you will have advantage, but you've put the advantage upon it, so don't click the ADV button. It will roll automatically for you.
I can do that this turn as well, can't I?
Yeah. Cheers, Miss Blackthorn. Sorry, say that again.
I can do that this turn, can't I?
Yeah, because as soon as you summon your spiritual weapon, you can attack with it as well. You hit, so you can do your damage. You are rocking it, Valère, coming into your own. That is unfortunate, but 1 damage might be enough. Next time, Gruff Bear is just not happy. Gruff Bear is coming out of here, fleeing.
I really don't blame him.
And he
You just keep going, Bear. You're fine.
Nah, he's gonna have. This is where things go a little bit nasty because you're low armor class, unfortunately. But
I'm very low in armor class.
we
And
will
hit points.
see. Yeah, he does hit you, and this is going to possibly hurt. You survive though. You do
And Fairy
survive.
Fire stays up.
I would like you to look at your hit points though, Bastion.
Yeah, crime book.
So everybody in chat, it was by 1.
Do we have potions from last session?
I have a healing potion, and I have the healing word spell.
Unless you're the kind of characters that like to scoff healing potions in downtime just because you like the taste of them, you've still got them.
Do they work on hangovers?
But wow, that is amazing. Gruff Bear strikes you, and you are still up. That is, so got a single attack. So we move to you, Duchess.
So she's heading down the stairs.
If that's what you want to do, you can certainly head down the stairs. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 will get you onto the other map. Did you want to get onto the map first?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Just so I can see
Okay.
what's going on.
You won't be able to see what's going on because you're on curved stairs. But you can see, hopefully, your nephew in front of you.
Nope.
Okay. It's probably because I need to open these. There you go.
Yeah.
Is that better for you?
Yes, I can see Jean-Claude now.
Perfect. So that's your 30-foot movement. You can obviously double move down if you wanted to.
Let's see. Yes, I think so. Ooh, I see a goose out of the corner of my
Yeah,
eye.
with a very angry-looking bonnet.
The thing that's darting in front of me, is that a window?
It is a window. It's broken.
Smashed
There
window,
is
yeah.
shattered glass everywhere.
She's flying, so she's okay.
Yeah. If you're flying, you can move through the window if you wanted to.
No, thanks. She will just remain.
Wow, this goose is
there, I
very
think.
angry. Okay.
It's a double move. I don't think she's got any bonus actions.
Unless you can quicken anything,
so-
but that's about it.
No, I haven't got that sorcery thing.
Okay.
So that's it, I think.
Interesting. We move to Jean-Claude.
Yes, I will start moving down. So 5, 10, 15,
Mhm.
20. I can see the goose.
Mm.
I'm not going to be able to get there in time, but I will intentionally just try and stay in front of the auntie as I'm going to bonus action move the hex to the goose.
Yep.
And then as my action, I'm just going to viciously mock it via a series of just aggressive honks.
Okay.
So I'm just honking away at it over here. So-
Okay. It turns to you and says, "Are you taking the piss?" But it doesn't speak. And it failed. So yes, you are.
So 6 points of damage, and obviously it has disadvantage on its next attack roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna mess you up. I was gonna say some other words, but it's still early. Chloe.
There's no use for foul language.
Oh, foul
Which are
language.
all resistant to psychic damage.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm gonna move around to like here.
Yeah.
To kind of like help help Bastion out around this corner. So I'm gonna object interaction. I'm gonna pull out the potion of greater healing and then hold it out. Well, I'll do that after I've done my stuff. Hold it out to Bastion if he wants to take it.
Yep, you can do that.
But then I will be using my mouth to attack. So
Okay, yeah.
So we'll continue.
So item interaction is item interaction. Are you going to attack the wolf? Yeah. Cool.
So I'm just holding it out in case he wants to item interaction grab it.
Yeah.
Basically. And then this is fairy fire, so I don't have to reckless.
No.
Indeed. Whoa, and that is a 27. So Grandma Wolf, just have a look. Yeah, armor class is only 12, so that is a critical hit. Oh, heavily damaged now.
And then second attack.
Yeah, another 27. Another critical hit. This is turning the tide. But still up. Still up. This is where things get serious as we go to Gander Goose, who's going to come towards you.
Oh, no.
Well, I regret those honks right now.
He kind of asked for it, to be fair.
No, you taunted it and then you vicious mocked it. Now, the first attack is with disadvantage.
It is.
And misses. The second attack isn't. And that will hit. Wounding you.
Crikey.
Yeah, this goose is not messing about. We move to Bastion.
Okay, so what is it to take the potion
Bonus
and
action.
grab it? Is that my bonus action?
Yeah, we homebrew. It's a free item interaction to take the potion. You can bonus action drink it. leaving
Okay.
you a move and a
An action.
an action. Yeah.
So what's the dice for the?
If it's greater, it'll be 4d4 plus 4.
Okay. So do I just roll the 44, I guess?
Yeah, and then we'll just modify it from your. So you've got 9 plus 3 plus 4, so 13 back. Do you want to do that, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay,
So it's
you'll
20,
be fine.
24.
Yeah, very nice.
Okay. Okay, so that changes what I was doing. I targeted myself because I was going to do a healing word,
Mhm.
but I can't do that now because it's a bonus action and I only have one.
That is correct.
So
I mean, I
where's the
will
map then?
I will allow you because drinking a potion rules as written is an action. I will allow you to drink the potion as an action and have an extra heal if you wanted to do that, but you might want to use your action for something else instead. You can't
Yeah, I
change.
think I'll
You can't change a spell that's a bonus action to an action, but because I've
no,
changed the rules for drinking potions, I would allow you to use it as an action if you wanted to.
no. What I'll do is my poor friend the bear,
hmm
who I was hoping would just run away. I will try and 2-weapon attack him. I've never done this before.
Woohoo.
So with my main hand, I will use a rapier, currently cunningly disguised as a magnifying glass.
Okay. And you
Oh my
critically
God.
hit. Very nice.
Poor animals.
Yeah, can't argue
Yeah.
with this.
I really wanted him to just keep running away when the goose attacked him.
Bow. Heavily damaged. Now, you said you're using a 2-weapon attack.
Yeah,
That doesn't require a bonus action. Or does it?
it does. You're right, so I can't.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. But you
Rapiers aren't light either.
yeah. So you hit it hard.
I do.
Very good. And is
So
that
good. Yeah.
is that your go?
I mean, I could run away and risk getting hit again, but I think I won't.
Yeah, probably sensible. Grandma Wolf now is just going to do the same old. Try and slash you, which hits you. Posture is in. Then we go to Valère.
I'm going to use a spiritual weapon first.
Yep.
Oh, why is it should it be advantage?
Yeah, because of the fairy
Yeah.
fire. So you hit. Okay, and that's just your bonus action. So you've got your action as well.
Can I move up
Yep.
and use inflict wounds, or was that not work with spiritual weapon up?
No, because you're not casting spiritual weapon. You're just attacking with it now. So you can cast a spell as your action if you want to.
Yeah.
The fairy fire again doing its job as you inflict
Nice.
wounds. This is going to be good. Yeah, it's going to be very
Oh,
good.
Okay.
Valère, you are rocking it as you just have killed 2 of these creatures. Poor Grandma Wolf is no more.
I can't move again, can I?
Well, you've only moved 5, 10, 15, so you have a total of 25 movement, I believe, as a dwarf.
10 more.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Bastion, it seems making friends with Valère has certainly paid off.
That's obviously the main reason I did it. I thought I looked at him and I said, one day that gentleman is going to save me from a wolf.
Unfortunately, not Gruff Bear, who is going to try and swing at you. Oh, and miss. Unbelievably. I've opened it up so you can see my rolls, and it rolled an 11.
You
so
barely missed.
barely missed.
Barely.
Dear. It's all gone wrong now. There will be only one survivor, and it'll be Gander Goose, but it'll be worth it. Duchess, you'll go.
Having recovered from those bear puns, which I'm sure is some sort of psychic damage of some sort, she will fly up a little. How high are the rooms here?
It's not big. It's a folly,
Right.
so it's about sort of between 7 and 10 foot to the ceiling, but you can kind of hover up a little bit if you wanted to, just for impressive
she'll hover off a bit since the goose doesn't seem to be able to. That's her version of psychic damage.
Yeah.
She can't actually do any mocking stuff, but she can do that.
Everybody's having
And
a
she
go.
will. I know.
Just going to make it angry.
Yeah. So she will cast a firebolt at it as she waves her fan.
Perfect.
At it. Oh, is it fairy fired?
Yes.
it
It
is.
is.
Oh, jolly good.
And I hate to say it, but the armor class is only 12, so that 22 is a critical hit. So you can add an extra. Yeah, heavily damaging it now.
Jeez.
Yeah, you are doing. Anything else you would like to do, Duchess?
Jean-Claude, do you have this well in hand, or do you want me to stay here?
No, I've got it. Don't worry.
Righty-ho. And so she will. She'll float out the window.
I think, Jean-Claude, you might have thunder damage doubled. Just double check. Or do you get...
Yes, you can. I will remove one thunder damage.
Yeah, it's okay.
Still confident, Jean-Claude?
Yeah. No.
I
Just
think,
imagine going, hang on a moment.
Miss Blackthorn, what JC is doing is commonly known as cheating.
I was trying to get ahead of the game rather than everyone waiting for me to click all of my buffs.
I know.
I have. I think I have a hex. I have booming blade, and I have a flourish.
I think you might need to put blooming blade back on because you've got rid of it twice now.
Yes.
I can only see necrotic on.
He seems confident enough since she's
that's
going
okay.
through a whole list of things he can do.
Yeah, so
she'll assume. It's like someone pulling all the knives out when they're being told, give us all your weapons. So she'll assume he's fine.
Okay.
As I go for a hit. Oh, no, sorry, it's still your go, isn't it, Duchess, if you're still moving around?
Just finishing moving, then me done.
Flying through the window.
Yeah. There we go.
So, sorry, Jean-Claude, I've ticked it down to you. It is your go.
Cool. So yes, I will cast Booming Blade, and it is hexed. And I will now. I think that was actually right because so I will now also add on a defensive flourish as I'm about to try.
Perfect. Yeah. You just had 2 thunders rather than a defensive flourish, but I mean that's perfect now. That is all the buffs.
23.
Oh no.
23 is above. Above the armor class, it's only 12 as we said, so that counts as a critical hit. Miss Blackthorn saying
not at level 5.
Yeah.
At level 5 you get an additional d8, and then when it moves, because before level 5 it's just when it moves, but at level 5 you get a d8 as well.
It does do it, and then it's a d8 if it moves. That's what I thought. So I hate to say it, but it's a crit. So all those dice that you're going to roll are doubled.
I'm just going to do this.
Yeah.
Cook his goose.
It is not happy, Gander Goose, for that. It's going to be even more unhappier when you do your second set of damage.
Yeah. So for a crit, let me just add all of these
minus
effects.
the 4, right?
Yeah. So whatever I'm about to click now, just take 4 off as well.
Yeah, that is fine. I'm just interested to see how much damage you're going to actually do in this round. Yeah, exceeded by 11. So you did. That would have been 14 plus 19. So a very nice 33 points of damage. And I would like to point out that the nieces of Madame Colbert are looking through the window. I can see your heroics as you are doing that. And poor Gander Goose, this monstrosity, quite possibly the scariest thing in this session, is no more.
Cool. I don't think it really matters too much, but obviously my AC pops up for a bit, and I
Yeah.
will just try and use some movement to see what's
Okay.
cracking here.
Now this is an important role. It's either strength athletics or acrobatics.
Oh, because all of the eyes are on me.
Yeah, because like this could be really stylish or very awkward.
I kind of really want to fail it. But... Okay, an 11.
Yeah.
Wish granted.
So, narrative. Do you cut your belt and your pants fall down? Do you get caught in something?
I think if it was like a 1, then yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll try just something really stupid, like forward rolling out of the, like, with the intention of like commando rolling and then getting up. But as I'm coming up, like my foot will fall, like I'll catch it on like some of the glass and just fall on my arse.
Okay. Beautiful. Absolutely. You're through the window though.
And that's me.
And then we move to Chloe.
As soon as the wolf has fallen to the ground, Chloe will like turn towards the bear, covered in the viscera because she's just been jumping and biting onto this bear, and then slowly move up, and then say, "Nice night, isn't it?" And then go to town.
Yeah.
But this isn't fairy fired, is it? This bear?
The bear isn't.
No. Reckless then instead.
Okay, go for it. You miss.
And second attack.
Pum pum. Yeah. The bear's this awakened bear's got 17 for armor class, so 21 does hit. Doing 6 to... Yeah, that is your go. Yeah.
Yep.
We move to Bastion.
Why didn't you just run away?
Viva la revolution! Our deaths will
You
be
seemed like
martyred.
such a nice bear.
I am a nice bear. You are in the wrong. You are murdering us. We seek our freedoms, our liberties. It is not us that are bad. I am nice bear. You are bad men.
I mean,
I agree. We're terrible people.
I mean, technically, he's right.
I'm sorry.
So he saves on that, unfortunately.
Yes, I don't think you take any damage on a save. Let's see.
Thunderclap, no. I think it's... Is that a cantrip thunderclap?
Yeah.
So
saving throw or take damage, so no damage.
Yeah.
And then I'll target myself.
Okay.
Bonus action, heal myself.
Okay. All right. I thought you were listening to his words and realised you were a bad person, and you were about to hurt yourself.
We are terrible, terrible people. And one of the things that terrible people do is try to stay alive.
Yeah, terrible. Valère, you'll go.
I'm going to move up. Use inflict wounds again.
Okay, I hate to say it, but no, we're not doing flanking, are we, in this game? That is good. So it's just a straight roll.
Yeah, the only reason I moved, I didn't move for flanking. I moved so that Chloe wouldn't be in range.
No, that's fine.
I just didn't.
No, I didn't think you were doing that. Because you cast a saving throw. I was just letting Valère know that flanking doesn't happen, and unfortunately you cast the spell, try and strike him and miss him. You can though move your spiritual weapon up and have an attack with that.
Yeah, move it up and have an attack with it.
Okay, give us a roll to hit. You do hit just about. Very nice. Not enough to finish it off, but it is now heavily damaged, and we move to Gruff Bear. The revolution. He's going to roll a dice, and it's going to still be you, Bastion.
That's fair.
And he's just going to...
I betrayed the revolution. I deserve to be hit.
You have betrayed her, but that was almost an 11 plus. But he misses you. I don't know how I managed to miss you when you've got an armor class so low, but we move to the Duchess. This is where the revolution ends for now, maybe.
I don't care what your political views are, you do not strike at my nephew.
Obviously. That's not a crit, but that is definitely a hit. And it is enough,
Nice.
as the revolution was going to start with fire, and it ends with fire for now. Okay, so, I mean, we have unfortunately overrun. So, what you have done here now, this day, will be remembered in the histories. You have put down the rebellion for now, the revolution for now, without the leaders of the revolution to light the fire. There is no signal given. The animals, the awakened animals, the transmogrified animals, the creations of Rasputin and his acolytes do not make the masquerade a massacre. They carry on in servitude, chained to their destinies for now.
Is anybody else tempted to just light the fire?
The good news is,
That
though,
bear made some compelling points.
the good news now, though, is that you get to take part in the rest of the masquerade. You have a good time. You are aware during this time that the murder and the revolution that almost happened is enough for Rasputin to fall from favour, and it is, you have made good your word to your benefactors that allowed you to go here. There are as many questions answered as lie unanswered, though. Do the two nephews catch up with the two nieces? Is there a romance there? Only time can be found out. Are the presents that you have uncovered gratefully received? Does Ophelia get her star job? It's been a wild ride, and I want to thank you players for an absolutely awesome time. I hope you have enjoyed yourselves as much as I have. And it goes to show that even 6 hours is sometimes never enough to play D&D.
It's never enough.
And also, I really want to thank everybody. We've had some great comments in chat, some really good ideas, some subscriptions, and quite a few people watching. So really, we really appreciate you hanging out with us, and hopefully you've enjoyed it as much as I certainly have. I mean, this is a one shot, just like the previous session, but with so many questions unanswered, who knows? Who knows whether we will see the family de Onicourt again. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate everybody hanging around. Yeah, are you the bad guys? Well,
Yes.
you are in a domain of dread. You
There
are.
were
Do
some
what we-
people fighting to free themselves from slavery, and we killed them.
Yes.
Then they
we
should have
do what we
fought
must
harder.
we do what we must to keep the family alive.
Indeed. All of these questions that we can debate about at another time. Thank you very much. As I say, I really, really appreciate it. I hope everybody's had as much of a blast as I have. I really enjoy these kind of stories, and it's quite difficult to reimagine what this is going to be like. So I've cherry picked some ideas. Have no idea whether my version of Dementlieu or Dementlieu, however we're going to eventually end up pronouncing it, is. But either way, I'm quite happy with the way that my little vision of it has turned out so far. I've had great fun running it. Take care and stay safe, and enjoy the rest of your bank holiday. Tomorrow night, we've got something quite exciting. Well, I'm excited about it. We return to Masked, starting at 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock. and we've got 2 new players that are joining us. So I hope you want to join us for that. It's not overly a surprise. Miss Blackthorn and Jam Hands will be joining us, but I'm really looking forward to see how that changes the dynamics of another fun game that we're doing. So if you get a chance, please come and join us for that as well. In the meantime, as I say, please stay safe. Thank you very, very much again, and we will catch you all very soon.